I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think so.
But Legend hunts him down. And it looked like the game plan, by the looks of how people have been moving and staying alive on this map, was to try and play time here for Quadrant. But does that give the opportunity for SSG to get kills, to step back in? There's still a lot of time left in this game, Andy, to turn not only one hill over, but two.
Can they do it? That's the question. We've seen them do it before, and I think with any other teams, people might be thinking, 3-1 with 57 seconds left on the game clock. As a reminder, of course, for everyone, with anyone in the hill, that game clock will pause.
How is he alive?
Unbelievable shots from Legend against Glory. What a 1v1 at Tower. Continuing to make statements up against his forward team. What's going on?
This is almost kind of verging into legal territory, to be honest with you. It's going to be 3-2. And we mentioned how at the start of that hill that there was around a minute left on the game clock. There's 54 seconds left still. SSG still have plenty of time to turn this around.
This is the danger zone for Quadrant, and we've been here before, not only in terms of game score, but emotionally as well. I think everyone in the room has been here before.
Damn, that was a harder hill to cap too, and y'all let them cap that?
Gaming showing no signs of slowing. They've kept the game clock still just at 47, and they continue to tick on the scoreboard.
And it's that man Legend again who's stepping up in the late game. He's 22 in 17.
Legend is playing
game.
out of
8
his
assists to his name as
mind.
well. As Eco steps inside of that hill. SSG lose him though. It's a 4v3 on the map at the moment. Legend's looking for damage to capitalize on, but can't find anyone now.
There's the SSG chant in the building there. However, as you say, Quadrant silences it for just a moment as they do get the first pick at a very pivotal time. That eats 20 seconds off of the game clock. You have to think Quadrant maybe just going to try to play time as best they can, but 2 kills come in. This could be a very big third. It's a big 1v1 win from Snipedrone to keep things at 2v2 on the map. That could have been it.
I mean, this is the man brought in to try and fill the shoes of Legend when it comes to numbers, right? And winning 1v1s like that, that's why he's on the team. But you got to remember, the Stella's inside of the hill, and the SSG are playing the late game once more. It's 3-3, 30 seconds for 2 caps for SSG.
Don't forget, moments ago it was just 3-1, and Space Station doing it again in this game. Somehow tied 3-3. We said there was a lot of game clock left,
control
but they
too.
might even do it here in regulation.
What a comeback. And now Legend with the camouflage inside of that hill can taste a series victory against his old team. Stella taken down as well. It's 2 dead for
3
Quadrant,
dead.
and we are in the danger zone.
3 dead even for a moment. Snipedrone's going to try to make something happen on a long haul push. All 4 players are up. They need to make the push right now.
10 seconds on the game clock. Next hill will win this. Bound's got the shock rifle as well, and Legend, he's hunting for more. Snipedrone won the first 1v1, but not the one that mattered most. SSG stood inside that hill still. The question is, can Quadrant get close? There's a push coming through the tower. SLG found one. But can they flush this player out of the hill?
They should be able to. That's big damage on Tika. Oh, 2 players in hill now. They get some hydro spawns as well. Now officially in overtime here, 1:59 on the clock.
Legend played his life so well in that situation. I have to say, a lot of players you would have seen previously would have got carried away with things, tried to jump inside of that hill, tried to clean up a triple to try and flush Quadrant out, but he's still alive and he is still a problem. However, the break has come in. Quadrant are inside of that hill, and SSG have to slow down.
How big is Snipedrone staying alive there? If Snipedrone dies there on the sneaky, that is a man advantage push for Space Station, and you could be guaranteed that the push comes in and likely goes through. Now tied here on the last hill of the game.
Camo's coming up as well. Decisions to make for both teams. Do we play for the power-up? Do we play for the hill? It's a 2v2 on the map at the moment. Stella gets taken out by Glory with that commando. The shroud is down, the camo is up, but Quadrant has stood inside of the hill. Bound has to fly.
Has to fly. I don't think he has the time. That should be it. And Quadrant in the last second in
And
overtime.
they pick up a map
will
2-1.
take the game. History does not repeat itself. In our game number 3, they win 4-3, and they extend the series.
Can you believe the series we are seeing already this early on a Saturday in Arlington? The question coming into the series was, why is the late game like for Quadrant?
Yep.
Can they put together a bit of composure, a bit of calm when it matters? Well, even though Space Station were let back into that game, from 3-1 to 3-3, the most important moment of the entire match, Quadrant win it.
They win it, and how about Snipedrone staying alive
Massive.
on the sneaky? I'm telling you, in that 1v1, he took at least 2, maybe 3 shots as a one-shot on the sneaky. Legend could not finish it, thought that the finish was going to be easier. Snipedrone staying alive and scampering back to the team. preventing the man advantage, that's a guaranteed SSG push, and statistically that probably goes their way. Instead, it's a flat 4v4 on the map for that last push, and Quadrant holds.
Game of margins, we're seeing it again, right? Snipe Drone, you have to say, in the pivotal moments of that game, won either individual battles or kept himself on the map long enough to re-engage and keep Quadrant in a position to hold SSG at bay. You take yourself back to the Pipes fight that he had, right? Wins that 1v1. That allows time to go off the clock. Yes, they lose the hill, but it burns time off the clock for them. And then in those final moments, I have to say, there were some really good plays around the back of the hill from SLG and Glory combining together. And when we went to the listening as well, something to point out is SLG is kind of saying to Glory a lot of the time, you can play off this damage, you can push into tower now because I have damage down for you. It looks like there's a little bit of a budding in-game relationship happening between these two players, and they're playing off each other exceptionally.
You also just saw in the highlight reel, we had a chance to talk about it momentarily in the game. It's a nice double as well from Glory, just holding down Long Haul single-handedly.
He always has that plasma pistol, by the way.
Yeah,
like, it's pretty
He
nuts.
really does, and is he ever putting it to use before the patch comes in, without a doubt, as that won't necessarily be as effective with the recent changes that are announced that are coming to the Pea Shooter. But man, what an absolute, this play from Legend as well, somehow staying alive through several battles, and this is when it looked dire. Glory's your last player alive in tower. Stellar even forces him back. They maintain that with 30 seconds left. They get 2 hills back to back. It looked like it was going to be a very similar story to our game number 1. However, Quadrant, they ice up. Take a look at the scoreboard. It will not be the same thing across the board. It's a 4-3 overtime win for them, and on the main stage, that's the first time we've seen them find the ice in the late game. Is that maybe a sign of things to come for them this week?
So 2-1, the series will continue, and I looked at the next game type, and I've got to say I had a smile on my face. We are going over to the new map mode for this season, Forbidden Capture the Flag, and I have to say, one of my favorite flag game types we've had in Halo Infinite so far. It's so unforgiving. It punishes you if you go 4 dead. It's not about worrying if you're going to lose a cap if you go 4 dead. If you lose your sniper, and they've got one as well, you can get easily rolled in a couple of minutes.
Exactly. Toss the overshield to that mix, and it can get very, very punishing. And I would say in terms of slay rotations, we can expect something potentially similar to game number 1, right? As you said, very, very punishing game types, and we got a treat of a game in that game number 1 with huge comebacks, huge swings of control. We'll have to see if the same thing will be the case here on Forbidden CTF.
I feel like we're being treated to a series. It's almost like it should be this good this early. You know what I mean? But here we are.
Feels like a Sunday series.
It certainly does indeed. SSG and Quadrant entertaining everyone here in the building, as well as everyone sitting at home, I'm sure. And you get the feeling that there's going to be some pretty big plays with that sniper rifle coming in here, Andy. This sniper is so vital to control. If you can throw it off, by the way, the other teams, and you can keep yours as well, it gives you such an element of control with the great line of sight that you actually have in Forbidden to play with.
Yeah, it really, really does. And like you said, when you have 2 sniper rifles in play, plus that overshield coming in, we could see teams easily, not just back-to-back cap, but the game could be over very, very quickly. So I think what both teams are going to have to focus on when they're spawning back base, when they're coming down Rat Tunnel, making sure that, hey, this flag might be gone, and they're going to need to know when to cut it off, more so than ever before in a CTF. Just knowing that, okay, we got to let this flag go, because in about 120 seconds time, if we don't, the game could be over. And they're going to need to be careful about that, because, and I say that about both sides, because we saw what they were able to do in a triple cap when they know exactly how punishing the spawn system can be, especially with the current spawns in Halo Infinite right now. These teams are going to have to be very careful. Know when to forfeit a flag, know when to just win a 1v1 in the back of your base, get someone off of your flag, and then push out HUT, push out main ramp. They're going to have to take this one flag at a time and make sure that they don't let themselves get double or heaven forbid triple capped on.
I think one of the fascinating things about having this game type as well is we don't really have any data, right? We don't have any data whatsoever on tournament performance. We don't know how good SSG are. We don't know how good Quadrant are, what their strategies are going to be like. Usually when we're commentating some of these games now, we kind of have a pretty good picture of how a team wants to approach a game time, what their strategy is going to be, what their pacing is going to be. But the fact that this is a new game type not only makes it difficult for us to predict what we're going to see, but also makes it difficult for each team to predict what is going to happen. It's not a case of, oh, we're 2 dead, they're in blue, okay, they're probably going to slow things down. You know what I mean? It's a case of we're going to have to play this one almost instinctively at times, and not try and stick to what we're going to work on, not what's happening on the other side.
And what I love about that as well in this map and game type combo is you and I have talked a lot about very inventive flag routes, very inventive sight lines. There's a lot of mixes of elevations where you're sniping through pillars on unexpected angles. All of that is going to add to a fantastic game number 4 as we're underway. Space Station currently leading in the series 2-1. Quadrant trying to stay alive and force a game number 5.
The battle for Overshield is going to be the first thing that we really have to keep our eyes on here, and Snipe Drone will get that first pick. However, Stella has got the sniper rifle, and he's already got a double kill. So I think we need to go to some Stella POV pretty soon. Snipe Drone did manage to just scoop up that Overshield, and yeah, this could be fun, is all I'm going to say. This could be fun, unless you're a Quadrant fan.
Big shout out there to the team in the back. On the POV change, you get to see Stellar hit that shot. However, the control that does come in from Quadrant still allows the pickup on the Overshield, and that's really going to be a big thing we're going to be watching about top mid. You do want to send numbers there. Oftentimes, one player is not enough to make that Overshield happen. They do get the pull, and now Stellar is under pressure as a result.
No sniper rifle to play with as well. You did see Snipe Drone got that first Overshield. It's 3 dead here for SSG. Snipe Drone inside of your hut is a problem. He can anchor this position, and Zika has an opportunity already to run this one towards him and think about running it rat tunnel. But look at the overextension, Andy. You were wagging your finger. You saw it straight away.
I was. 3 players overextending. However, Eco's still here. Great play from Snipe Drone to be aware that Eco was there. Now they only have to worry about the overextenders here coming in through rat tunnel.
Shots all ready to bounce. Look at this route, by the way, from Snipe Drone. That's such a smart thing to do. He knew he had no shields. He knew he wasn't in a position to challenge and take down Bound if he would have turned around. So waits for that second to get those shields back, uses the pillar as cover before he re-engages, and now it's just a matter of getting these final kills. The SSG making this hard.
What a play here from Glory, though, to just hit the drop slide perfectly and get all the damage he needs. Can he get the cap? It tries to hit it. No, it's on the stand. 2 players are dead. Zika going to be the one who tries to go. Waiting. Eco with a very big pull here now. Both flags off of their stands.
Oh, that's a big stick coming in from Zika, by the way, because that could have been an easy counter-camp opportunity, and let me tell you, it is going to be a flag sent home. Overshield coming up as well. Flag is still away by the looks of things. We've got a little bit of a standoff.
Let's see what Life is able to do here. Man, Glory, initially a really nice set of plays to hit the drop slide outer rat tunnel.
Snipe Drone got 2! And he might be able to keep this flag alive now.
No.
Flag will be returned.
Wow.
So,
I mean, that was an opening flag standoff that was very befitting of this series, I think. That just backs against the walls, everyone kind of on the edge of their seats here in the arena, and we will stay at 0-0. Glory with a really brilliant play to stay out of rat tunnel, do damage across all the way to his street, also his main ramp, and then late goes for the touch in the end, just too late. The flag goes down on the stand, and we will stay here at 0-0.
Interesting to see the decision from Space Station once they lost those initial kills as well to just overextend. There's no point in fighting back through our flag, back through the map, because the angles that we're going to have to fight against are too much. We'll try and overwhelm by hitting a triple overextend. And I have to say, maybe Quadrant are going to look back on that and think, did we try and force that a little bit too quickly? Could we have waited for a few more kills and secured that cap?
It does feel like, especially because of the awareness to take down Eco in the back of the base, right? They're able to split that. They made sure that Eco did not get any kind of split spawn or any kind of split pressure. And it felt like they maybe had the time to try to take down those rat tunnel players, maybe wait and bait with the flag, but they did try to make it happen fast.
It's interesting as well. You think about that, Snipe Drone got that kill on Eco, right? Who was the player who was furthest up to get that flag ball? The respawning Eco. So that's how long it took Quadrant to secure the kills and damage, and weren't able to do so. But Glory is now in a position to do a huge amount of damage. Not going to be able to do so, and we might have given a sniper rifle to Stella.
We'll be down for just a second. It was 2 dead for both sides here. Just 2v2 now. Trying to connect top middle and also stay alive here on the top of the main ramp.
Should be a dead flag. As you can see, Quadrant are set up top middle for the overshield. Zika with some incredible shots to take down Bound. And it's amazing what a game win can do for a team, right? The confidence it can just put into your shots, those individual battles. All of a sudden you start winning them a few more and you feel a little bit more like you're in control.
Finally taken down there, Zika, but not after some very good damage. However, that Snipe Drone overshield could be big. So what Legend has to do here is going to be forced to overextend as well.
Another overshield going over to Quadrant. That's 2-1, I think. Space Station weren't really able to make too much
look at the run
of theirs.
Oh, it's unfortunate. The run there had really big potential to hit the pillar onto the main ramp and be very, very quick off the drop. Doesn't hit exactly what he wanted to do, and to be honest, it's a really tough flag to now pull out of that corner.
Yeah, he's giving up on that one. However, Glory gets the touch.
No, it's not. I'm telling you, that is the depths of the sewers.
It's a circus out
Oh boy, once that flag's down there, it's a high risk, high reward run. And I love the pillar to main ramp run if you can hit it, but when you don't, that thing is just sitting in the sludge. And as we just saw from Glory, you really got to have your wellies on to grab that thing out of there.
So G's going to be caught out here. Stellar's managed to sneak behind enemy lines into the quadrant hut. They're 3 dead at the moment, and it might be 4. That's all of them down. A killing spree. And the flag running away. This is going to be the first flag cap. You can see all of Quadrant still trapped in the back of the base, and there's no line of sight to stop this flag. Legend showing it's not just the kills he can get, he can do the flag work as well, as SSG will strike first.
Very, very good timing there on the kills there, and a few cheers in the audience from the SSG fans as that flag will go in. And as we know from this game type, one flag often the difference maker here. We'll see if they can continue the pressure, but the first flag goes in cleanly for SSG off of Stellar's really nice control.
Also looking for a second as well. You see they got that flag pull out. SLG's had to overextend just to send that flag back home and kind of reset the map. And that means that Eco might have some easy pickings here, but no such thing when you're up against a quadrant player.
Look at Stellar's numbers right now. He's 15-7 in this game. Talk about it. We've been playing here for just shy of 6 minutes of play. Only up by 1 flag, and to be positive 8 at 15-7, quite a statement from him.
Sniper coming up at the same time as the overshield as well. Challenges are going to be accepted here. 2 quick scopes, almost gets one onto Legend as well, as the over is still up. Eco's going to get it with no shields as well.
Just under the tag, beautifully done. We were treated to a momentary sniper battle. 2 longtime teammates and 2 players who certainly know how to use it, but Eco's going to grab the overshield finally. It's depleted and will be taken down in the end.
SLG might have a lot of work to do here though. Has to hit some more shots with that sniper. This Legend has stuck behind all of the quadrant setup. SLG had work to do, but now he's just giving sniper rifle ammo over to a person you really don't want to do it.
Oh, look at this. Back of the base, Seiko with very good awareness there to challenge Legend from the other side. Looks like it was going to be a lot of trouble. The nades coming in, finally taken down.
Really important that they dealt with that. They can get that sniper rifle back in their hands, you would imagine, even though it's just a couple of bullets. It means that it's not going to be used by SSG to pick off those respawns. But Eco up on this plat at the moment, at the top of the main ramp, just...
This is a high-level game, for sure.
Eco gets the call out, and Eco deals with him. It's 3 dead here for Quadrant. SSG in position to trap them in the base, but nobody really thinking about the run yet.
4 dead there. Really nice patience from Eco. You might have been wondering, why is he sitting top main ramp? He's pre-gated. You could tell based on observer mode that there were no players there. He was looking for Sika. He knew that someone was either coming up main ramp or going rat tunnel. Really good patience there from Eco. Here comes the run.
Run started. It looks like it's going to be the same run again. Eco looking for the overextend once more, making sure to smartly just keep this high ground. Doesn't need to jump down, just needs to keep angles before.
Somebody should have made that move like way earlier, I feel like.
The flag is back on the rat tunnel at the moment. SLG is playing on the pillar at the moment. Does he have the GB nades to deal with it? Bound has to give this one up and has to fight. Flagpole now comes in for Quadrant. Wow. SLG played that so brilliantly.
Unbelievable. How about SLG just sneaking in under the radar? Hides pillar, pre-nades, as you said, with a GB nade onto flag, then gets the pull as well, keeping his team in this.
Full flag standoff then. Overshield is coming up, and it's going to be Eco who gets it once more, and that could be the difference maker here. Eco with the overshield can look to be aggressive on this return.
Gotta wonder, how does he play this? He's gonna wait for opening damage if he can just be an addition to that. He doesn't want to let this overshield get melted. It would not be worth it. Wants to do whatever he can to do the maximum damage with this overshield. He's still got about 50% left.
Process from SSG really impressive here as well. They clean out their side of the map first. And Eco is just standing still, waiting for teammates to move up to him, because he knows even though he has an overshield, it doesn't really matter if you've got 3 guns on you. Now the push is going to come in. Now they want that return. Seeker going to be taken down. That's the first pick for them, but they don't know where SLG is with that flag.
Flag rotates out. I think flag rotates out to Hut. So even though it's a very good timing push coming in from SSG, they rotate away from the overshield, and SSG not able to do too much with that Ovi. Here comes the next battle.
One's kill going to be traded out. 1 dead per side. Stellar's still on the hunt himself.
Look at the chess match there. Eco doesn't let a sliver of his overshield get taken down. Here comes the next battle on this flag here. Stellar makes the push in. Very nice shots against Sika.
Takes down 1. Here comes the help. Snipe Drone's not going to be able to win this. No, he is! Somehow he stays alive. Glory gets a touch as well. And now, maybe, Quadrant can think about moving up the map.
Wow, unbelievable. I'll get to finish that thought now that we have all 8 players up, but a chess match there. Eco doesn't want any of his overshield to get taken away. They drop down rat tunnel together. And even then, the overshield gets, flag gets rotated away from the overshield, and a brilliant play by Quadrant. He has to get a touch right now.
Legend's going to be there, but he's met by the sniper rifle of Legend. Legend with the no-scope.
Just played that.
flag should be returned as well. It is indeed, and Eco will put it home, and it's
That was a misplay.
man legend once again with the clutch play.
I would have got like 2 more 4 down.
The return, but also win the 1v1 to ensure the return. The flag was just out of reach on the touch, and with 1:58 left, it's now a very different game. A 2-0
Looks
lead for
like
SSG.
it's gonna be a
Needs to
3-1.
be unbelievable halo from the side of Quadrant, but with 3 dead, it's not looking good.
This could be the game, everyone. This could be the moment where SLG
Oh boy.
will fall and maybe
We're dead. That's it.
give the signal for SSG to close out the series. It's 3 dead, it's 4 dead, they're all dead, and at the moment, Legends padding his stats while Eco is running it home. It's going to be the final flag here, and SSG will close out the series 3-1.
What a series it was. In the end, you're going to see headsets up, hung up on the monitors, and these two teams shake hands, and for very, very good reason. What a series.
Quadrant tried.
These two will say
They did
3-1
their
on the
thing.
scoreboard, but every single game really close. Space Station in the end
That was a high level
65
game
to
though.
51,
That cap.
and winning that game number 4 to close out the series with a score of 3-1.
Yeah, just so you know, SSG has the ice.
As well, 25
does.
and 13 for Stella. That sniper rifle is his best friend. Let me tell you, I mean, off the rip, we were like, oh, Stella's got a sniper, and all you just see in the feed is dead, 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 dead. What happens?
I got to say, once again, really, really interesting play back and forth between these two. Wasn't quite as
Rebellion
explosive
cooking
as we saw
complexity,
that game
bro.
number
That's
one. Really much
crazy.
more
Dude.
control from these two teams, playing it much slower, making sure, because if you make the mistake, you'll be punished on that game time. 3-0 is your final score in game number 4. Space Station closing out the game with flags.
We talk about moments.
I
we talk
missed
about
the
watch.
Optic Gaming 3-0.
Plays change games, and the
Oh
result
no!
from them,
What?
you've got to remember, it's 1-0. If I'm not
Was that
mistaken,
the
when flag
browser
standoff
that I
was
killed?
taking
No
place. If it's
way.
Quadrant can win the flag
Hold.
standoff, get the return, it's 1-1, but instead it's 2-0. And off the back of that, you felt like maybe that was the wind taken out of their sails, knowing that time wasn't there for them to come back. And the final cap was, of course, would be put in by SSG in those final moments. But clutch play again from Legend on the flag return, right? Goes in with a sniper rifle. Sniper Drone's got a sniper of his own, but
Hold on, how close was even the match?
Was Stellar with some very nice cleanup here, as we saw earlier in the game. And I tell you what, really, really tough scenes there, because we've all been, if you've played Forbidden CTF, you know that play well when in a flag standoff. They happen so often in this game type that if you're sitting in the back and you don't have players in the right position, or heaven forbid there's someone in the back of your base, the risk of that flag getting returned if you're only sitting on HUT and not sitting on the flag itself is so high. And that's really exactly what happened. Legend with a perfect push, and to be honest,
Triple
even if
cap.
Legend doesn't get that kill, I'm pretty sure the flag standoff return was coming in no matter what.
yeah, it's very, very impressive stuff. And this is how the series
Oh,
looks
Gilkey
at the
squad,
end of
bro.
things. 250 to 246. An insane comeback from SSG in that
Oh, Proton
first game.
Gaming had a
One
triple
little ball
cap?
control on the
Bro,
side of SSG with
what?
a
And you cooked that
monumental
map?
performance from Legend, dropping 21 kills in that one. Quadrant, no, they weren't dead. They came back in that game. King of the Hill recharged to clutch up in that final hill, but CTF Forbidden was all
There weren't even that many
SSG.
kills this game. What?
Series 3-1 to SSG.
And I think Quadrant fans have a lot to be proud of there in terms of getting that game on the board. I think they really
It
needed
was
to make
total
sure
like
they weren't
30
getting swept,
kills,
even in games where
20
they were
more
very
than
close to
one that.
Quadrant. A lot of things to look at,
40
however,
kills.
also a lot of things to look forward to. for this one.
2028.
Well, that's going to do it for us. An
37.
amazing series to start off the winners bracket here, but we've got to hear from a member of Space Station, and we've got Bound on the main stage right now with Blaze.
Thank you so much, Onset and Brav. Esports Arena, show some love to Space Station Gaming, as they're one of the first teams to move on in this winners bracket. And man, Bound, you're going up against a Quadrant squad, and we know how good they are at these objective game modes. But that was last season, and now you guys got an important piece of that combination on your team. But that map number 1, it looked like they were still the same quadrant, but you guys brought it back from a 150-point deficit. How did y'all get that done and really set the pace of the series?
Yeah, I mean, Solitude Strongholds always plays like that. You could be down 249 to 0. If
Oh,
you get 4 dead, it's
brazy
ammo,
this
it's always
series.
that little belief and hope you have. So we got that moment. We were like, all right, we just need to play perfect Halo.
Man,
and
it's
win this.
18.
And pulled it off.
How did I
Definitely pulled it
miss
off,
this?
okay, and the crowd was going wild. It was a big momentum builder there on the stage. And then you guys go and you close it out there on Forbidden. And then one of the first times you played the map on the main stage. But Legend absolutely going off against his old squad. How proud are you for his performance there in that matchup? And how was it playing Forbidden against these guys?
I mean, yeah, Legend's an exciting player. I don't really know how to categorize him. He kind of just like doesn't miss and moves really fucking fast. I guess he's kind of like me a little bit, but probably a little bit of better shot. Yeah, I mean, he was getting loud. We're not really used to like the loudness. I'm really used to scream, but he's screaming, getting hyped, and it kind of was like getting me going a little bit. So it was pretty hype. It was awesome.
You know, it's nice to see you have a new duo on the squad that can bring that energy to you so you guys can really push past your limits.
Put up a
But
fight
what do
in
you
this
wanna
last
say to these
match?
Space Station Gaming fans in the crowd and at home? How do you want to get their energy up? What do you want them to
No.
know?
Let's keep bringing the support. I mean, I see a couple towels out there, people over there, the Spartan right there. So just keep showing love and keep being hype. And whoever we play, just keep it loud.
Everybody did
Just
their
keep it
part
loud,
this
and
one.
we'll see if we get you guys some more towels out there. Show some love to Space Station Gaming.
10 and
Locke, take us
23,
away.
bro, they all were negative.
Thank you so much, Blaze and Bound. Amazing scenes from SSG on the main stage. And
I
love
know
what Bound
that.
said there about Legend getting hype, getting loud, and I have a funny feeling maybe that series meant a little bit more to him than
We
just
should
a
have FaZe
win on
versus
the board.
Optic
It was
here.
obviously personal. His previous roster playing against them on the main stage for the first time.
This is about to be
since
a
the
fight.
change, and it clearly meant a lot to him. And
Fight for
boy, oh
top
boy,
4.
did he perform. But I've got to talk to you, Tim, about that first map because my goodness me, the composure from Space Station
Like
Gaming
after we
was
see these, we're gonna see
unmatched.
a
The
lot of lower
turnaround, the
brackets. So
comeback
who comes
was
down
insane.
here?
It was
So
246
Foe goes
to
down,
121 at one
Proton,
point. We're
and
talking about
Quadrant
a
go
new
down.
member on the roster that has composure like that. That is incredible, and it just showcases what SSG is going to be capable of as this weekend goes on.
I know. I've got to say that I'm not too surprised that they managed to get a comeback, and that being that Legend was on the previous very strong Stronghold roster. That was Quadrant. And Tony, you know, I think right now it's his bread and butter, right? Is he gearing up the guys to know how to win this one back and take back the grip of control here?
I mean, yeah, I feel like I'm the one who shouldn't be surprised that Quadrant started off so hot in that game. Number one, they were the best Strongholds team all of last year. But like you said, Legend was on that roster. He knows exactly what he needed to do, exactly where he needed to be in order to stop Quadrant right in their track and then putting
They
on
didn't,
great
though.
comebacks. I think
They could've, but they
was
didn't.
phenomenal, not only in that game number one, but all series long. He really was my MVP.
You're looking at the strongholds here, Tim, and you can see how snowbally that can get. And that's very dangerous territory. I mean, I've got to say, for Quadrant, starting off hot was really promising
I was
for
like,
them.
what are you
How did you
talking
feel like they actually fared in this series?
I think Quadrant did incredible. We talked about SSG changing one
PlayStation's
member of their
not that
roster,
easy.
but
I'm
Quadrant
sorry.
changed too, right? They picked up Snipe Drone and Glories,
Running
and
leads.
honestly, they've been looking really solid. I honestly think that, you know, in Recharge King of the Hill, they made a massive, you know, comeback, and it just great job out of Quadrant overall.
Great
Quadrant.
job out of Quadrant, excuse me,
So that's
overall.
respected.
I've got to ask you as well about the Stellar show, Tim, while I've got you.
So
Because
this
Stellar
is
was performing
Proton
so well
here.
this map, but I do feel like we switched over channels just ever so slightly.
Absolutely. We talked about the Stellar show yesterday all day long. You know, Wes, Tony talked about it as well. But today it seems like everyone's stepping up to the plate, and that's what you need to have, right? It just comes to that team change. You got to get, everyone's got to gel together. It takes a bit of time. And on Saturday, when it matters the most, that's when the players come to play.
Yeah, I was really impressed with what we saw from Stellar yesterday, and honestly, I expect to see more from him. But again, like I said, I think Legend really was my MVP, and I look at the most kills, the most damage, the assists were there, and also not even just static, not even just playing for the kills, but playing very good in the objective. I think Stellar, definitely the Stellar show yesterday, but like you said, maybe we flip the channel at least for a bit.
And there were big moments as well in this
They
final
won't
map
lean back,
here.
but
Space
turn
Station
the
managing to
camera
get the
down a
better
little
of
bit.
Quadrant at so many different occasions. And for
lean
me, I
back.
think it just comes back to your first
Can you
point
lean
here
back?
as well, Active. It is composure, right? It's being able
Over
to
this
slow the
window a
game
little
down at
bit more.
certain moments and try and rework things. Because Quadrant, they were showing a lot of promise to potentially take this to a game 5.
Yeah, I honestly think Legend had so many clutch plays on this Quadrant roster, and we talked about it before. He's got an extra reason to win, but unfortunately, at the very end of the day, it doesn't come through for the side of Legend. I should say it does come through for the side of Legend. I apologize. I think that, you know, him clutching up like that, him playing his absolute best and showcasing, he made the right move, and it looks like he did.
Tony, when you're looking at Quadrant for the rest of their tournament, obviously they're getting bumped down here to the elimination bracket. Things looking bright for these guys to potentially go on a bit of a run.
Yeah, I mean, I still looked at Snipe Drone and Glory, and they were still able to get their kills. I look at Sika, and every time we have him on the POV, the man doesn't miss a shot. One of the players I feel like we don't talk about enough is Sika, so I saw enough from Quadrant that says that they can go down to elimination bracket. They can maybe make a bit of a run. I think Quadrant are moving the right direction. You just happen to run into the second best team in the entire world.
Now, speaking of the brackets, we do have the winners side of things here, and as you can see, FaZe 3-0 Foe, Optic 3-0 Proton Gaming, and currently Shopify Rebellion 1-0 up against Complexity. Active, I didn't have you on the desk earlier to talk about these two, but this was a matchup we were really excited about. The outcome of Shopify Rebellion being 1-up against Complexity right now. How are you feeling about the Rebellion roster? Because they're out for blood here.
Yeah, we keep talking about these team changes, and did players make the right decision? Soul Snipe, he was with that roster for such a long time, even back towards Halo 5. He made a decision to split up, and now he's on this new Shopify Rebellion roster, and they're looking dominant.
They're looking so good. And Tony, when you're looking at that, obviously one of them will meet Space Station Gaming potentially here. So who do you think lines up better against the SSG boys?
I definitely like Shopify Rebellion when it comes to the scrappiness, when it comes to that objective efficiency. But for some reason, if I'm going up against Space Station Gaming, I like Complexity's game style, their play style, and their ability to stack numbers, almost Optic-esque with the way that they approach the map and approach every single game. So when it comes to Space Station Gaming, you're not going to be able to outgun them, maybe precision. But what you can do maybe is stack numbers and find the weakness within their offense, within their defense. And I think Complexity's way of playing the game might match up better against Space Station Gaming.
All right, well, hey, hopes for Complexity to pull through against Shopify Rebellion. It's still early days.
Not
in that
looking
series,
like
folks.
it.
So, the elimination bracket is set for one of those bumping down here, but as
Oh,
you
it
can
just
see,
started
we do
saying
have
that.
Foe versus Cloud9. Proton going against Darkest Hour. Native Gaming still waiting for the outcome of the Shopify versus Complexity game. And Quadrant now being bumped down, as we saw on the main stage, going up against Law Gaming here. Which one do you think is the most competitive when you're looking across these, Tim? Who is going to be brawling for their tournament life?
I think it's Foe and Cloud9. I've talked about this Foe roster so often. I might be a little bit biased because of not the Wootum on mouse and keyboard, but I think Wootum and Foe have been playing phenomenal this event. It's going to be a great matchup.
It's going to be a great matchup, and speaking of that matchup, that's coming up next on the main stage. It's going to be Foe versus Cloud9, an elimination round 1. Somebody is going home, somebody is going forward. And just to remind you guys as well, on our C station, on our C stream, we do have that Shopify versus Rebellion match happening. And then on our main stream, we will be seeing Foe versus C9. We'll catch you guys on the other side of this break for more Arlington action.
Hey, guess what? New year means a new Optic Scuff design for a new controller. Check out this sexy design. It's a nod to the original OG logo and a great way to rep the green wall. Choose between the Reflex for PS5, the Instinct for Xbox, and the brand new Envision for PC gaming. Guess what? Scuff saw your comments and they're now selling the faceplates separately for the Envision and the Instinct for $29.99.
Big up Kutch here. Sorry, I'm kind of busy. Kinda not. Leave a message.
Yeah, the mega red boys and cinnamon. Flow tastes sweet like cinnamon. Open up doors, I'm a gentleman. View top floor, I'm still staying ahead of them. Running on fumes and adrenaline. Do what I do best. Can't rush in like a roulette. You can't name a better duet. Don't ask questions. Trying to figure out what sound. Don't worry about what next. Just know we got now.
Oh. could at least put on the Complexity Rebellion to show people. But they didn't. Who's winning that series, rather? Rebellion is. Let's bring it down here. And then we'll put it right back up there. Ba-ba-da-da. Ba-bam. 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 Ba-bam.
Just getting spicy. I'm getting hot up here because of all the energy in here. I'm
Excuse me?
very excited about what we have coming up next because we do have an elimination game coming up next. We'll be saying goodbye to one of our teams on the main stage. But let's actually take a look at what we've got coming our way today, what you guys at home might have missed, because we have a lot to talk about and a lot to discuss and a lot of action coming our way as well. Of course, we did have the first 2 games today that were from pool play. And then we got through those into the championship bracket, and now we do have our main stage action. We just saw Space Station, like I said, 3-1 quadrant, and now our elimination round 1 foe, versus Cloud9. On to our winners semi-finals towards the evening, winners semi-finals again after that, and then our elimination quarter-finals, setting ourselves up for Championship Sunday. Now, onto, of course, our bracket, because our bracket has been stacking up and our bracket is looking pretty good, I would say, on the winner side of things. A couple of things going the way, I think, for the big 3, some lineups that they were really happy about, I'm sure, looking at the winners finals side of things, Tim. And then, of course, now we've got FaZe versus Optic Gaming happening soon, which is going to be an absolute battle. Tim, are you excited about that?
Oh, absolutely. We get a rematch from Worlds. I mean, these 2 teams, Optic, obviously a lot of questions, right? Is Dead Zone the right pickup for this roster? FaZe solidified. They came out swinging on Friday. They're going to continue to come out swinging on Saturday. So this is going to be a brawl.
It's going to be an absolute brawl. And Tony, we've got elimination matches happening right now. So some of our teams, they really have their back against the wall early on in day 2. How do you think some of those guys are feeling? Do you think they can handle the pressure? Are they confident they can make a run?
I really hope they can handle the pressure, because obviously the winner's bracket is important. You try to make it as far as possible, but the moment you drop down into that into that elimination bracket, it's simply do or die or you're going home. So hopefully they can handle the pressure. I know some teams are used to it. Some teams, it might be their first time here.
Now we're going to move on to our main stage action, which of course is C9 versus foe. 2 teams who are really trying to get this dub across the board. And honestly, I would hope for them in a really dominant form, a dominant fashion. I think when you're this early on in an elimination bracket, you want to be showing some dominance coming across. Looking at Cloud9 though, I want to talk about what their game plan it needs to be. Who needs to be stepping up here, Tim, do you think?
Honestly, for me, it's going to be Septify. I think, his highs are high and his lows are low. I think he's if he can, be a consistent player here on Saturday when it matters the most. We talked about this being the elimination bracket. Obviously, whoever loses this goes home. So it's time to bring out your best gameplay, and I'm looking for Septify to do that.
I'm looking for that also indeed. I want to see some game changes in this lobby right now. I want to see some game changes on the side of C9. Tony, looking at game changes, that first map, Oddball, is going to be quite a battle. Right now, they're looking very close. Foe is 1-1, and C9 is 1-0 in Oddball currently in this major. How do you think that one's going to play out?
It's gonna be an absolute banger, as Wes would say, because you have a bread and butter for both of these teams. Both of these teams are very comfortable with slowing the game down and leaning on their teamwork, leaning on their assist when it comes to Oddball. So whoever takes this game number 1 is going to not only take momentum in the series, but take the other team's better game type, which is going to be really important.
There's also a lot riding on this map 1 for Foe as well, Tim.
Yeah, honestly, Foe have started really slow in map 1s. They're 1-3 in map 1s right now, so you've got to come out swinging here. You've got to put the pressure on early if you want to get this series towards your way.
Now, looking at our keyboard and mouse player, and I'm looking at you, Active,
Yeah.
of course, Wootem, he had a little bit of a shaky start on day 1, potentially, and, you know, nerves, and I understand that completely. He's
Absolutely.
17 years old.
Yeah.
He's a keyboard and mouse player, one of the only ones we've pretty much got in the HCS. But how has he been performing on Slayers? Because I feel like if they don't manage to get it done in map 1, if they have that traditional slow start, it's all on that Slayer.
Yeah, he's in the top 10 for kills per 10 minutes. So we're talking about a mouse and keyboard player that I said on Friday could literally change the game of Halo. This has been a controller-dominant game for 2 decades. If there's one player to convince everyone that mouse and keyboard is viable, it is Wootem. And, you know, it's a lot of pressure for a young guy, obviously the youngest player in the league now in Wootem, so we'll see how he handles that.
I love that you talk about how young he is and the fact that he's the youngest player in the HCS. Can I give a shout out to Mama Wootem? Because when you're young, you're trying to fight for some screen time. You gotta, you don't want to pass curfew. You got some homework to do. But Mama Wootem not only watches every single match, she hypes him up. She's on the Twitter. She watches all of it. So I will say, I love the fact that Mama Wootem supports the young star in the making, because I think that's important to a young player's development.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, when you're competing in video games, you see parents kind of, be against that. But when you have parents that support you in your dream, as ridiculous as it might be to them, that is a great thing to have, especially coming into this tournament. It's going to give you a lot of confidence.
It certainly is indeed. The confidence is stage means so much to a young player, and I actually dread to think what's going to happen for his competition as he gets older, as he gains more experience on that main stage, because he's only going to get ever better. And that's pretty scary stuff when you have a young kid who's as good as him right now, right here. I've got to ask you, Tony, a little bit about the kind of series layout and what's going on in your head there, because I do notice a Streets in the series layout, and Streets haven't been played by C9 or Foe. So do you think that's where maybe if C9 are having a difficult time, they can turn it around?
I believe so. I like Cloud9 when it comes to playing on Street, just because if they do get cycled, by Foe, who, by the way, been slaying phenomenally, if you end up spawning over toward the subway side, lots of times teams are a little bit slower to collapse on that subway because there's so much cover. So I will say I do like Cloud9 on Street, at least when it comes to being able to recover after getting slayed. The only problem is that if Foe do slay them out and move them towards PD, move them towards Red Room, towards Cafe, those are death spawns. Those are not where you want to be, and that's for either one of these squads. So Streets can be punishing, but you also have the ability to slow the game down to your pace depending on where you spawn.
Tim, do you think we're going to be going all the way to a game 5 here, or do you see Foe potentially edging things out a bit earlier on? Yeah,
honestly, it depends on who comes out swinging first, right? It's going to be about who plays their best in that very first game. Foe have to break that 1-3 curse that they have in game 1s. They've got to come out swinging, like I said. I think that's very important to this series. And of course, Wootem doing his job, making sure to put that damage down is going to be a huge factor.
It's going to be a huge factor, and I cannot wait to see that happen on our main stage, which will be happening very shortly, folks. Don't you worry. We got Foe versus C9 on the main stage. Elimination match, our first round. Who will go through? Who will fall short? Let's meet your teams.
Welcome back, Arlington. It's Clutch. I'm next to Dave Walsh himself. And Dave, it's Saturday, it's getting late in the afternoon, and that's when the elimination bracket starts. Teams are going to get sent home a lot earlier than what they had hoped for. And we have a banger of a series on our hands. Cloud9 versus Foe, the #1 team in Europe, doing their job at this point as far as coming in as the #1 seed, getting second in their pool. They got 3-0'd by FaZe in the winners bracket, but they have probably the bracket that they would want, trying to get into the top 8, which are probably their expectations for this tournament. Do you think this Foe team has looked well enough to get into that top 8 in this series?
They have looked strong. Now, I don't think that they're a guaranteed advance here. I do favor Foe in this matchup. However, like you said, I haven't seen enough throughout this weekend from them to say that they're the clear winner in this series.
And as we load into game 1, it's been a completely different road path for Cloud9, coming all the way through the open bracket, taking down Sentinels this morning.
We were hyping up Sentinels, and for good reason. They've shown up so well throughout all the qualifiers. They were a clear third best team after those open qualifiers, and every single team in pools was able to catch them and take them down yesterday and today.
All right, on board with Septify. Early kills getting traded out. It looks like Cloud9 had a momentary advantage, but a 2-on-2 situation. Camo gonna be spawning a little late, so these kills are so important. Cloud9 opting to try and get that ball into house, but it does look like Foe are set up for this camouflage.
And Diagram getting that big pick onto Jimbo. And like you said, they got the camo, they got the ball rotated over. Well, you know, even though that ball has traversed so far, they are now just getting their first seconds. See how much they prioritize rotating the ball versus scrapping them a few seconds on the way over?
Perfect start. Camo, snipe in the hands of Tusk. You got ball in hand as well, starting to build a lead here in round 1, but the enemy forces have pushed through house. Tusk needs to realize this and help his ball carrier.
And this could be a scary time. Bringing that ball all the way over towards the window in Garage is a double-edged sword. It can be a very powerful place to guard and hold, but once you lose that setup, the opposing team has it. You can't play ball from there.
Tusk picks up that kill. All 4 go down for Foe. The lead continuing to build. The Slays continuing to grow. The differential for Cloud9 is massive right now. They are dominating the early game.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen this ball rotate further. It looks like it got over towards Keydor, but it has been stopped. The push coming in from Foe. Can they stop it one more time? And these last couple battles are going to decide everything. It decides the next coming spawns, decides who can get 15 seconds of time, and it looks like Foe come out ahead in that engagement.
It was looking ugly for a second, and another round of Slays. This round could have been pretty much over, but Cloud9 only get 27 points with the entire power curve and the amount of Slay differential that they had. You will take that if you're Foe. Let's see now what Foe can do with the setup. Wootum doing Wootum things, snapping onto players left, right, and that ball should be back in their hand.
And look at this difference between how Foe has the ball versus Cloud9. Foe, once they had their setup, they decided, where are we gonna push this next? They cleared out green, they brought the ball over towards green, so now when they lose control, they can hit a play ball there, and now it's a tie game, ball on even territory.
And you will take that if you're Foe every day of the week with how this game started out. Second camouflage coming up here shortly. Let's see who's got the best position for it.
Taking a quick look at the kills across the board. We have 13 kills total for Foe, with 8 in the hands of Wootum. We had some questions yesterday. Was he looking a little shaky? Was he not playing up to his fullest potential? Well, right here, when his team needs the most, he is putting those numbers up on the board.
Especially for a Foe team that has been noted by the desk to start slow. 1 and 3 is not how you can start your game 1s, especially when you enter the elimination bracket. Every game is going to count. So they've done a good job to rebound here. Diagram under a lot of pressure in the house. Got a teammate with them, but here comes Foe.
Yeah, however, despite Wootum playing very well, we're seeing an even game. Generally, if I'm playing on a team and I feel like I'm going off or one of my teams going off, I want to see a massive increase in the score in our favor, not just keeping pace with Cloud9.
So far, great starts from Tusk and Diagram over on the side of Cloud9. Diagram, one of the triplets. You know, suppressed over on Shopify Rebellion. This is his trip brother, one of his trip brothers. I guess is that the term? Either way, a very talented player of his own. Septify, a player that has been very impressive for Cloud9. Now with snipe in hand, spots the player top middle, knocks him to no shield. Can't quite finish a kill, can't hit the shot under the ball carrier. Narrow misses like that can cost you rounds.
Is that true? Triplet? That is incredible.
Aven is the third if you want.
I can only imagine how incredible or also how difficult that would be a team with if all were on the same squad. You're like, hey guys, things aren't going well. Who are we maybe getting rid of? And all of a sudden,
if we have to fill, I got some stories for you. But back to focus on round one. The body shot from Septify is good. That's going to give him numbers advantage. The second makes it easy for Sep. A player that's been making a name for himself since Halo 5. This could be the best team he's ever been on, and an opportunity to get inside the top 8 with this series. Chick's going to be rotating the ball around back tower. Does get knocked to no shield, but once again, another foe player escapes the fight and is rewarded with ball time.
Is matching up against Cloud9, it seems like.
Do or die in that situation. Do you fight it out? And instead, he got 10 seconds of time, has control of back tower, and has drawn all these members of Cloud9 out into disarray. Not sure if they have to take over tower, and here comes the push towards tower. But kills being scooped up left and right here for foe.
Two go down for foe now. Cloud9 able to trade it out efficiently. It's a 2-on-1 situation. Camo coming up here in a little bit. Ramey getting the kill towards the ball now. Spots Chick. A lot of information Ramey's getting for his team, but that ball getting grenaded out into the open is going to make this difficult. You got to select.
And look at what Ramey does. Rather than just trying to desperately grab that ball and bring it towards Keydor, he takes up more ground and more space. Staying true to his name, charging right in towards scoreboard, and just taking up that extra space to give his teammates space to play around.
Camouflage gets burned for the second time in a row, but with that, Cloud9 pick up the kills. They get the ball in hand. They look to tie this up.
Let's see, where does Ramey decide to take this? He knows the push is coming down through tunnels. Decides to just charge in against Woodham. Luckily gets that kill. Sometimes you can be baited into a trap there as the other teams are pushing over from Garage or Keydor.
I love this rotation by Ramey. He's taking it to green. The information's good. Teammates are respawning there. He can't turn the corner, though, and that is one of those moments where you could have racked up some significant time if you're able to drop down in that hole. Cloud9 do pick up that ball. It's a play ball from Cloud9. Beautiful job by that last player in green from Cloud9, but Jimbo is on the respawn to pick this up. It's denied by Septify with the double, and that's the importance of playing the ball.
Oh, triple kill by Septify. They had the kills on the board. They were there for the ball. And Septify takes down all 4 for the overkill.
An overkill here for Septify in round 1. And he's been having a great
That's how you
tournament
show
so far
up.
for Cloud9. You're seeing the reason why.
Mighty's is having a struggling time on his side. Mighty's and Jimbo are not putting up numbers they need to. Jimbo, you gotta get that kill. That can't be a trade, bro.
Yes, Septify so far has had a 1.32 KD and 11.3 assists for every 10 minutes. This has been the second highest in the HCS, so he's been getting active, getting a lot of fights, and it's no surprise we've watched his screen and seen them secure kills like that, especially when it's not like his whole team is right there. It's not like just a bunch of cleanups.
Still a 12-point lead for Cloud9. The slay differential right now, 52 to 39.
Can throw the ball at the
Cloud9
map.
are starting to outslay foe, but maybe not resulting in too much ball time. That overkill sure helps from Septify, but now ball in the hand of Tusk. Foe will have one push here to successfully break this to keep round 1 alive.
This is such an interesting spot to be in. Seeing how much time is left, it's do you scrap up this time and clear up to 100? Do you just drop the ball and slay? And it looks like they don't have much of a choice. All 4 members of
Like Quadrant finish up their game. I'm a Rebellion.
That ball and rotate it back.
Finally finish up their winners bracket. Think about it.
The ball in hand now. Cloud9 in a very similar situation. If you do not break this setup, the clock will run out after
I think he should just go low map.
They will play time.
Look at this. Mighty realizing he needs to get damage. He also needs to get time. When does he decide to play ball? And it's played
they're down
a little bit early. They still don't have that extra second. And you know, all eyes are going to be on the tunnel. Septify coming from pillar side. Someone over at dummy doors. And everyone's going to congregate in the bottom middle for this last little fiasco. 77 apiece. Ball gets picked up by Diagram. Does he get that last second? Yes, he does. 78 guards the ball. And a nail biter there for round 1. 1 point difference there between Cloud9 and foe, despite a 12 kill difference in Cloud9's favor.
What a chaotic
I think he should have just ran out bottom, ran towards his team instead of throwing it off map, my opinion.
And Cloud9 end up taking control of that ball in the last second to gain the lead. Now
Like, I feel like you can only do the play ball if your team's coming off spawn getting kills. It's like, especially in a scenario like that, like, alright, more time on the clock, go ahead.
Alright, Keydor, you can come through tunnel, you can go through dummy door, pillar door. One of those 4 spots, everyone's congregating around.
Everyone throw your nades and pray is what's going on. Cloud9, their prayers were answered. They win round 1, and they have started off round 2 with another lead. Snipe and ball in the hands of Diagram. You want to trade this out, but Camo also in control of Cloud9.
This seems similar to last time. Cloud9 gets the snipe, Cloud9 gets the camo, Cloud9 brings the ball over towards the garage window.
Tusk.
Now we're going to see them potentially get the kills and rotate it out, or are they going to just hold the setup like they did last time?
Tusk maybe not too much success with Camo Snipe the first round. Let's see what he can do. Finds the first kill. A lot of pressure on your ball carrier. A good body shot to potentially allow Septify an opportunity to jump
If
into
you
that
just
window,
slide
pick up
into
the
that
kill.
corner and
That's
get
exactly what
wrecked.
happens. Cloud9 setup stays
That's
strong
landing
with this
hard.
Camo Snipe.
He's strong, but I would love to see them get the kills, rotate it out. You kind of have two options here. One, do you
What,
clear out
48,
garage, clear out green, and rotate towards that side?
58,
Whoa, realize they're all spawning green.
40,
I guess you're going to kill them like that. You can walk, but once they're all spawning green, you do have
60, 69, nice. 69 to
but feels like Cloud9 opted just to continue to hold this
29,
window, and I wonder
27, 37, I
so far
mean.
it is.
Big Dog Tusk
It was
having himself a
30,
game.
38,
21, 11, and 9. He's had a lot of power-ups and power
50
weapons to do it
something.
with, but that shows you that he is focused on controlling
58,
those
I
power-ups
think.
and power weapons.
58 to
And he is
69,
doing
or what
work
was
with it. It's a
69,
35
probably
to
more than that now.
3-point lead. Foe had their
70.
first setup of round 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great starting hold by
71.
Cloud9. Anytime if you can get 30-plus points, you start to get the mindset that, all right, we're a little bit of scrapping of time here and there. They just only need one or so
Getting
more
outslayed.
setups with all those neutral game periods. The only downside that I'm seeing there from Cloud9's strategy is they give up the ball in the garage where foe have an opportunity to match the setup.
39 to 10 right now. Ball
Try to
by
bring kills
Greasy.
back.
Guarantee the ball is going to be played. Likely guarantee, I should say. Speaking from example, camouflage is coming up. Something that foe has not had an opportunity yet is an actual camo play. Every time they've gotten it, it's been burned almost immediately. Mighty's trying to get away with his life. A beautiful repulse to top mid keeps him alive, but I do believe Cloud9 were in position to pick up that camo.
They're able to pick up this camo, but this whole entire time, nobody's close enough towards green. The difficulty about this green setup here that's going to be happening here for Cloud9 is not only do they have to get the kills, they have to bring a significant amount of people over towards the back of green in order to secure that area and force them to play ball in.
Similar to the situation on Recharge when the ball is back blue, you got to go all the way back across the map
all
to
the
get
way
the ball.
over there, then you kind of come back, and pretty much the opposing team are going to have more favorable spawns and just pulled so much time and resources. So just from that one set alone for foe, we're back to a near even game.
Right, and you can see Cloud9's prioritization on the camouflage, but in the meantime, that ball time was important. In the meantime, Diagram
That
hits the
no
scope
scope.
for the double. It lands a body shot that he can't quite clean up. A beautiful grenade by Jimbo there. Rami is the last player alive for Cloud9. He's in position to grab the ball, play the ball, hit some good shots, but one not enough. As Jimbo's able to get a couple of kills to break that Cloud9 setup, keeping this round manageable.
Snipe in the hands of Jimbo. Let's see what he can do with his power weapon. Gets the body shot
He's weak.
on Diagram, but not going to be enough. Woodham's going to come in, get that finish.
Should be ball control 3 down.
Strong so far in this game, but so active. 24
No
kills.
way he gets that
24
kill.
deaths. Most. We call that an active player.
Yeah, right now it's Jimbo and Mighty's in the KD ratio that really need to figure it out so far here in round 2. If they want
How
both
did he
to
run that way?
erase the story that they start the series off a little slow. Cloud9, however, everybody breaking the 20 kill mark. Everybody has some ball time. Well spread out. Well,
Everybody breaking a 20 kill mark. And they got 80 plus,
that's a
86
cohesive unit, and that is the difference so far here for
to
me
what?
in game 1. Round 2 still.
47,
Separate the two. The ball being rotated out by Scorbo for Rami.
67 plus 8.
And ball is exactly where Cloud9 would like it, in the garage, but it looks like they
75.
to now take over towards tower. I
75
really like this
86.
play. When you have an option to bring a ball towards a location where you can potentially play ball in, I love having that option in your back pocket. It looks like they're kind of sitting here in the center towards Plasmas and Guts and deciding where the pressure's coming in. Putting the ball inside foe's court to charge and push where they want, but there it is. Very successful push from foe. They get the kill, and once again, get the ball immediately from Cloud9. Out of majority of Cloud9 setups, we're not seeing a play ball scenario.
Very difficult to hold that unorthodox cut set up. Foe are able to break it now. Can
They're getting
Foe
kills
hold
though, so
this
this
setup
don't
is
even
the
like it
big question.
matters.
Continuously playing from behind is not a way to live your life here in this game.
Yeah, one thing I also like about that.
You should get that, rotate that
ball
back to
over
that
towards
side
Plasmas
instantly.
is I feel like you have to fake towards one way or the other. You can't just stay static in that spot. It's not a very strong position to hold. However, if you have your ball carrier start to run over towards tower and then just double back towards scoreboard or the reverse of that.
I don't know
In
what
some
I'm
way,
looking
try
at.
to fake out the spawning team
I don't understand.
Commit towards one of the directions, and then you get a more successful ball rotation.
Cloud9 get the kills, they get the ball back in hand. 3 go down for Foe, and they're going to try and rotate this out towards this camo. There's one player to deal with.
Oh,
He's
he got
dealt with very
murked from
quickly.
3 different
Three members
sides.
of Cloud9 focus on Wutum there. Wutum shortly lived. This ball getting rotated to House could end this game.
A similar setup again. Cloud9 just holding us some plasmas. Now they're rotating it towards the scoreboard, but this is not going to be good unless they get the kills. There's 3 down, Septify, the last one alive. And you can only expect so much out of a single player. So we're going to see what he does here. Looks like that Septify takes down 1. And is
Don't
now
get the ball
authority
now.
inside of both. They cannot comfortably hold this setup until Septify is dealt with.
Get your kill, stay alive, Septify. That's exactly how he's playing it. Perfectly done by him. To get that kill in a 1v4 situation is massive because it makes the setup.
I don't know
so
how
weak. Septify
when they have
continues to
like
stay
3
alive,
down,
but
Foe keeps getting
reinforcements now for Cloud9 are
split
here.
like
They have
that.
ball in hand and need 8 points to win.
This could have been a complete different last 15 seconds if Septify didn't play it the way he did. Scrap those last couple points. Tusk somehow gonna scrap those out and secure a 2-0
I don't quite understand how.
Okay, Bo, you started off slow in pool play. You made it this far. That could be the crux that sends you
What?
home
You
if you
it?
continue to play.
Didn't they lose?
Game 2 is a must-win in my opinion, but Cloud9 in this game 1 looks so clean. It was done by everyone.
Oh, yeah,
And as
I
you
forgot.
Take a look at the stats,
I
Dave,
forgot that was a winner's
26,
bracket.
26, 26,
My
24
brain
for
was like,
everyone
yo,
involved.
completely
That
still.
is the definition of consistency from the entire squad.
Yeah, everyone pulling
That's
their
a
exact
matchup.
weight. Only really outstanding stat in there outside those teams is Tusk's deaths and assists.
The big
Kind of
dog
above,
himself.
Not dying nearly as much, kind of in cleanup duty, cleanup crew, and doing it right. You know what? At the end of the day, if someone doesn't have low deaths, they better be a part of all the fights in my eyes. And it seems like Tusk was there when he was needed.
When you get the camos and you get the snipes, you're likely to have more opportunity. With that opportunity,
Yeah,
Tusk
Ultra's pretty
was
good at
able
Rio.
to pop off, and I am a big Tusk fan, have been since the MCC
I don't really
days.
see LAT
I
having a
love playing
chance.
eights with him. I said this player's communication, his teamwork, the way he plays the game is correct. He has not been able to really
I
play
feel like you
at
should let
his
that
peak at a
pinch come in
tournament.
first
Maybe
before
this
you
is the event
hit that front
Tusk is
side.
able to perform at his peak, and if he does, he gives this Cloud9 roster everything they need to break into the top 8. On the other side, Foe, not exactly what you wanted to see as a European fan, representing the 1 seed of ambitions of top 8 here, of course, for this squad. And Cloud9's got to be the team that you probably wanted to see for that top 8 spot. But now that you dropped game 1, Dave, where's your head?
I mean, your head is always, all right, let's bring it back. Game number 2, let's tie up this series. It's not as snowbally as the previous years of Halo. Early on, you were able to just have somebody make one game mistake and then just roll through the rest of that series. These people have stronger mental games.
My internet crashed.
At the same time, it's never a comfortable
So I had
spot,
to start.
especially as
I had to
you
start up a new one.
these games. All you have sticking in your head is saying, all right, we better start strong here. We
Went
gotta
down for
win
like
number 2.
10
We do
minutes or
not wanna
something
put
like that.
ourselves in a reverse sweep situation.
And then when it came back on, the stream didn't just want to start back up.
Has played
Well,
streets up
I feel
until
bad
this
when I was
point.
reading that Dragon
Slayer's
Stalker.
the name of the game. It's first to 50 kills. You
Mm.
at least get to erase
When I
the
was doing
dynamic
the
of an
character
oddball
creator,
juggling
my
across
internet went
cuts,
out.
going
It was
back
like
and forth,
8:30.
making it
My shit ain't
difficult
come
for you
back
to
up
weigh your
until
options.
1 in
A
the
much
morning.
simplify game type, right?
was
Kill
out.
the enemy player
It was bad.
50
Even
times,
Comcast
you
like
can win,
texted
or
my
at least
phone,
more than they
sent me
kill
a
you
message saying like,
in the
yeah,
time
yeah, we
allowed.
got
So
outages happening. We're
hopefully
trying
that
to have it fixed
simplification
by
makes it
such
easier
and
for
such
Foe
and
to
such.
kind of just get into their flow, get into their groove. 'Cause I
Yeah.
want this series to go the distance.
It was like,
I
oh,
think
look,
this
we'll
series
try
has
to have it back
potential to
up
go
by
the distance.
11:30. I ended up falling
But as
asleep.
Foe is done in
Hmm.
pool
The
play,
fam
they're
said it
going
ain't
to
come
need
back
to
on
wake
till
up
like
now that
1.
game 1 is over.
I was like, damn.
They have no choice but to wake up right here, right now, and tie up this series. Like you said,
At least they
simplification
walk here and
here.
send
Sure,
me a
you have to
message saying
focus
like,
on
hey,
power up, weapons
there's
coming
some
across
shit
the
going
map,
on.
but it's not quite the same as
They
having
let
to
me
worry
know
about
that there was something.
all those weapons, plus the objective, and having that exact same sort of time pressure on you. The only pressure that's being put on here is how fast or how slow yours or the opposing team is playing.
And as we take a look at the graphic on screen, it's the young gun himself, the mouse and keyboard
What you
phenom,
doing, little butter
looking to
butter?
break Halo history as the first mouse and keyboard player ever to get top 8. He's going to need 3 wins in this series in order to get there, and that is a hell of a KD ratio for a mouse and keyboard player at his age.
And keep in mind, this is just Slayer stats. So when we go to Woodham's perspective, keep in mind, pretty much every single minute, he's getting approximately 2 kills every minute. That's not taking into account all the times where he's potentially in the respawn screen or the game slowed down to a halt. he is an active player. So I'm excited to see how fast he can play this because, let's be real, this has got to be the fastest Slayer map
There's
once
no
it's
damage.
going or in neutral scenarios. This or Aquarius.
As a big mouse and keyboard player myself, I do believe that mouse and keyboard is the wave if you're able to keep up with the pace of the game and how quickly Spartans move in our game. I think that stat shows you the versatility that a mouse and keyboard player has. He is not limited to a sensitivity on the joystick.
What you
With
mean?
the swoop of an arm, he can be looking one direction to the next, and that is why
I
he's
thought
so
you said it
active.
was
That is
like
why his
Halo,
damage and
Call
kills
of
per
Duty,
minute
and something
are going to
else.
be higher than
Well,
what you
Valorant
see a traditional
finished.
controller
Call of
player
Duty's
is.
on their last match, but there should be a blowout 3-0. Like
And prepare to load
Call of Duty's
number
about
two.
to
We're
end
gonna actually
before
jump onto the B
6
screen for a moment
6 o'clock,
and
bro.
take a peek
Like,
at how the game is going between
Yeah,
Quadra
that's
and
a short
Wargaming.
day,
So
Kyle.
let's jump right into that match.
Cause I'm watching Halo.
Right off the
It's a
bat,
major.
we're seeing Noble hold
It's
this
a-
ball
it's a
towards
major
back
tournament.
green, and even though one of his teammates are down, he plays it. One thing I have to be concerned about there is I feel like that's a bit of a premature play. I feel like you have to draw opponents all the way back towards green to get the most value out of that. Otherwise, you and your team can be stuck towards
He
back
threw
green.
that
It
off
looks
the
like
map
that's
for real.
exactly what's happening here
You could be
against
watching
Lauren.
League of
Yeah,
Legends.
your worst fear. They were able to
We don't
pick
have
up
a
the ball,
tournament
get into
going on.
house, and now they're getting unanswered time
man,
right
you
back.
could be watching
Quadrant
it if you
obviously
interested in this
looking
shit.
at the score right now, round one, and looking at the kills.
Understand what I'm
This
saying?
probably pretty efficiently.
I mean, if they had a
based
tournament
on the
going on.
time as well. So right now, maybe Europeans 2 seed is the
A tournament that
hope
wasn't
to
gonna be
get
a short
top
one
eight.
or a
Wargaming, no
blowout.
pushover, the number 1 MX team that we have, and they have a ton of skill, but Quadrant
always talk
appear
about
to be
these
doing
teams
very
getting
well
back
against that skill.
Yeah, don't get me wrong here. Playing ball is obviously incredibly important in those situations.
Bro, it's just a massive skill cap.
Today, if you want
I'm
to get
sorry.
the most value extracted out of that situation, you have to draw opponents all the way back towards green.
Then how they get to a point where they even got to face this team?
Teammates
You know
better
what I mean?
spawns.
I mean, because it's still a franchise league, so that they have to be in the league to play.
Glory and Crew decide to play better. In fact, we don't end up seeing the
Like in Call of Duty, there has to be 12 teams in the league, but really only 4 of them are the top of the top. Like the other 8 teams just fight for a spot at the championship table during championship week.
At the last moment, a 6-point lead now for War here in
And when I
round
mean
2.
fight for a spot, only 8 teams could go to championship week.
From his team, Shirley coming from that direction. Noble wants to make a play with the snipe. Glory in his face. Glory takes him down.
You said only 8?
Yeah, only 8 teams go to championship week, but there are 12 teams in the league.
Bring it back to green, say that is ours, and they will have the decision whether or not to play it. And
So 4 of them at the end of this, like during championship week, they don't get to go, and that means they don't make no money at all.
And they don't get that Xbox controller. They just
This is Halo. This is not Call of Duty. Call of Duty. I mean, Halo is different. Halo is basically all year long. They have what they call like qualifying tournaments, and the qualifying tournaments basically, the more your team plays, the more points you get. And like me and you can go make a team right now, and we can start playing teams in these tournaments to try to qualify. And so if we qualify, then we pretty much either get a chance to go, and if we don't qualify, then if we have enough points, then that means we have first dibs at buying tickets to play at the championship to get on to the main stage. So that's like basically you could be a nobody and come up in Halo because it's not franchised, but Call of Duty is franchised. So only those 12 teams in the league can compete for the championship. That's why this is a little bit more like interesting to watch because you might see some what they call like the underdogs or the like the team just from out of nowhere just come out of nowhere and just kind of start balling on people. Now for the most part, like in Halo, it's still the top 3 teams don't really lose to anybody else. Like they rarely lose to anybody else. But it's just interesting to see the other teams that might just come out of nowhere and play. But in Call of Duty, it's like the 4 top teams are the 4 top teams, and that's it. Like the other 8 are trash by a mile.
Call me trash. Serious?
most that Bo has done with Camo the entire series so far. 3-0, a great double kill with the Bulldog. It's still in his back pocket. He's got that tool to use. It can be so difficult to work with.
And look at that flank there from Rami, just doing a little loop-de-loop over to Dumpster, getting over towards Commando, and shooting those two players in the back. So what looked like it was the start of a great collapse from Foe just got stopped completely. All of Cloud9 chose a direction. They chose driveway. They ran straight through it, and they equalized kills. That's a great trade during that situation. Sure, going 2 for 2 doesn't sound fantastic, but when you're
Scrap
also
got the
on one
rival on this
location, you
map.
can trade kills and get out of that without getting all 4 down, I count that as a win in my book.
This game now all tied up as Mighty's picks up that kill. The game's going to slow
I mean,
down.
they
Everybody on
they're
Cloud9
back in the
wanting to
game, but
trim.
it's
I
too
actually
late,
wanna hop
bro.
into a
It's
listen
3
in with
points to
Cloud9
end
and
it.
hear how this team is able to communicate out of this difficult situation.
Bro, LAT fighting though. I just need to hold the back spawns.
This might have been a far closer Rio hardpoint, but you're absolutely going to need to rehydrate.
And P1 Mighty. He's down the ramp.
I definitely see it. They're gonna be like this. Yo, one's bottom, one piece stairs. Watch the They have a bulldog. Yo, shots up. Yo, one's bottom. China. Benches.
Three for 2.
Yo, some purple. They're gonna be heavy. Yo, watch panels. I have shot for this one.
I have shot too. Mighty.
We're never progressing on.
I'm taking too much damage.
Good, clean communication out of Cloud9. You can hear the names being called out. The second camouflage, third camouflage about to pop here, bottom middle of the control. It's split about half and half right now, but T-Chick able to get away with that camouflage. Foe once again dominating the power-up story here in the game 2.
Yeah, I'm like split on that comms. Oh my god, not sure which target to hit. Unfortunately trades the melee there, and Chick just desperately trying to stay alive. But the kills are all secured. As I was saying though, when it comes to those comms, oh my god, would have gotten a triple kill out of that whole madness scenario. When it comes to those comms, when I'm hearing just non-stop calling out where people are at, I feel like that could be most beneficial when your team has a strong advantage. At that point, you're trying to secure where people are at and finish off kills. However, I don't feel like it's as advantageous when you're trying to set up specific pushes or you're on the back foot. Instead, I want to hear more coordination of, I'm with you, I'm pushing this direction, we're pushing towards this side. And it felt like Cloud9's communication didn't change no matter which situation they were in.
I can agree with that, but one thing I did like as a note as this game continues past the close to the 30 kill mark here is the fact that they were saying each other's names as to who should respond to what. Jake, front A1 shot Jake. That immediately tells you, like, when you hear that, that immediately tells you I need to be the one that looks like I'm in a position that can capitalize on that because your teammates can see exactly where you are from their death cam. So I like that adaptation from Cloud9, that opportunity for efficiency there. But right now, we got to talk about Foe. They're having much more success here in Game 2, a 32-26 lead. A lot of it has to do with the control of the power weapons and power-ups so far. And it feels like ever since they've been able to contain one of those, they've been able to stroll it into map control and continue that snowball effect.
Yeah, they've been able to, like you said, kind of roll
Traded.
those advantages one and to the other and hold on to this.
As long as they're getting their trades.
For a while. Foe going to be completely happy if they just kind of trade this out and make sure they don't get on the back foot. But that's where Foe gets into a tricky situation. We saw it all throughout yesterday. Foe, in many cases, were able to kind of hang with a squad like SSG. However, once they got to an all-4 down and they're on that back foot, they do not know how to mitigate those losses as well as some of these other top teams.
Dave. First camouflage of the game for Cloud9. All of a sudden, just a 2-kill lead. You blink, and the lead.
I didn't even come from the camo though.
Now immediately erased, 35 to 35. What can we do with the camo? Cloud9 says we can tie this up. Bulldog is going to be on respawn. Good information from Diagram. You know he's giving that to his teammate, but he wants to make a play with this camo.
I like that play. He says one of their teammates can grab that weapon, and he's going to try to get up close and personal. But Mighty's getting a crucial kill on that player. I just don't think Diagram was expecting to take that damage that quickly because of that stalk rifle.
You turn the corner, you see 3 members, one of them having red gun. You are deleted in this meta, as Diagram found out the hard way. Foe able to jump back into a 3-kill lead for now. Trades are a blessing for Foe right now. 40 to 37, 3 players spotted purple. Not a great fight for Cloud9 right now. They need to get out of dodge. Wutum's going to stay alive here. Good information, good control of the red gun. Let's see what he can do.
Bro, Wutum got that mouse movement. It's crazy.
Wutum's looking across the map. I also feel like he's just a little quick to jump in situations. Maybe an additional jump or unnecessary jump.
You know, that space bar is just so close.
I guess it's just so easy to hit, but yeah, I feel like there's certain times where he's jumping on top of a gen, and then I feel like sometimes there's just an extra jump, and I'm not sure if that is just his style of play, or sometimes he's just interested in using that elevation advantage if somebody's coming right around the corner there, because that's going to be a spot that he's going to be able to excel in fights.
Wutum holding down this cafe area. They're playing for this camouflage that's spawning up here short. Cloud9 opting to push the arcade side of the map. Good information from Wutum, good damage. Once again stays alive. It's up to the rest of Foe. What can they do? Trading kills. Once again, a very positive effect. 46 to 43 go down for Cloud9. And I believe Foe will have camo to play around as well.
It's all 4 down. You see Wutum already putting damage on the spawn, getting the 3-shot melee on the Diagram. Good and bad, because right now, I don't think Foe know where members of Cloud9 are spawning. They spot the first spawner, trading kills, and sometimes that can throw spawns into disarray. I know sometimes throughout this current bandit start, we've been seeing some disorienting spawns, but especially when you're fighting that first spawner, you can only expect first spawns out.
Wutum doesn't get the kill, but that
Foe picks up on that.
And the fact that he stayed alive, Foe get the
1-to-1 versus SSG.
And just like in pool play, this team seems to wake up only for game 2.
Oh wait, no, this is SSG, sorry.
A massive victory there for Foe, especially as it started off a little scary.
I just gotta stretch my body.
But what's more important is that they closed it out. They got that 6-kill lead. Even when it bounced back there for Cloud9, they were able to reel it right back. I love that entry photo there for Wutum too. Showing off a keyboard saying, I got a different peripheral.
Yep. There's a new sheriff in town, Wutum says. 11, 10, and 9 for the kid, but it was really everybody doing their piece here. Even Chick with 10 assists, he'll take that every day of the week. Foe really had control of that entire game from the jump, it felt. And that first camouflage, I feel like, was everything to get the ball rolling and say, oh yeah, these power-ups, they end up being pretty important.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the only time we really saw Cloud9 kind of get into a scary position was when they got that camo. We saw that 6-kill lead just shrink instantly. And so even though it started off around even, Cloud9 was able to bring it back around that 35-kill mark. And then from there on out, it was Foe trading out kills, closing out the game, and taking that lead.
We take a look at some of the highlights. Just good damage across the map. I really like watching it from Wutum's point of view because he gets the players arcade weak, then he rotates, he gets the players top rail weak, even finds himself a kill. Just a good job of staying alive when he was half shield. I feel like in the bandit meta, so often do you overchow for one shot ends up being 2 shots, and then all of a sudden what you thought was playing your life is now erased. The enemy team has numbers. They're able to take so much space and advantage with that, but Foe doing a much better job of controlling their part of the map and really dictating a lot of the fights and the damage as we shift our focus to a Game 3 recharge strongholds here. We know European teams, especially Quadrant as of last year, a member of that team, Chick, a very famous strongholds team, some of the best to ever do it, probably the best team to ever do it. I have no problem saying that, actually. Can Chick give some of that strategy, some of that white to this foe roster, and does that give them an upper hand here?
It has to a degree. I mean,
All right, leaving the stream in your hands, Ozzy. I gotta step away
would
real quick.
Quadrant have been practicing against during this time? All the other European teams. They've had to take some learnings
All
from
right,
how
y'all
Quadrant
Halo
played
fans. I don't know what's going on, but it
Had
looks
to
like
try
you just
to
shot him in the
pick
nuts.
some pieces from Chick and Quadrant teams.
I'll be right back.
Strategy. And let's see if they can apply that
An
to this
invisible
new
stealth
roster here
shot
in the
in the
form of
nuts.
foe.
Players getting situated. Rami not looking too happy right now. That is the face of a player that lost game 2. Wu Tom, he's too young to really understand how big this moment is. He's just like, yep, I'm here. I play Master Key. Calm as ever. You love to see that in the young
like
gun.
a 30
Usually they're
second
loud
delay,
and obnoxious
so I'm
like I
actually
was when I came on
behind.
the scene.
Alright.
But obviously, he's having a little bit more success a little earlier in his career for a reason.
He's crushing it, so super proud and excited to see where his Halo career takes him, because already showing he can hang with the best, and I feel like it's just going to continue to get better and better.
Oh my God, it's
Little
a
short
Gundam.
story about this kid. Came from Splitgate, a game that I guess has similar time on target, like acquisition.
Yeah, there's definitely
sandbox materials,
some combat similarities, and even some objective similarities. And so, yeah, I would say usually kind of hear the opposite, since Halo's such a long historied game that so-and-so, you know, went from Halo and tried this game. I would say it's more rare that we're seeing people go from other games to Halo. I mean, we say it with Mental now from here's Gear of War success.
Yep.
We've seen in the past with many top Call of Duty players bringing their success over to Halo.
Right.
And now we're seeing it with this split game phenomenon.
Very surprising to see players come from outside of the Halo region and catch on so quickly. But when you have
That's the other part too, like you said, out of NA is usually that story.
Yeah.
It's not usually outside of NA that we're seeing as much top talents kind of pouring in like that.
Yeah, but when you're able to catch yourself on a team like Jimbo, like Chick, players that have been there, done that, even Mighty's coming from Overwatch, I believe, very quickly transitioning to the Halo realm and having success. But in the brief moment in between games 2 and 3 of that series, we're going to hop back in with Quadrant versus Lore. Quadrant having taken game 1. We saw the end scores of the first round and a bit of the second. Quadrant looked to have been dominant, but this is a different story, Dave.
This one looks like Lore is in prime position to take game number 2. We got 2 international teams battling it out here. The top team from Mexico, Lore, taking on Quadrant right now. And Drift decided to take this game in his own hands, 18-8. I don't really foresee Quadrant being able to claw this one back. At some point, you just need to hope that you get a few kills and then just try to roll that advantage. But as we've seen countless thousands of Halo games, at some point you have to know what's done is done and play out this game, start to set your sights towards a game number 3.
Yeah, European fans were probably pretty happy when they saw Quadrant matched up for Lore for this top 8 placing, but Lore, no pushover at all. Tapping buttons, been there, done that, had dessert with it. And right now, trying to find that 50th kill, 49-38. And here comes the pressure for More Gaming. Red Room, not where you want to be if you're Quadrant.
Yeah, both of these teams coming out from open bracket and just doing a significant amount of damage to these teams that entered from pool play directly.
Big game out of Drift, 24-10. And I love having Drift on my team in matchmaking, so it's no surprise that he's popping off right now. I always type in the chat, I say, vamos, because Drift is always popping off. Drift showing you he wants another top 8 placing in his book. He's popping off in game 2 to tie that series up. And now Cloud9 back on our screens, back in their seats. And hopefully, Rami's turned that frown upside down, because this series far from over.
Yeah, the series just getting started. You have to now say we're in a best-of-3 scenario. We got to take this next game, put the pressure on them for games 4 and 5.
Jimbo having a blast, got the boys laughing, maybe cool, calm, collected.
I mean, Jimbo's got to be, what, the most veteran player here from the EU.
Jimbo's like 42 years old or something. He's been competing longer than you.
Want to feel old? I turned 40 this year.
Oh, no.
I literally turned 40 this year.
That's terrifying. I'm 34. I have no hair. I see Wootum up there just glowing in the wind. Jealousy is all I can have for the kid, as he's starting to make a name for himself. Cloud9. The game 2 Rocky is the big question. This is a team that I feel like so often throughout Halo Infinite the past 2 years has gotten top 12, has had much more difficult matchups than I would say Foe is probably for their top 8 matchup. It's usually they're playing Sentinels or Native Gaming of the past, a very difficult team to try and overcome to get that top 8 placing. This is probably a winnable series in their eyes.
This
Foe
is, yeah, on paper, a squad that you would like to play in this scenario. Both these teams look at each other and say, this is a beatable team.
Yes, like if we want to do well, these are the series we have to win.
Yep.
You find yourself tied up 1-1, game 3, recharge, strongholds, camo control has dictated the first 2 outcomes of the series. It's gonna play an important role here. And if you compare it with that shock rifle, you can do some serious work very quickly.
Yeah, we're gonna see who gets control of those power-ups, who gets control of these first strongholds. Let's kick it off. Woodham just laying down so much damage. Long haul and over at Sneaky. Gets the flank over towards bottom control. Double kill on the board for Woodham, and he's not stopping. He's going for the C.
He's Thanos right now. I'll do it myself. Knocks 2 players to no shield, finishes up the other 2. You want some too, buddy? Wootum, done. Gets the kill, takes the stronghold, and it's a trip cap for Foe early on.
Happen, does he decide to press this advantage towards A or just hold towards control? Looks like gonna wait for a moment, and the push comes in here from Foe. Is this an overextension? Mighty's goes down, Woodham goes down, Jimbo goes down. And what looked like an aggressive play to take a trip cap is now going to turn into an all-4 down for Foe.
And you would have hoped that that would allow you to get more than 10 points on the board. Unfortunately not for the side of Foe. Cloud9 back in control and in the lead even after that great play from Wootum to kick it off.
And you have to say that's just a straight-up mistake there from Foe's side. You have to know when you can press your advantages and when the other team has a strong spawning position. Elevator, it's a really tough spot to collapse on until you already have the advantage, until you have someone with a secondary angle. And they kind of trickled in 1 by 1. And now because of it, they're down by 20 points.
20 points, but they are in B. B doesn't get transferred though. Diagram with the assassination onto Wootum. Resets B. Cloud9 continue to score.
Cloud9 looking good after a scary start. Fight on triple stacks. Gonna see who gets the help first. Looks like Septify is gonna help Rami down there in the bottom center, and Rami just still being a nuisance down here.
Good damage.
Has to decide if he's gonna stay down here for camo, but realizes it's still 15 seconds away. Gets a bit more active in top center.
Good damage, good information. Multiple players, no shield. They're all going to spawn elevator here, Rami says to the rest of the team. And this is a containment process. Camo coming up. You don't want to overextend. The push from Foe is a focus on the C. One player bottom middle. Can't quite get Diagram just yet. Eventually, Wootum's able to get that kill. But it makes it long enough to where now Rami has snuck it away with the camouflage.
And look at that. Rami gets it with his second life. I would say, especially on a map like this, where camo is so easily accessible in the bottom center, you're only going down there unless you're hiding and trying to bait something or going down last second. And so I like that play from Rami. Get up, get active, don't leave your teammates in a 3-on-4 for 15 seconds. Instead, he goes up, like I said, gets active, and then gets camo later, and it falls into his hands.
A and B now in the setup for Cloud9. Rami spotting multiple players trying to do the camo jump. That's not the way you want to go, Foe. Rami takes them all down with the assist of the rest of Cloud9. They're pushing the trip cap. They get all 4 down. Let's spawn them over towards A once again. Wash, rinse, repeat.
Let's see if Cloud9 does the same play that Foe did. Are they going to challenge here at Elevator? Looks like Tusk does immediately try to push towards Elevator. Does anyone else push on in? Diagram also falls. Not sure if that's an Elevator challenge or someone already in position, but this could be history repeating itself.
That grenade from Rami knocks the player to no shield in the turbine. His teammate's able to pick up the kill. 3 go down for Foe again. Rami is popping off right now. 4 down for Foe. They push the trip cap once again, spawning in long haul. And if you're Foe, the lead already up over 100, you have to find a way to get some slays.
Rami has been in more melee and up-close battles, I feel like, this series than anyone else.
Man.
He is just swinging. I'm going to be careful if I'm walking by him in the elevator in real life or if I'm walking by him in the hallway. I am just going to be, you know, making sure there's plenty of space. No lunge distance between us.
Rami's walking extra wide this morning. 2 players from Foe trying to push towards glass. The headshot from Septify, not good enough. As that player knocked to no shield, but not picked up. 2-on-2 split. B finally getting transferred over, but here comes Septify with every intention of getting the reset. Multiple members make that such a difficult fight for Jimbo. The reset happens. A, being transferred over by Foe. Unfortunately, in the meantime, C, being transferred from Cloud9. It's a complete flip of the map, but somehow Rami back A, where he started this Phenom, is now pushing the trip cap once again.
Yeah, those B trades are so devastating as you get the hills so close in there. We saw it happen against Woodham at the end. We saw Jimbo just falling there in that most recent exchange. It's just, like I said, devastating. You can get to 99% of that conversion, and someone flips in, gets the melee, and gets the reset. And all that hard work in the most vulnerable stronghold is gone.
200 to 16, an absolute slaughter. Game 2 did not shake or waver Cloud9's confidence. 3 down for Foe again, and they will have one chance to come off respawn and stop this trip cap.
It's not looking good. I don't even see where these spawns are at, because not only do they have to stop this trip cap, they have to get 2 of these strongholds. So C is just going to stop the bleeding, and there's still a gaping wound here. This one's going to be over before we know it. 248, 249. That's going to be game number 3 in dominating fashion for Cloud9.
Well, I hope you didn't go to the bathroom, because you'd have missed that game. Cloud9 dominated from start to finish. And once again, a dominant performance from every point of view we saw on Cloud9. They were making great play after great play. And from the side of Foe, they were scattered. What felt like everywhere. The teamwork was not there. And that's a very big red flag as they lose their second objective of the series going into game 4.
And you gotta wonder, is that just a cascading effect from that very first failed push? You saw how well Woodham and crew on Foe got those kills. They got 2 of the strongholds. Overextended towards A, towards that elevator. Keep in mind, they got their first 10 points of the total 18 that they got off the break of the game.
Yeah, it looks so good from the start.
It looks so good. You take a snapshot.
Players to no shield. Like, look at this highlight.
Right here.
Picking up a double. We should have camo control. We should have a trip cap. No. Cloud9 come off respawn with that vengeance. Making plays everywhere on the map. And some of the mistakes we want to point out from Foe here is just being spread out, not helping their team, trying to do too much.
And one thing I'm also just looking at the kill feed, at that 2-minute and 20-second mark, Foe had half of their kills. They already had 12 of their 23 kills at that 2-minute and 20-second mark. After that, it was just the Cloud9 show.
We ask ourselves, did Chick have the recipe for success? Did he learn something from the Quadrant boys that he would be able to take to Foe? Well, it may have been Cloud9 that have actually learned against some of the scrims that they've had against the North Americans' top teams that gave them the advantage there in Game 3. Solitude, King of the Hill, is going to be Game 4, and another camo for both teams to try and focus on. It has been so powerful throughout this game. I do want to talk about one thing for that recharge strongholds. How many times, Dave, do we see one member of Foe in B trying to get a cap with all 4 members alive from Cloud9? And what's got to be going on there? Because you know, if you jump into B before anyone's dead, there's no way you're getting that transferred over.
Yeah, it's tough because it's one of those hills that, yes, you can do it when there's even numbers on the board. If it's not 4 versus 4, you can do it when it's a 2-on-2 situation. You can isolate fights, but generally, if you're just giving away one of your 4 players' positions over in the open spot, 2 different things can go wrong. One is that player can just picked off right out of the hill because there's so many different players that have angles. Or the second one is your other teammates are fighting an odd number battle across the map. They're fighting a 4v3 over towards Turbine, over towards Longhaul that you cannot participate in.
Yeah, time after time, it was one player trying to get it past halfway, and yeah, halfway is great, but it doesn't matter when all they have to do is get the kill and get the toes in the sandbox, and you get that reset. So a phenomenal job by Cloud9 to defend that stronghold specifically throughout that game, getting those kills, getting those resets, giving them not only the points advantage, but the numbers advantage that snowballed into those several trip caps that Cloud9 were able to efficiently capitalize on. But here we go, Game 4, backs against the wall, tournament lives on the line for Foe, the #1 seed from Europe. What do they have in store for us to get us to a Game 5?
Kicking it off on Solitude, King of the Hill here. Are they collectively gonna bring this one back, or are they gonna have a long, lonely night here? I've been there before. You start to replay those games in your head. You start to say, what ifs? What did go wrong?
What if I played the ball?
What what could have gone differently there? And that's not the thoughts you want to have. You want to just equalize this right now, bring it to a game 5, and keep your tournament run alive. Can Foe bring it back here? You will find out here over these next 10 minutes.
This first hill is so important, especially if it takes a long time to cap. Camouflage is the focus for both teams. Wootum has the shock rifle, but Rami has him to no shield. Wootum trying to stay alive, has to reload. The teamwork comes through for Foe, but Cloud9 get the early kill advantage, and oh my, Septify finds himself a triple kill.
Just when things start to feel like they're falling apart for Cloud9 in certain instances, you see a player go down, you see Rami getting shot on the side, Septify cleaning up everything. Crucial triples or overkills when his team needs them the most.
Continuing to anchor this back snipe position, finds another kill with the shock. 3 go down for Foe. This hill gonna be over 50% by the time Foe can come off respawn.
One thing I want to check is looking at Foe, how long are they gonna have all 4 players alive? I feel like we've been seeing a bit of trickling, or that's kind of my inclination as we saw during last game. It just felt like so much control from Cloud9. So let's see, after this last pick on Chick here, are they going to get all 4 again to push up? Looks like Mighty's last one alive. Is he waiting for the team, or is he going to just push on his own? Looks like Mighty's going for Hill alone in a disadvantage. Like in a situation like that, you don't want to be in the hill as 2 or 3 members of Cloud9 are alive.
Yeah, you're
full power both sides now.
You're desperate to play objective, but unfortunately, you're giving your position away and you're allowing Rami to assess the
stagger
situation.
from Mighty.
Here comes Rami assessing the situation, finds himself an assist and another player to no shield. That player can't be capitalized on, but this is fine if he's top sniped. Wootum with a ninja in the kill feed is exactly what European fans want to see. Chick able to make his way now towards the hill. He's got a player with thrust to deal with, but a teammate is there to help him. Multiple players coming from the hotel blue side of the map. Chick still doing some damage to double kill the repulse. More damage onto a third. 3 go down for Cloud9. And now all of a sudden, Foe have a chance in this first hill.
Finally equalized here. Hill is almost even. They know spawns coming up towards Cafe and Hotel.
That's a big kill.
Getting these picks and getting these players weak over there. They're eventually going to get these finishes. I like those nades from Chick, knowing somebody's going to come out of that window from market side and might drop right to that nade into dip. So I like those pre-nades. But here comes the damage. 3 down. Wootum, the last one alive.
Oh, no.
Is he going to charge and try to challenge us? He's waiting for his teammates. I like this play. Increase his team's chance to make this final push, but it might be too little too late. That's going to be first hill going for Cloud9, and those can be heartbreaking as you got so close to bringing it back.
You get that first kill on the Septify. You have numbers advantage. Let's just play the hill. Let's stay alive. Unfortunately, Chick's teammates fall apart around him. They are able to push truck. It opens up the map, and Cloud9 steal away that first point at the end. The rotation to yard from Septify here is perfect. They know where Foe are going to be. 2 are down. The last 2 players are being spotted over towards the hotel. Septify able to jump into the hill, anchor this blue position from this hill, and a lot of information from Sep is giving Diagram everything he needs to pop off.
I was just gonna say, I thought Foe did a great job of pushing outside of Cafe. They started to push players away towards a secondary angle, whether that's going through LR or going through Snipe and just having more map control. But Diagram shut it all down. Got a double kill from what I can tell all by himself with that shock rifle. And that put Foe back at square one. Spawning again, all coming from one angle. Eventually broke this hill setup, but they have to hold this entire time. You know if Cloud9 get these kills, they're gonna get those last 5 to 7 seconds in that hill and cap number 2.
10, 2, and 6. Diagram starts this game 4 off, trying to put a punctuation on this series. Foe will have to play perfect to not go down 2-0 in this game 4. Unfortunately, Chick going down, Mighty's going down, makes this perfect Halo so impossible. Wootum, the last player alive, and I'm not sure if he's taken down. He's still top yard, but he's spotted out, and this will be Cloud9's hill momentarily.
Yeah, spotted, and that was kind of similar to the very first hill. Wootum last one alive. What's the play? Does he stay alive? Does he try to step the next hill? And it feels like trickle death again here from Foe. However, we do have Camel in the hands of Mighty. Can this be the turning point here? As roster needs, he needs to turn this into a kill or 2 and then let his teammates jump inside. He knows at least where 2 players at. Start shooting at top dip. Ends up getting a spot on that player. Gets another one shot. Can they finish off Diagram? There's the 3 dead. This can be some hill time here for Wootum or Jimbo. Rami backing away, staying alive. Look at what he is doing here as the last one alive. Putting himself nowhere near the danger. Instead, regrouping towards yard and making the push toward market.
Diagram up to 14-2 and 8. Rami trying to push into blue, but it gets shut down. A good hold from Cloud9 gives them numbers advantage, but nobody in the hill right now. 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes, I should say, on the clock. Time not a factor yet, but as this hill gets contested, it could get ugly.
I like the spot. Sneaky so far. Getting behind enemy lines. Gonna try to get the finish on this player in hill, but spotted. Unfortunately, Diagram taken down was that most forward player there for Cloud9, and now kind of in a staggered position. Foe really gonna have to mess up here in order to not get this third hill, and now put themselves only one away from tying this game up here.
Gonna be 2-1 now. Still just about 3 minutes on the clock. A great hold from Foe. Good round the Slays. Chick trying to make his way into yard, trying to win a battle against a player with thrust. It's so difficult. He's able to stay alive, and his teammates should pick up the kill.
One downside, though, of getting that dip hill is that you saw all the members of Foe just die right there. A lot of times, once you get that hill, you want to make sure you're not giving up all your lives for it, especially when you're that far ahead in the hill. There's a difference between having two teams very close to capping that hill and dipping your toe in last second to score that point out of security. Well, there's a big difference if you start to lose some members and you're 90% in the way of that hill. There's some strategy in theory behind just getting out of the hill, let your team spawn, get a little more control across the map, and then finishing that hill off.
You're able to sandwich the other team, but when you're down 2-0 and you're down in the series, that strategy probably not the most viable. So I like how we saw Foe play it out. Over halfway now to tying this game up here in this fourth hill, as Wutum and Mighties have been the slayers to pick it up. Mighties with this shock rifle and camo in his hand, able to pick up a couple of kills, some good damage onto two players, but nobody able to pick up any of those assists just yet. There comes one, and this hill is going to go to Foe as 3 members of Cloud9 go down, make it all 4. Foe have woken up in game 4.
End of the day, they're hitting their shots, they're getting their kills. You can kind of do whatever you want when things are going your way, so good job to Foe to tie this one up. And like you said, they have awoken. They've been setting up for this new top snipe hill. And I don't see anyone from Cloud9 easily breaking this through, but look at this push. Coming through snipe ramp, all 4 go down. And just as I say that, Cloud9 now have all 4 alive across the map. They can set up, they can put a spawn trap out there, and they know Cafe is a likely candidate.
All of Cloud9 was not to no shields. They all end up staying alive. Beautiful grenade placement gets the job done from them. They finally have control back on the map. 2-2's the score. The hill's about tied, but here comes Foe off the break.
I like this play from Foe. It's interesting. It feels like part of their strategy is when they spawn in a spot, push the kind of exact opposite direction. So you're not coming out from the most obvious avenue. Yeah. So all that focus might have been on Cafe ramp. Instead, they're already pushing towards Yard. They're taking over LR. They're getting a secondary angle, and then anyone who's a late spawner can kind of be that anchor and shoot through.
Yeah.
Sure, it gives up a lot of time there, but I do think it's an effective method.
Absolutely. The question is, can Cloud9 catch on to that while it's happening, and can they punish it in the meantime? And the answer looks like it was no this time around. 3 members of Cloud9 go down. Foe back in the hill, and they're going to be close to scoring this. One push for Cloud9, I'd say, and this is over. Here comes the flank from Mighties. Great damage, but unfortunately, he gets taken down. This is about to get scrappy.
Jimbo got that flank as well, got a back smack. Now 2 flankers that kind of were unnoticed there from Foe, but somehow they're not able to scrap up those kills, but in the end, Foe able to scrap up the last few seconds of time there in hill number 5 with a 3-2 lead.
From being down 2-0 to now being up 3-2, 2 minutes on the clock, but Foe looking to put a punctuation here in game 4, push this series to a game 5. They got feet in the hills, kills in their favor, unfortunately, traded out. Cloud9 pick up a couple kills of their own. Mighty's still in this hill doing some good damage, but more importantly, getting almost halfway to pushing his team to a game 5.
I like that play, like you said, no hesitation, just jumping that hill. They already got halfway. Clutch, when would you say is the time that you start to play the hill time? When do you start to just drain it out? Clearly not at 2 minutes left.
Not with 2 minutes left. It depends on the progression on the hill as well.
How fast?
If it's a fresh hill and there's a minute left, we can play time. If there's more, I'm thinking we play for the victory here. I'd rather be proactive with my assessment rather than reactive and sitting on our back heels. How often do you see teams that play on their back heels lose the game? You don't want to get caught doing that with your tournament life on the line. I like how far we're playing this.
I agree entirely. I think you have to put that clock and that pressure against the opposing team. force them to charge out more panic. They're going to make more missteps if they know the hill is being scored versus, oh, we have all the time in the world. They're going to be positioned in spots where they can just kill us, and it becomes a bit more predictable. So I agree entirely. Clutch.
Diagram, a big kill from him, a massive one-on-one win will give his team numbers advantage. Shot control, camo is up. They should have map control and able to acquire this, but here come the respawners of foe. The camo grab could be everything to both these teams.
Could be everything, but I'm actually worried about Cloud9 right here. They got so many kills over those last 15 seconds, and they were not scrapping up the time. They were not putting that pressure. In fact, I think Diagram may have been the player that needed to get inside the hill during that last exchange.
Everyone's scared to go for that camo right now. The hill is what's the priority for Diagram on screen. Kills going back and forth, but Diagram being a nuisance, still alive with the shock rifle in his back pocket. Has repulse to play with. Mighties does stay alive with thrust. A beautiful job by him, but here comes the pressure on the Diagram dip. He stays alive. Dip dives, ducks. Diagram picks up the kill, gets back in the hill, and all of a sudden foe are going to need to panic.
Diagram has been so sneaky down low on the map here. One thing I felt is that he's always hidden in a spot I would not expect. And look at this Tusk. Getting his last few crucial seconds, going to capture this, and we got ourselves a 3-3 game clutch. Don't worry about overtime, because it is not going to time here. It is going to be decided here on this yard hill.
And because that camo's picked up so late, Cloud9 we're going to have that as an opportunity to break that hill. Unfortunately, Tusk shoots the plasma pistol, gets double teamed from another.
Pope is now back from taking his shit.
He gets taken down,
you can
and
enjoy
now
the
Foe
show.
have control.
Great shots there from Diagram along with the help onto Rami. That player Chick over at the posters was going to be such a nuisance there. Eliminating Chick there is now going to allow Cloud9 to more easily push across the map. And look at this battle still taking place. Mighty getting so many shots and so much damage on Market. Killing spree at the end of this game here. So needed there for the foe roster. What are you seeing, Clutch?
We're going to a Game 5 day, moments away from foe coming back in Game 4, down 2-0 to finding themselves first to 50 kills for a top 8 position.
What a clutch series of events there for foe. They played that so well and started to look like they're down and out. You started to feel that Cloud9 were just going to walk away with that game, especially they're up 2 hills. They had momentum on their side. It felt like even when we saw some fantastic plays from foe, they were just being countered and equalized by kills from the Cloud9 roster. But for the first time here in these objective games, we see even slays.
Pope back and taking shit.
Crazy.
And
back to
foe
normal
walking away with the
programming.
objective efficacy in game number 4.
Dave Walsh is so good at math that he was able to add all of those kills up and know that that was 70 to 70. I don't have the brain power for that, but thank God I have
I'll
Dave
tell you
Walsh
this,
next
I
to
had
me.
no fucking
And thank
idea
God
what
we have a
happened.
Game 5
I
here
probably
today
wasn't even here
in
half
the
the time.
elimination
Alright?
bracket to get a top 8 placing. Both of these teams want this one so bad. And for a Slayer to dictate these teams' future here this
Wait,
weekend,
this motherfucker went and got
that's gotta be
Wendy's?
everything you want as a fan sitting here watching the show. So
This motherfucker,
strap
he's a
on in,
fast
it's going to
food
be a good one.
machine. He had
Dave, I do
Chick-fil-A
want to talk
today
about Game 4
and
for just
Wendy's.
a second. Foe being down 2-0.
In the
It
same
looks
day?
so quick for Cloud9, but 3 straight hills simultaneously, it felt like, went their way.
I
What
remember
went
just
right
like,
for
you
Foe?
know, 5 months ago
Right
you was
for
telling me,
foe.
bro,
I felt
now
like
you out
they
here eating
scrapped up
motherfucking
time
Chick-fil-A and
when
Wendy's
they
in the
had
same
ability to.
day.
I felt like there was plenty of times where it was a 2-on-2 or a 3-on-3, and foe
Make it make
weren't
sense to me.
overextended
Make it make
grabbing the
sense.
hill. Instead, they were grabbing hill and forcing Cloud9 to panic a little bit. Maybe come out
And
of
then the man gonna turn the
unnatural
camera
locations
off so
and
we
fight
can't see him shove
before they were
spicy
ready.
nuggies in
And
his
so I
mouth.
felt like foe was
Okay,
grabbing that and doing a good job putting the pressure on when they had control.
Whew. I'm sweating. This is getting hard. It's been a minute since I casted, and these lights, they get brighter as the series go on. These players, they get crisper as the series go on. And the pressure, it builds as the series go on. Live Fire Slayer is the name of the game. Cloud9.
250 to 18. God dang.
Live Fire earlier on in the series, but that was a long time ago, Dave. What are the keys to victory here, and who are you leaning towards as players to watch as far as opportunities to really get their team over the hump for a top 8 place?
We've been highlighting from all series, but specifically game number 2, we highlighted and said Woodham. I mean, he has the 2nd highest KD when it comes to Slayers so far. 19.8 kills every 10 minutes. You can expect to be very, very active throughout this game. It's going to be clutch. So if you're trying to get some motion going on in this game, I don't view Livefire as stagnant or slow as some of those other maps. I feel like there's a lot of times where teams get the advantage and they continue to push that. Pushing across the top of the map, spawn trapping over at green, spawn trapping over at dummies when they get opportunities. So we'd love to see a strong start and a strong pace of game there for Wudum and Pogue.
Of course, we had the S7 and the camouflage on the map, two key pieces to victory. We saw,
those things too.
We saw what happened when Tusk was able to put both of those together in multiple different situations in game one. That was great for Cloud9. If you're Pogue, that cannot happen twice.
Keep in mind, they got both those weapons and power-ups at the start of each game.
Yes.
So it's not going to be much different of a start. Sure, you might have the arguable oddball where players are taking some time or resources and focusing on that, but end of the day, if both teams seem to be focused on Scamo, I think Cloud9 happens to be winning those starting engagements.
And because you played a game type on this map earlier in the series, you've seen both sides of how this team wants to break the opening break. Does that give you an advantage if you're Pogue, being on the recipient end of a losing strategy at the start of both sides of the oddball? Do you think it's now an advantage for them to maybe have an opportunity to say, hey, last time we got smashed when we did this. Let's switch it up.
2-2.
Absolutely. You start to play that game of rock, paper, scissors. You start to say, all right, we got this, standard start, which is very safe.
Proton already beat Darkest Hour.
Not going to be perfectly red, and you go with that one right off the rip. And luckily, you kind of have that on both sides on Livefire because you get to use one different start from each side. Now that you have to repeat one of your starting strategies, you have to say, all right, well, it worked well last time. You know they're going to make some sort of adjustment. Do you just start to throw out the adjustment to the adjustment, or do you stick with it?
Be on? Hey, what we did worked. Let's just do it
I want to be part of the side where it worked, and then you go in with another confident start. You don't need to get risky because it worked last time, but you don't do the
Man, my Wendy's didn't have any drinks, bro.
The easily punishable part of that.
It was like, we only got sweet tea and lemonade. That's it.
Some points when you start getting those rock, paper, scissors thing, people's like, oh, you're thinking this, and they're thinking this. I'm just like, you know what? Some point, just throw a little randomization.
And then they're throwing the paper sideways, telling you they threw scissors, but it's actually paper. They were just playing both sides of the coin there. Hopping back now as we wait for that game 5 to kick off. Quadrant is up 2-1 on Roar. We saw the first two games, but it looks like Quadrant now trying to catch back up to deny a game 5 from this series. 3-2, War still in the lead, but Quadrant just accomplished that hill. Unfortunately for Quadrant, it looks like it took all of their members to do so. Last player alive, Snipedrone and Hill.
And what do you think about this time, Clutch? Last time we saw 2 minutes remaining with the bottom center hill going into play. I feel like Lord's just going to go for Slays. 15 seconds. They're just going to hold up high and see who they can kill.
Yeah, 10 seconds left. Now you play time, Jay. This is when you play time. With 10 seconds left, absolutely. Lord just need to get one more round of Slays. It's pretty easy to do when you have Camo, Shock in the hands of Drift. That hill trying to be denied. Drift not able to hit the shock rifle shot. A lot of players no shield. Only one of them gets taken down. And Quadrant still alive for now and almost halfway over the hill.
And tapping buttons, revealing position over towards glass/loop. So you see Quadrant and crew just looking over towards the driveway. They're not as worried about Cafe and Market at this point in time. And look at this, seconds get really close.
That's it.
3 seconds away, all 4 dead, and Quadrant and Lord going to a game 5 as well. So I feel like you can't really look at any bad matches here today. If you go on a mainstream here, if you go on the B stream, fantastic game 5s going on both sides.
Both the European finalists go into a game 5 for potential top 8 placings. They're going to take the hard road, it looks like, in Arlington, as they find themselves both in game 5 deciding matches for their tournament lives. That's going to be a banger of a game 5, but we have focus for the main stage. Cloud9 still awaiting. As we get a little things with the PCs checked out, we want everything to be perfect for these two teams to go to battle here in this game 5.
Yeah, the longer that you wait here, the more that you either get motivated or doubt gets instilled.
Rami,
all these players. Rami just checking out tweets, seeing how people think he's playing. But in situations like this, it's I feel like momentum really starts to either roll, or you also at some point just go, let's just get the good start, boys. There's a lot of times where you're just wondering about, can we please just get the opening break kills, the opening weapons? Don't need to overthink this. Let's just get a good start.
And I've had teammates on both sides. I've had the over-analytical teammate that was trying to break down what everyone wants to grenade at the start. And I've also,
one of us pushing green, and one's going to throw a nade here, the other one's going to do this.
And then I've also had Demon D. Let's just beat the hell out of him, man. So, I mean, if you can think that simple and play that well, who am I to question you? But now, Proton Darkest Hour. Highlights going on. Proton Gaming, a team that beat Sentinels as well. Probably doing a little bit better in pools than we expected with that win. And it looks like they had a very successful top 8 series with Darkest Hour. I mean, this Proton Gaming, when you look at this roster, Dave, and you see the success that they've had so far throughout this tournament, how deep can this team go? Because these guys, they've been there, they've done that. They have placed everywhere and anywhere in these brackets.
We're feeling like we're seeing one of the first teams from pool play actually separate from these top open teams. Every other open team, as we're seeing so far in the series, are just game 5s, neck and neck. Could go either way, but it feels like Proton's making a statement saying, guess what, there's a tier in between these open teams and these teams at the bottom of pool play. And we're in that.
It might be one of those open teams in the lowest tier. It's, no offense to Darkest Hour, but you are what appears to be the one team that's not pushing this series the distance. Complexity versus Native Gaming going over on a feature station as well. Complexity must have lost to Shopify.
All of these are incredible matches. It's criminal we have to choose just one of them here on the main stage like this.
We've done a little bit of a red zone so far as we get things figured out, but Complexity versus Native, a very important match. Both of those two teams definitely expecting to walk home with some change and at least a top 8 placing. Complexity has ambitions of breaking into the top 4, but that match against Shopify obviously not going their way. Shopify clearly already being top 6, playing against SSG later today. That's got to be a banger of a matchup with how good they have looked, especially with the reorganization of the teammates that they have over there. You got to love what you're seeing from them so far.
Yeah, it feels like there's just such a deep talent pool as we're going into the start of this 2024 season. And we get into like these top 8, top 10 teams. As soon as I start to try to name top 8 or top 10 teams, I start going down the list and you're like, wait, you just named off 15 teams. You can't do that in your top 10. It's like, all right, this is unfair.
That's the
too impossible pick.
I call that the Tony special. He's got 8 teams in his top 4. He's got 12 in his top 8. And everybody is an up-and-coming superstar. But hey, we've seen some good Halo being played by Septify, by all these players. I mean, even Wutum may be an up-and-coming superstar. So, Tony, you might be onto something. But right now, we are on to a Game 5. Aquarius is the map they're showing in that overlay.
But it's going to be Livefire. We got Livefire Slayer. And
you never know.
You know, I don't want to put pressure on anyone, especially the young gun, but I want to kick this one off with Wutum if possible. I want to see how he's kicking this off here in game number 5. And look at this melting over at Nest Bridge. Wutum. And I believe Mighty's pushing on over towards the Nest side. We got a one-on-one. Wisely backs down. And pressure is being put. He's buying time. Can Chick and Jimbo take advantage of this distraction? Get this camo. Do enough damage over on the silo side of the map.
Wutum staying alive long enough to be annoying for Cloud9 to try and deal with because he's planning on flanking this camo play that Cloud9 have now overextended for. Wutum, if he can get there and have a good timing, he may be able to impact that fight. Unfortunately, Cloud9 get the camo, and they have rotated all across the map. Wutum being irrelevant for that camo play.
Great job staying alive, but like you said, as you're that flanker, there's this very difficult dance you have to play. On one hand, you want to be in the action, you want to be pulling their attention, you want to be doing
You
damage.
shouldn't be going all
but
across
if you
map like
overextend,
that.
you're going to die. If you underextend and don't get close enough, your teammates are fighting an odd number battle. Like I said, it's such a difficult balance being that perfect flanker. And you saw right there the damage of being a little too far away from Wutum.
The veteran, he's been in a few Game 5s throughout his career. Finds himself with the snipe, a beautiful headshot. And I love the fact that he backs up to tower. He's going to have some pressure on him from front tower, but realigns that, knows that the Quantum was back at green, finds the kill. Unfortunately, too many members of Cloud9 to deal with afterwards. So Jimbo just gets traded out. A double kill for Diagram. Information on respawners from Bo will make this just a 1-kill game, and Cloud9 will have control of the map.
Too many spike grenades falling towards that back tower, and looks like Diagram is the one intended to grab this snipe. Any of those members of Cloud9 could grab it, but they said, Diagram, it's game 5, we're putting this in your hands.
seen what Suppress can do. He's got the same genetics, and he had the same impact with the S7. Can't hit that player back green. Multiple players back pillars. No body shots with the snipe, but
Trades all the way around.
He does give up his life, but at the end, Cloud9 will continue to make this a one-kill game.
Being a part of the fight, I don't mind swapping to that bandit. Make sure you get that guaranteed damage versus the all or nothing. Like you said, there was enough pressure there for Foe, and I mean, the more time that passes where Foe are able to go even while the sniper's in play, the better. Looks like Sniper now to play in this AR. He's got to get up close and personal. Looks like he gets the close fight, but that QT is going to save a life right there. What a great repulse to stay alive by Rami. Getting up close and personal.
Not often you see a player without a bandit in his back pocket, but the AR gets the work done. The repulse keeps him alive, and somehow Rami gets out of that situation with some good damage, but more importantly, Cloud9 tie this game up 12-12.
Diagram just trying to put this extra pressure, making sure nobody can flank him over here at Sandbags. The fight for Snipe is coming up. Who has the better position? Is it the team with Tower or the team with Camo over at Sandbags? Diagram trades out kills with Mighty.
Two-on-2 situation. Snipe's still up top middle. Septify able to find that snipe. Maybe it's actually Rami that dropped down bottom middle with that snipe. Can we see some Rami POV? Thank you, Observer. You're doing a great job back there, L-Town. He's going to drop it, actually.
Now we're here in this tied situation. 14 apiece. Cloud9 have Sniper. Do Foe pick up the pace and put the pressure on, or do they slow it down? I actually want to go to a Foe listen and hear how they're calming.
What? He didn't have any damage on him.
He went back. Maybe that was not.
It's gonna be all gonna be there.
I can't jump across. The comms aren't solid. Yeah, the comms aren't solid.
Yo, one. There's three on the right. They're just playing safe. Playing safe.
Watch his top. Watch his top.
We're gonna headbutt them here. Big behind us. We need to go. On your jump. Bottom elbow. Jump. And top in. You see when they jump? Up. Reset. Penetrate. Use straight. Camo 5. Disappearing. Could play his camo if you want.
Trades all across. Oh, not actually.
They could spawn dummies and fly to him. Go. Roll back into it.
I love that listen, and I love that play from Woodham right there. He was critical before, saying he didn't do the correct flank play at the start of this game. However, that last one was spectacular, executed perfectly behind enemy lines, gets the double kill, gets the third player weak. The other thing I noticed during that listening was I love the calming voice from Wonderboy.
Loved it.
Very concise, usable information.
Reset.
Giving usable information, saying camo's up if you want to push for it. There's sometimes you'll hear coach in your call saying, Camo, we gotta go for that. Yeah. And you hear those sort of comms, and you feel like you have to panic and force it. But he's let his team know that camo's come up as an option if they feel they have the right position to go for it.
Love this play from Wutum as well. Relocates top middle. He's able to clean up the kill. A 5-kill lead for Foe. Able to stay alive with a quick flick of the repulse down to his feet. Lifts him up, and I love that flick from him for that.
So good.
That double kill in the garage, that flick was nasty. He's given his team the lead here. 11, 5, and 6 from the young gun so far. The push on the green is where his eyes are focused on a kill.
They're doing good pinches. They're doing it.
Collapse with his team. 4 down for Cloud9.
Oh, got that Slayer potential. 3 dead.
And positioning. the team is going to be and ready to pounce on those opportunities. Look at Woodham. He's doing the stance right now. Doesn't know if they're going to push out towards the side just yet. Now he gets a little information. He knows he's going to be the #1 target. He's calling for backup, and he's hiding. Now that he has some eyes over from the nest, he knows he's safe. The garage push isn't coming. Now what he has to worry about is the push coming from the opposite side of the map? Is Woodham going to be left out to dry during this next fight? This happened at the beginning of the game. Is it going to happen again?
Such a difficult place for Cloud9 to try and play from right now. No kills to be given over at 8. Kills separate the two, and Wootum smells
He's
blood in the water.
trading.
He knows players are no shield. And here,
How do you not tell your teammate somebody's chasing you? What?
Kills going for the trades. 10-kill lead here for Foe. I would argue that Woodham maybe came a little bit later than I would expect or like there, but still,
Burned the camo.
great timing window, realizing that Camo's coming up. There's not going to be more than one over in that garage. He's either going to get a one-on-one, or he's going to be perfectly in time to get in the flank and get the kills on Cloud9. Now Cloud9 down by 9 kills. What do they got to do here, Clutch?
the body shot from Wootum makes it such a difficult question to answer. Wootum is going to have so much presence on the map. Mouse and keyboard snipers are something to be feared, and Cloud9 had to find
That's
a
what
way
like
to get
this
the
dude
snipe out of his
has a
hand.
sniper in his hands.
Sees all of his teammates pushing forward, so he's
Teammates getting kills though.
pressure for Bridge is a possibility.
Oh, not
Diagram
enough.
hits some perfect shots, but unfortunately, he hits the tab button. Everybody on his team has gone down. Now 45, 46 kills for Foe. They need 4 to go to find themselves for a top 8 placing.
Yeah, and I feel like you got to be in one of two camps here. Do you slow it down? Do you just try to drain out time and let Cloud9 make all these pushes? Or do you stick with Old Faithful? Do you keep on pushing, keep on being aggressive, and force these next fights? And look at Mighty's try and get behind enemy lines. I don't think Cloud9's going to fully expect this.
Go in him,
They
go
feel
in
like
him.
this game's going to slow down.
Oh, he didn't get a trade.
Out by Septified. Chick now trying the exact same flank. Is he going to be punished? It looks like he's behind enemy lines, but spotted out again by Diagram. 2 giving up kills there by Foe. Not dangerous yet, but you don't have many more of those to give.
Don't worry, Wootum's got you. 47th is acquired. He's back tower looking to make some pressure.
Ooh, that snipe.
To make this a 6-kill game now. Everybody on Cloud9 trying to play their lives perfectly. Rammy relocating top tower, hits the quick scope to keep his teammate alive once again.
Group up, don't let the split spawns come in.
48 to 42.
Full sniper in the hands of Rammy. Camo coming up. I feel like Foe, they can't just forcefully try to go for this camo.
They don't need it. Bro, why do you peek that? What? With no information, you just...
If Foe get it, they can sneak behind enemy lines. They can pick off a random kill. However, if Cloud9 are able to get this, they're still in driver's seat. Here comes the push. Back flank from Mud. 2 kills picked up by Jimbo, and you hear Foe popping off. Rightfully so.
Man, this is a team without jerseys, bro. Y'all got beat by a team without jerseys. Oh, no.
Different. Look at me. The first ever mouse and keyboard player to place top 8 in the history of Halo. Wootum, your name will ring in the history books of Halo. Welcome to the main stage, and what a performance he just put on. 16, 9, and 6 from the iciest mouse and keyboard player we have in Halo. The young gun pulls it off, puts it on his
Man said, I don't need aim assist.
the keyboard up and pushes Foe forward in the elimination.
That's crazy.
Played so incredibly well there. Foe just clutching up when they needed to. Game number 4 being down 0-2.
Foe versus Proton, that's going to be a bang up.
Able to bring that one back. Here,
Native down 2-0.
they did so well.
Call of
Wootum
Duty's
doing
over.
So many of those difficult decisions and dances, but in the end, pulling it out. Such a young gun. Can't wait to see where this kid goes. Love seeing all this new talent rise to the top.
Especially when they play on a different input. I mean, he was making plays throughout this series, but the most important plays here in this game 5 were made by Wootum. That push into garage, I'm sure we're going to see it here in a second, was absolutely
You got to be more specific. There was 2 different pushes in garage. Where he goes to garage, the other one he went towards tunnel afterwards. He's just doing it all.
The one where he snaps on right here. This snap, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, as Sims would say, and Wootum makes them feel the wrath of a mouse and keyboard player. That flick was nasty, and you cannot do that on controller, ladies and gentlemen. So he's showcasing exactly what kind of an opportunity he can put off here at the HC.
That just shows you how much better his aim is, because you don't get aim assist with that.
Especially when you
So
consider
that's
the
pure
journey
brains.
of what this series was. Game one was not close, and it had to have been something that you thought Bo was going to falter throughout the series.
So
It was gonna
Cloud9
give
gets knocked
Cloud9
out.
some momentum. They answered the story in game two with a 50-42 victory on Sweets. Game three,
But them having to do open bracket anyway,
Cloud9 come roaring back in another objective. You're wondering,
the Cloud9 had to do open bracket anyway, so
but that king of the hill, that was where the series was won and lost. Up 2-0, Cloud9 found themselves. And then all of a sudden, Bo came roaring back with those 3 straight points, giving them an opportunity that gave Wuth.
mute that real quick, because we got this one going on. Round 5 Slayer. Ooh, got that shot. That's crazy. Hitting shots like that is crazy to me. This player's name is Tapping Buttons. Quadrant look like they're about to pull this out, but we'll see. Still a close kill diff. No trade coming through there. Tie game. Laura said we ain't nobody. They're tapping buttons and that drift dude are carrying. Game completely slowed down. I don't know how I feel about that player being all the way away from his team like that. He can't help or anything. He's probably trying to wait for an engage to do the late flank, but they know he's missing. Got him. Red dot him. Even though SOG still take the lead. Look at the camera, I'm guessing. It doesn't trade. SOG pulling ahead. Give me quadrant. That was a 1 for 1 pretty much. 1 for 1, 2 for 1. Got the trade. Got the trade. Got this one. Got the trade. 2 more kills. Oh my gosh. I need 1 more. Damn. Quadrant, take it. And here we are at the other loser bracket where Complexity is beating Native Gaming 2-0 and they're up in the strongholds.
This man, hyped up for some Halo.
I like seeing the highest level of esports when it comes to competition. Look, should I do Dead by Daylight one day?
You should watch somebody play Elden Ring with a dance pad or something. Like,
Nah.
Yeah. Real skills. Alright, real skills.
Why does it stream like this?
Get that Sing Star going or something. Karaoke.
Sing Star? I don't know what that is.
Play it and you love it. So, what did you get to eat from Wendy's, huh?
Junior bacon spicy nugs, fries, drink.
You get the Baconator fries?
No.
You get the lemonade?
No.
You get the Dr. Pepper?
They only had sweet tea and lemonade, and I got sweet tea.
They only had sweet tea and lemonade. Man, did you just go to like the ratchetest Wendy's in the world?
The
Is that what happened?
No.
Did your junior bacon only have one piece of bacon on it?
No,
Like,
I had more than one piece of bacon. Looks like Complexity's about to take this 3-0. Damn, seeing APG go out and losers like that is crazy to me. Top 12 is crazy to me. Man, it's too late to be trying to get kills now. Traded. They're fighting really hard. They is fighting really hard to try to get this map. I gotta play lights out to get this though. Damn, they just raced across the map. That's game. Native going home. That's crazy. So this is what lower bracket's looking like. These are going to be two banger lower bracket matches. But while they're going on, we'll be watching up here. FaZe versus Optic. Native go out top 12. That's crazy. So whoever loses this goes on top 8. No matter what. It'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So they've guaranteed top 6 at least. These two teams guaranteed top 6. These 4 teams guaranteed top 6. Damn, you hear that rift? Playing that guitar. My device restarted? What the heck? Oh, they killed that stream? Wait, don't they still have one more match to look at? Where's the complexity versus quadrant match? What? Why they kill that broadcast? I got 2 broadcasts live now? That's crazy. A and B stream, that's it. All right, so let's go back to listening to this broadcast then. I guess.
All right, Arlington, here we go. It's the grand finals rematch you've been waiting for from Worlds last year. Optic versus FaZe. This one is going to be an absolute banger, I can tell you right now. Hey, look, I can't predict the future, but when it comes down to these two teams and what we have seen with them, it has always been lights out Halo gameplay and some of the best Halo Infinite we've ever seen, honestly, across the globe and across the last 3 years. I'm joined by Wes and Tony. Fellas, you've got a really good death segment here, and I'll tell you that much because we got some stats for you today. But first, before we get into all the nitty-gritty here, let's talk about what we've seen today, what we've got coming up next for you guys at home, what you might have missed, because a lot of the scores have been coming in. Complexity this morning, 3-0 Law Gaming. Law also felt the wrath of Bittersweet here, but they managed to pull through 3-0. And then we've got Optic Gaming also then taking Law Gaming, unfortunately, off the map entirely. 3-0 sweep for them. Space Station, they met Quadrant in our first winners quarterfinals. 3-1, quite a bloodbath.
Is today St. Patty's Day?
Answer back there against SSG. And then we've just seen Foe 3-2 Cloud9 in an absolute brawl on the main stage. Went all the way to it, and the Foe, they managed to sweep it out. Wes, you actually casting that one. That was electric, wasn't it?
It's tomorrow.
I was sweating up there, and I know the players were feeling the pressure because it turned up the heat, but just in time for this next match. What an appetizer that series was, because now the main course of our Saturday is served. It's the winners bracket semifinals, and these two matches have got all of my attention moving forward.
Tony, looking across the bracket, it was always meant to be this way, surely. FaZe versus Optic in the semis. We've seen this number of times now where these two have met in the semifinals, and it's always bittersweet, isn't it, for our fans here, because these are two top teams, and one will get bumped down relatively early here into the elimination bracket.
Yeah, when you look back at pool play, you knew that FaZe and Optic were going to come out number 1 in their pools. You knew they were going to make it up until this point. And we knew SSG were going to get here as well. The real question was, who was going to be that 4th team? And we know Rebellion is now, but it was written. It was in the script. We knew we were going to be here from the moment this weekend started.
We certainly did. I got to know as well, you mentioned
That's how the
Rebellion
bracket
there.
works.
I'm so impressed with what we've seen from them, Wes. I think going up against Space Station is going to be the tallest order for them. But from what we've seen, the promise, the being able to battle back when it mattered most, being down, trying to kill momentum from other teams, it shows a lot of signs of life here.
Absolutely, everything you want to see from Rebellion, and especially now that Sentinels is out of the tournament. We said it in the pre-show, not very often do those top 4 teams ever really get top 4. So Sentinels leaving the door open for our top 4 to have a shuffle. I think that Rebellion team is primed to be inside the top 4 by the end of the weekend. But where in that top 4, I think they can go as far as those players want to, and as long as they're playing well, they're going to be difficult for anyone to out.
Well, we don't have to go too far for a prime time match, because that's what's coming our way on the main stage. Starting off with Optic Gaming, this roster is one to be feared, has been for quite some time now. But I want to know how they're going to fare up against FaZe, up against their foes from last year, the ones that they fell short to in the World Championships. Right now is the time in their home arena in front of their fans to kick back and do it with an absolute bang clutch.
You said it best. The home of Optic Gaming will host the rematch from the World Championship. You made the team change from APG to Dead Zone for a reason. It is to win this series. You do not let anyone come into your house and kick your butt. That is a rule where I'm from, and I know Optic feels that way, so they need to get up. This one is personal.
Tony, on the other side, we've got FaZe. They are looking primed and ready to go. They haven't let their foot off the gas since the World Championships. They come in here as the #1 seed. What are your expectations from this team?
My expectation for them is to come out and win. I'm sure that's their expectation as well. Was back in that grand finals, win that world championship, where Optic went up those first 2 games and FaZe went 8 in a row. They're still the #1 seed coming in. They're still the favorites for a reason. Optic made a team change. They want to win this, but I don't know, man. FaZe, they're looking clean.
This is the biggest rivalry we have in the HCS. Both world champions from the first 2 years.
It's the biggest rivalry across all esports, bro.
FaZe love the position they're in. The villains, the ones trying to ruin
Optic
everyone's
versus
day in the
FaZe.
crowd that represents the green wall. And that will put the smile on their face at the end of this series if they're able to get it done.
It's 2 different championships from 2 different years going head to head on the stage right now, folks. Let's get into this game. It's going to be Optic versus FaZe. Let's meet your teams.
It does not get much bigger than this in the Halo Championship Series. FaZe Clan and Optic Gaming, both of them the recipients of World Championship rings, both of them the recipients of a World Championship trophy. And we're in the winners bracket now, Andy. We get to see who is starting off the season highest.
All roads led to here, right? This is the matchup that we came for, especially here in the Optic Arena in Arlington, Texas. This is the match that the Green Wall also came for. But they're going up against the defending world champions in FaZe Clan. Here's a look at your series layout.
Starting off with a little bit of oddball live fire here. Slayer Streets game 2. Strongholds Recharge will be your game.
Don't like that oddball map,
Before we get
but
to King of the Hill Solitude and Slayer Aquarius. And usually I say, if needed. Now, I'm not going to say that this time because I've got the feeling we're going to see these, Andy.
Yeah, I was going to say, let this one go the distance.
don't let that go to that cough
before the game even
without getting 2
Cannot wait to
maps.
see these 2 teams. It feels like we've had an explosive Saturday. Amazing results. You might have just seen Mutum, the first mouse and keyboard player to play Stop 8. We saw amazing matches earlier from SSG and Quadrant. Smiles on the face of Royal One, looking very cool and calm heading into this one. And this is going to be an absolute banger of a series.
Well, there are the Optic Ultras. There they are in the front, ready to cheer their team on. The Lucid fan club are out, as are the former ones as well. And let me tell you, even though this is the home ground here of Optic Gaming here in Arlington, there's definitely a smattering of FaZe fans in that crowd as well who will want to silence the Optic Ultras.
Some very questionable formal signs. What are you talking about?
Got to catch Lucid a bit earlier. He was telling me, you know, it just feels good. The team's firing so well together, and now as we get ready to
Optic
get
is like Trump is
rumors,
crazy.
everyone can stop talking. We can focus on what we need to do here, and they go up against the defending world champions. What a statement this would be for Optic Gaming if they were able here in this series to send FaZe to the elimination bracket this early on in the event. How much would that do for the team change? How much would that do for this squad to kick off the season with a main stage win like that?
When the players are ready, I'm pretty sure the crowd here in Arlington is ready as well. As we are in to game number 1 of our winners semi-final. FaZe Clan versus Optic. We're starting off with the general.
See what Snakebite can do all right away, ripped off. That's going to be 2 dead for each side. But I tell you what, when we've seen this matchup last year, of course, there's only one player that's different on the stage across these 2 rosters. That's going to be Deadzone on Optic Gaming. Unsurprisingly, all eyes on him continuously throughout this weekend. This series is no exception. Here comes Renegade.
Renegade has a chance to
to make a play, do some damage, get out with that QT that he collected on his way forward. And it looks like even though he got some good damage down, it's going to be Optic who are getting the better of this fight. He'll be forced to retreat back to his teammates. Early ball time here for Optic Gaming, but just a touch of it. 10 seconds or so, nothing really too huge to talk about as Renegade continues to output damage. The only problem is damage does not get converted into kills for them here as Optic holds strong.
Yeah, exact same thing I was thinking. It was really good damage and really good QT usage. He's able to get a lot of damage, but as you say, not able to get the cleanups from the teammates just yet. And off the break of that, you're going to see now Frosty with this camo in hand. Needs to make a push. They're already down by 20.
Trying to play off the damage here. He's also got a pistol to work with as well, which means he can pop away at those shields and capitalize on that damage. And a little bit of a swing and a miss.
Very nice.
And there's that pistol that gets him out of trouble once again. 23 points still to Optic though, as they do finally force the play ball here, FaZe.
Ooh, a little pancake from Frosty as well. He hits the melee before he hits the repulse to get the little bit of a rare medal there. Finally will fall. That was 3 dead for Optic though. This should translate into a time here as well. Snakebite's going to start the rotate. Here comes Formal trying to stop that rotate right now.
Yeah, just kind of cut through him. He might be able to cut Snakebite down.
He's not shooting.
Just about managed to get away, but Trippy will take him down, so the ball won't be collected by FaZe to keep that score ticking upwards. Optic and Formal there, by doing that damage and cutting through, have stopped a potential back green setup for them. Formal now off the back of it, knows where all of FaZe are and tries to sneak a ball back into his teammates, but FaZe were ready for it.
It was 2 dead when he went for the grab, but look at the timing there from Snakebite off the break. Gets the nades into Rat Tunnel, which translates then instead into 2 dead for Optic, so it won't be too much time on the board. The 2 teams right now tied at 14 kills apiece.
This is going to be a game and a series which is decided by moments.
Yeah.
One sniper rifle bullet that hits, one that doesn't. One kill that got away or one kill that gets collected. All of these will contribute to who comes out on top at the end of it. But early on here, Optic Gaming, they are doing a better job of just out-rotating and getting that odd ball away from the FaZe pushes. It's 33 points.
Quadrant, he drop an overkill with this Quantum and he didn't.
Let's see what Lucy could do here. He knows the angle he needs to cut off, so he will move Sandbag with the team. A lot of pressure coming in on Camo side.
Hits the body, cleans it up immediately. Now he's looking for a second. Trippy gets taken down by Rule 2 in the meantime, and FaZe are losing members, and this should just be a case of cleaning up a couple of players, although Lucy can't quite find where Renegade disappeared to, and that's going to cost him a kill.
Look at that, yeah. You can tell just how carefully he was checking those corners in the end. Oh my, look at the shots coming out of him, almost gets a second. That'll be a killing spree on the board, and just like that, Optic starts to pull away in the kills category, 21 to 16, and more importantly, on the scoreboard as well. They're up 55 to 4.
Almost got a snipe here on Cuts as well. Nice little body shot onto Renegade. That's going to completely slow this push down. Now, so important it is to control this weapon. It's not about the flashy kills sometimes. It's about slowing down the push by doing damage. Now he's re-wrapping towards his teammates on the pillars to provide that covering fire to keep them alive as FaZe try and continue their push.
Pretty wild stats here on the side of Optic Gaming as well. Take a look at the big standout. It's Trippy. He's 11 and 6 at a time when Dead Zone and Formal have 3 and 2 kills respectively. Trippy popping off here with the numbers.
And again, another body shot here from Formal just means that his ball carrier doesn't come under any pressure whatsoever. 75 points and rising now, and FaZe Clan probably starting to get a little bit concerned about the pattern of this round, because to be honest with you, it's been all Optic and they haven't really had to do too much for it.
Ooh, Formal there. Knew he wanted to play the sniper rifle, and then even almost gets the headshot as well on the fadeaway, but now Snakebite with QT. They're down 79 to 9 and finally scoring.
Yeah.
There's one team though, it doesn't matter how much they're down, it's just the fact that they
the Vivo standing desk, I don't remember.
Where they can formulate a comeback and get into any game type, it's going to be FaZe. We've seen it before. We've already seen it at this event. As Frosty has the ball in his hand. Big push on the camo side of the map at the moment from Optic, but that's just
no play ball, no play ball. The play ball didn't come in. I think everyone's thinking the same thing. Frosty there, you couldn't tell from Snakebite's POV. Frosty not in a position to get the play ball. And Snakebite was expecting something coming Sandbags, instead they stuck under him, and they really pushed that 3-man push to prevent the play ball. Finally it does play, but now 84 to 20, FaZe with a lot of work to do.
Only one mistake really left for FaZe here. Optic pick up 2 kills, and that means they're going to pick up the odd ball as well. Royal 2 with a double kill might give them a little bit of a window to push forward, but the clock is against them, and Lucid is running away from the FaZe push. 94 points and rising, make it 95, and he turns direction. He changes direction, runs back to his spawners, throwing that odd ball down where they can contest it.
Okay, ball played at 96. I believe Snakebite also had camo off screen. However, with FaZe 2 dead, this really should be Optic's game here.
However, FaZe turn it around. It's going to be 3 dead for Optic. Snakebite has that camo, like you mentioned. Now there's the opportunity for him to get that first pick in the push, to get the information that he and his team require to create a little bit of space, and there is that kill. Deadzone did get one onto Renegade though, so this isn't going to be a comfortable hold here for FaZe.
Not going to be comfortable. This is really, really high stakes Halo here. They need to play absolutely perfect for what will feel like an eternity. Down by 60 points.
Optic probably thinking we've got a few pushes here, just take our time, get 4 players back on the map, get 1 kill, and then think about that oddball. Trippy now, having seen the kill start to come in, tries to move towards that oddball. It's a 2v2 on the map right now. Ball going to be thrown away, but is it thrown away from the Optic push far enough? Deadzone comes in, he gets 2. Is he going to be able to turn it into a triple? Instead, plays his life smartly. More damage onto Frosty as the cavalry now arrives for Optic. This is desperate from FaZe, kind of trying to hold the Optic push off that oddball.
Wow, 2 dead here for Optic. FaZe so far winning that off of the play ball from Snakebite into the dummies. It's a really good play, but still a lot of work to do, of course. 3 dead, 2v1 right now. Deadzone the only player alive for Optic.
Only player alive, but still alive. Most importantly, however, he will go down. Snakebite will get that ball, or as I say it, it resets. That's how long that scrap went on.
Yeah.
Long enough for that oddball to reset to bottom middle, and that's great news for Optic.
Oh, dangerous. Renegade almost dies bottom, and he gets taken down. He's the first to fall. However, 3v3 on the map. Here comes Formal.
Formal backing up Lucid. Lucid gets taken down as well. Gonna have to slay around this ball before they try and do anything. Snakebite's buying so much time. He's throwing a shoulder at him. And in the meantime, here comes the rest of FaZe. Royal 2 falls down to get that kill onto Formal. Snakebite was taken down, but Optic lose 2 members. Now, can FaZe keep this oddball in their hands, or is Trippy on the flank about to cut them down and maybe win this round? It's Deadzone and Trippy, and it will be Optic who get round this corner with the oddball to close it out.
Very, very good closure. You had to think that was a very
Trippy putting in work. Trippy and Deadzone coming out.
A lot of composure, a lot of patience coming in from Optic Gaming. Trippy gets the help he needs as he pushes in towards the pillar door. They will close out the round, and now look to do it in 2 rounds if they can.
What a round from Trippy, by the way. Not only the game-winning moment, he's 16 and 12 with 56 seconds of ball time as well.
Get traded.
Doing it all in a big series is what he's known for.
Oh, come on, Formal.
And he's trying to continue that in that first round and in this series. For now, though, the pressure is going to be top middle, because that's where that sniper rifle has just dropped. The QT out is going to allow Snakebite to stay alive for just a second, but Trippy sniffs him out and puts him to sleep for a few moments.
Gotta say, really interesting comparison between the points on the board involved and also the kills. That was a blowout round largely in terms of score for Optic Gaming. However, the 2 teams right now are tied at almost exactly 50 slays apiece.
Trippy going to move that ball away again, and 2v2 on the map right now, so his bodyguard is going to be Lucid. Where are the FaZe spawns? It's heavy on the camo side of the map, trying to force their way forward. Trippy's looking for a rotate out. They're trying to force the space over at green where their numbers are. And having handed that ball off, Snakebite forgot that Trippy was here, and he might live to regret that one.
2 dead here for FaZe. Good opening as well, once again, from Optic Gaming. 19 points already on the
That was going to be a trade no matter what.
Blowout round, as we said. Let's get to a listen here in round number 2 with Optic Gaming.
One shot training, man. One shot next. You guys rats still. They're pushing big door. Pushing big door. Try to go next. 3 pulls should be up. Yeah, one guy top nest. That's 3 shots.
Back in 1 absolute. Back in absolute. Back in absolute. Back in 1 shot absolute.
It's 1 shot training.
Go back in 1 shot.
He's training. He's 1 shot. It's 1 shot. I'm in weak. Snakebite, 2 shots on mid. 2 shots on mid. White box. I don't see him. Enemy has it. He's absolute double door. Absolute double door. The one up on Obi. Frosty. On screen. Nice. 3 shots on screen. 3 shots on screen. Nice. Enemy has the ball. I'm going. I'm fine. You're legit. I spawned here actually. Yo, screens. 2 and 8, okay? Coming screen. 2 shots. Frosty. There's 2 shots. Taking a reverse. One is best. One is best. Flexible. Go forward. There's 1 shot here. 1 shot. 1 shot. 8.
One of them are going to get it.
Top tower.
Go roll 2 rat. Yeah, roll 2 sorry. Go spawn up.
Enemy has
Go in cement.
Ball drop.
Got 1. 2 deck this. Tower. Somebody get ball. Somebody get ball. Yeah, I'm gonna fight big door here, guys. Look at big door. I see nothing. 1 guy top and bottom tower. They're going tires top mid. Sit at bottom mid with that ball. Tires top mid. I'm coming. Screens. In a weak. Frosty. 3 and 1 guy big guy. Half shields in A. It's going rat door, half shields. He's got 8 pillar going sandbag. Go get ball. 1 shot. All 4 deck. Get some space. I spawned elbow. Could be nest. Could be green. I got snipe. Okay. I'm hiding elbow right now. Rotate this guy. Nice 2 shot.
Trippy is hard carrying Formal. Can't buy a kill right now.
Good nest on me.
I love seeing people in chat. Like, just look at this one guy in chat. Like, everything he's saying. Well, my team is winning, but barely.
You don't have a team.
I do have a team.
Close and calm as they always are, but to take ourselves back into the game and look at that score, Optic have the lead at the moment, but FaZe with far more, I would say, consistent setups of all time than they had in that
What
previous round.
are you talking about?
Better for FaZe and FaZe fans here as 3 will fall on the side of Optic Gaming. 4 dead, first spawner is up. That's going to be dead zone. And now right back in this game, so let's go Optic Chance answers back to the score.
Yes, I do use my controllers.
Interesting stat lines as we're just about tied here. Mark FaZe actually goes into the lead by just a few seconds. A lot of interesting stat lines to highlight. I'd say one of the most interesting is going to be Formal's assists. For a lot of that listening, he had double the assists of anyone else in the game.
It's what he does best, right? The human UAV, there's a nickname there for a reason. People playing off his damage, just constantly the player to play around. We're taking those good positions. Snakebite will get the trade back.
No way he gets that trade.
2 dead again, but FaZe find themselves 3 dead. So Trippy turns his attention from kills and taking some more FaZe names to that.
Why did you rotate that way?
Much closer game as you
What the heck was that?
Versus that first round, but really still close in total kills between the two teams. It's 71 to 68 in favor of FaZe.
What the heck was that rotation? They're too dead.
Okay with that player. He's completely lost him in his dead zone. Who comes back to challenge, and dead zone who almost just about gets away with it. Frosty hits the final headshot though with the bandit. And now we're going to turn our attention away from the oddball towards the camo. 5 seconds or so till it comes up. There's an opportunity here if they can get it for Optic to get that oddball out of the hands of FaZe.
And now dueling Chance, you might be able to hear Let's Go FaZe Clan and Let's Go Optic Chance just battling it out just as fierce. 3 do fall for FaZe Clan. Renegade's your last player alive. Camo's down. Should be a clean grab opportunity. It is for Lucid as well. They will continue scoring. They're down by just about 10.
Lucid looks Formal straight in the eyes and says, take this on ball, I've got camo, let me make a play here. And look how heavy this push is. Look at this. On the camo side here from FaZe, it's all eggs in one basket, but they don't know about Lucid, but Royal 2 pokes back out of the damage, manages to get that kill, but here comes the rest of Optic Gaming.
It's 3 down on both sides.
Yet again here, it's 4 dead though, so Renegade as the last player alive on the map is going to get the ball. He will grab the repulse and start the ball rotate as well.
FaZe went all in on that push. And the most important part of it was they got a 1-for-1 trade with camo. Then they won their individuals and were able to break through. Renegade now has that ball in his hands and FaZe go into a lead. Plenty of time left in this round for either team to turn this around. But speaking of turning around, at the moment Renegade's just turning left, turning right, trying to get a play ball. And that's exactly what he does by sending that repulse.
Oh boy.
Still gets that kill too? That's crazy.
Gets the and one as well. Insult to injury. Somehow stays alive. Hits a very pivotal play ball because based on where the score is, and failing to
This one's got to get vision now.
The round stays alive. Picks up another one as well. They're currently up just by 12 points.
They can't get the kill onto dead zone though. But
They
so
do.
much pressure onto Optic Gaming, and off the back of the pressure, Optic find themselves 3 dead. FaZe still in control of this round as it stands.
Lucid was the most forward player. He gets
No way. Where they FaZe is getting a lot of damage on players that I just don't know where it's coming from.
Respect being shown here by FaZe though. They want to make sure they secure a few more kills before they go for this oddball. 1 player alive bottom middle. He's going to be Formal, but I don't think he's going to be able to catch Royal 2 here. He should be able to rotate this one towards Spawners, but the Spawners are a little bit all over the place here. FaZe don't know where to take that oddball, and Optic might have just got a second chance at this round. 10 seconds is all they needed, FaZe, but Optic have the ball, and FaZe are 3 dead.
You can tell from cuts they did not know where to take the ball. They thought about taking a nest bridge, then they instead had to bring it back to top mid. No play ball comes in, which brings us now only 5 points trailing for Optic. They might close out the game here.
Enemy has the ball.
FaZe need to slow down and get 4 players back on the map, but Optic want to keep the pressure up. They go into a lead as the Optic fans start to sing here in Arlington. 1 for Trippy, no one close enough. And
That's game map 1. I like it. I like it.
What a statement from the Optic Gaming side of the stage. What looked like it was guaranteed to be a FaZe round 2 win, sending us into a sudden death round 3 is cut short. And like you said, FaZe trying to figure out where to bring that ball from dummies into cuts. The rotate started towards Nest. They realized that was not going to work. And guess what? Once you're already C-flat, you're very far away from any play ball opportunities.
Time to take the cap off Hanslow. Insane ice.
And they have a near perfect hold to close out the game in the end. They win in the total score of 200 to 131, and they get outslayed by 1 kill across the 2 rounds.
They get slayed. That's hilarious.
Rounds, and I think it's very interesting to go back and talk about that decisive moment, right?
They had to go. Everybody getting on that one person with the phase logo. He ain't even say nothing yet. Oh my gosh. Whatever game 1 doesn't count even matter. The copium.
Just presented the ball to Optic and they were able to hold a tower.
Yeah, and to Royal2's credit, I think a lot of people watching were thinking the same thing. He did have a teammate, right? I think it was just around bottom nest, so it looked like the safe and obvious rotated, but all of a sudden the kills came in and I think surprised a lot of people, and also, of course, FaZe Clan included, as they looked like they were poised to send us to a final round. Here's Trippy's last push, a lot of help coming in for him, but made sure to lock out that first round.
Bro, that's a crazy thought process.
It's, of course, a very different round number 2, and FaZe looked a lot stronger, but Optic in the end clutching up on that last push.
Yeah, I'll be very interested to see that exact play at the end of these replays, just to keep an eye on where those players did actually respawn on the map. If it was a mistake, if it was unfortunate, or
where Pistola?
Play from Optic.
That's a good question.
In these final moments here, this was just about where it was. The excuse me, it's a little bit later than this. This was the camo pickup from Lucid, but
yeah, love what we saw from Lucid here, just kind of like hugging and switching those sandbags as well. Here's your final moments, and of course,
where your boy go?
See exactly where those spawners were pushing from. It might have been a Pillar's green push, taking out the player. Of course, could have come from sandbags, taking out the player around bottom nest, which made the green push no longer safe. However, in the end, Optic Gaming up 2-0 in that game. They'll take the first game and up 1-0 in the score of the series. Next up, Slayer Streets.
Slayer Streets. Slayers have been the name of the game for FaZe Clan, right? I mean, we were talking about this before the tournament started. We were saying, how many times did FaZe have to rely on Slayers?
Your boy gotta wait till the team win a map before you can start talking again.
The placements in the championships that they had last year. Well, we have to find out the answer if it's going to be the same this year. If there's going to be a couple of series where they're not going to be able to win those game 5s, win that game 2, and 2 of these players on our screen are going to be the reasons that their respective squads might come out on top.
Huge KDs from both of these players, especially on a Slayer, to be a 1.59 and 1.46 respectively between these 2. And actually, Slayer is going to be a lot of the focus here for this series, Mark, because I can't tell you enough how interesting the stat line was from that game number 1. I also need to add that Optic was being outslayed in round 2 specifically, 46 to 37. And came back, brought the game back, not only in slays, but obviously, as you saw, in points as well. So FaZe Clan is doing the hard work and getting the slaying done, which we're used to seeing from them. But interestingly, Optic so far really nailing the objective efficiency and kind of sneaking out these wins round after round. We'll see what game number 2 Slayer holds.
I'm alive, I'm not alive.
Slowing down as much as that camo promotes movement, it promotes teams to get involved in fights and take space. We'll start off this game with Lucid.
Alright, this is a Slayer. I don't.
Able to do here on this push to very nice early pick. Those picks do not usually come in that quickly on the Neons, and of course, just in case you're new to this HCS season, Camo is going to be on delayed spawn. Comes up 30 seconds after the round starts.
This aggression from Lucid, by the way, I think it's about to catch a lot of FaZe members off guard with how quickly and how aggressively he's pushed up to the tires there. FaZe kind of deal with it. Don't take too many deaths, but by doing this damage and by being such a presence, it's forcing all of FaZe to make decisions they don't really want to.
Good timing.
No way he lived.
Is your last player alive? Love to see where Camo went through on the scuffle as well.
3 dead here for
I
FaZe.
pop this chat out.
A lead, a 2-kill advantage. There it is. Trippy,
Pop
who has
chat
Camo,
out.
and more terrifyingly, a Bulldog as well.
5-3 off the opening. Things slow down right away, and this is what you love to see. This is what Camo brings now. Now we get the opportunity to see the play of the push coming in from Trippy.
Trippy gets the info, right? He gets the info first, doesn't want to show, and now he can play off the damage of his teammates. It should be a simple kill. Manages to get one, but takes the beat down. And Renegade somehow, maybe it was a teammate that came in, but the trade on the Camo is there. 1 kill the difference. We'll have to watch that back, but that might have been a teammate.
Certainly could have been cleaner, and that's the beauty of Camo being bottom mid there. You really get these high pressure scenarios where if you could just force a trade out from the other side, it's an enormous play. Very, very different from Force from the Rocket dynamic. 3 dead
Almost by himself.
for Optic Gaming. FaZe goes in the lead.
Formal gets a trade. That's all he needed.
That's down as that last player as well. You sort of get the trade in that situation, but it means that all of Optic will be spawning together in and around that tower, in and around.
That's what you want.
Now Frosty has
That's what Optic wants at least.
You can move up into a position where you can catch a couple of Optic members off guard. And use that close-range weapon effectively. It could be the lead getting a little bit bigger, but here comes the double push. Formal will manage to get
No
two, but Frosty
way.
answers straight back with a double of his own.
Absolutely beautiful head glitching comes in. We'll see if he can get this kill on Garbage.
Oh, Lucid!
Lucid enters back with the perfect from the Stalker, but so much credit due there for Frosty as he just hits perfect little head glitching as well as the spikes in the Bulldog, but in the end, it's still Optic Gaming, still with Camo and leading by 2.
Trippy got away with that camo, and how important was staying alive there for Lucid, by the way. Manages to not only get that kill on Frosty originally, but then repositions, does damage onto Royal 2, who was the anchor to watch that camo for FaZe.
It's the Optic playbook. That's the second time in a row that we've seen Lucid hold down Tires.
Oh my
like
god,
that
they
to
keep
allow for a
nading
triple
him.
grab. They've done it twice now. However, despite all that hard work, the game is still just within 3.
2 camos so far for Optic. Like you say, just a 3-kill advantage off the back of it, but that advantage is still an advantage. Lucid almost got baited into that push, but that's a little bit of game situation recognition.
Oh,
right?
no.
He goes, this is a little bit too easy. There's got to be a trap set here.
Tries to go back.
Trades.
Traded out because Formal has the help as well on that kill. So those 2 kills will be traded. Dead Zone's the second one to fall.
Trade.
However, it's answered back right away. 2 for 2 trade brings us now to 18-17, just a 1-kill game.
I love what Optic do here, by the way. They get 1 kill on the tram and then they re-wrap, and I think the idea was kill the spawner, right? See Snakebite where he comes back on. They left PD open for a second. They were just checking to make sure that Snakebite wasn't a problem behind them. Having seen that and having cleared the map, now they can just turn
He was
their attention
above Bulldog.
to
I
everything
doubt
that's
he's
in front
playing
of them.
there.
How many times have we seen that, right? The one spawner that spawns behind you, off the damage on your
Watch
push,
Optic will
gets a triple
turtle
kill.
their
So
way
it's
to
great,
defeat.
Optic, excuse me, showing great awareness on where that respawner was coming in.
Now the game slows down to a crawl because of the impending camo. As you see, bottom middle comes up in just 15 seconds time, and both teams know that a pick at this point would almost certainly guarantee it. Going to play this very carefully, very slowly.
Formal has Tires locked down, and this is usually a position you try and take to get an angle if you're FaZe. So if anyone walks into this position, Formal should have it locked down. Frosty's going to peek a little bit here onto Music. As the nades now go in. Renegade just got it. Renegade got it, and he got away as well. Not sure how he got in and out without taking too much damage, but he does get in and out. He doesn't take too much damage, and they get the pick onto Formal.
Wow, let's see how they make this play. Let's get into a phase and listen in right now.
Get info, get info. Go, 2 here, same body, get 1 PD. Cafe 1 weak. Careful the guy PD, careful the guy PD. Agent weak. John's going PD. Yeah, I'm getting damage on Agent. What's our PD? You just gonna be nice. Stalker, repulse on my body. There's 3 back here. You can push if you want. I'm backing up. There's a spawner, Lucid. There's a spawner, Lucid. Back up. Where should we go? Spawner. Back for any repulse? Sticky zero. I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. We have everything, guys. We just saved you. He's up right now, guys. Yo, listen. They got any repulse? Yeah, we're waiting for it. The double heaven, anybody? Yeah, they like to go Tires and dead end, okay? That's their play. They like to do that. Hey, John, someone keep watching my cross. What's PD? I'm just saying shot. I'm saying right here. I'm kind of giving you up. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you can go. I'm playing deep. Yeah, Tires on me.
This game is going to flip on its head. There's going to be a chain reaction that's going to just turn this game into the finishing. Royal 2 only has 1 kill.
Alright, they're gonna have Shroud and we have Shroud PJ? Yeah, I got Shroud. Okay, yeah, they're gonna have Shroud though. Yeah, we got Camo. Yo, Trippy has Shroud and A plat. I have a couple boots of soccer.
They just need to go push something. Like, both teams are just chilling.
I'm gonna hide B. You guys can literally leave me, bro. What's up, dude, at the BR? Camo 15, guys. Camo 2. Trippy was the PD. Like, we just square. I think we just lead Brad and get ready to square mid and get Camo the same way we did. Okay. Love you, Camo on 5. Johnny. I'm trying to bait it. Top A1. Peter. Let's on Shotty won it. That's the weak. Nice, on Shotty weak. Alright, PJ. He's weak, weak man. Trying to get Camo. When it's Shotty PJ. Weak. Win it. Alright, get up. Let's go. No. Cafe. 2 1. Yo, do you have repulsion or look at that shit? It's fine. I spawned it. Yo, I'm keeping Stalker too. Okay, I'm in. They have no Stalker. I have 1 bullet shot. One's right here, Music. You're stuck. I have Camo still. Yeah, they could. Okay. It's about to run out. Drop it. Yo, I'm looking above Venom. We got okay, guys. Watch out. Fires.
You had to hear him shooting above you.
I like that. Yo, Apple hard as fuck right now.
Great conversation about FaZe and how they formulated that Another camo coming up, and off the back of it, Andy, it's a 4-kill advantage for FaZe.
Man, what a treat, what a pleasure. Honestly, just world-class communication coming in from FaZe Clan. Not only do you see unbelievable map management, power-up management there, but they also now are in the lead 25 to 21 off of fantastic communication, coordination, and timing pushes.
I think the speed of this game at the moment is just showing the level of respect that both teams have for not only each other, but the situation of the series as well.
Yeah.
Deadzone showing no respect, though. He flies in, trying to speed this up a little bit, and all of a sudden, Lucid finding himself under a little bit of pressure as well. There's a Shroud screen down. Royal 2 will get a trade in that situation at least. But off the back of the damage, we kind of have ourselves in the same situation.
Oh, I got another trade as well, damn.
FaZe who still have that lead.
Yeah, Optic has done well to, for a moment.
Wait, why did I let out Deadzone?
Get rid of that last stalker shot to not have to worry about it. The game comes back within 3, so still neck and neck here, just past the halfway mark.
Good damage coming in from Formor again. You can see why he had so many assists in that previous game. Another pancake coming in on the Optic side as well. This time it's Lucid onto Renegade, and Formor is starting to heat up here. Trippy gets another camo. That's
But
3
can we have somebody else with Trippy?
We have a tie game, and we have a ghost named Trippy.
This is perfect. What does he do here? Game in his hands. Taking his time on the push.
I love how he's just getting into position to not trade, right? FaZe are terrified. They know they don't have camo, so the rest of Optic are playing around this right now. Royal 2's last alive. It's 4 dead. 4 dead for FaZe Clan. As Optic go into a 2-kill lead.
Absolutely back and forth
Oh
between
my
these two. And
gosh.
that's what Camo brings to this. When you put 2 of the best teams up against each other here in the world going up against one another, the Camo grab will determine who's able to make the play. Now, Optic Gaming leads 35 to 32. They answer back in a big way.
And now they're putting their foot on the accelerator as well. Look at this. They're trying to be aggressive. They're trying to stifle FaZe inside of Tramp. They have a Bulldog. They also have that Stalker rifle as well. So weapons very friendly for Optic Gaming right now. They can afford to let FaZe make their play, knowing that they've probably got the advantage in a couple of these fights.
Unbelievable mental games on display as well. One of my favorite things from the FaZe listening was you heard exactly Optic Gaming. They love to do this. They love to go this way. They love to go dead end. Just knowing the tendencies of their opponents from not only weeks and months of scrims, but also, of course, multiple seasons up against one another. It's just a 3-kill game.
A 3-kill game. Lots of shots have been fired in the last 30 seconds or so, but no kills have been reported. 2 minutes 30 left on the game clock as well, and it's very possible at this point that we're not even going to hit the 50-kill mark. Camo's going to be coming up soon as well. Nobody wants to go down in this next 20 seconds or so. Trades as FaZe make a strong push on the pink side. Frosty, he's going to find out that Trippy's still alive, though. Lucid gets another, and all of a sudden, FaZe are falling apart here.
Very, very good discipline coming in here from Trippy. Did not wrap around. He thought about it, wrapping around benches. Instead, he stays alive, and now comes in for the flank as well. Another 2 dead. Optic Gaming goes up 41 to 34. Camo up.
They don't quite have the timing, though. However, the push is good enough for Trippy to get yet another camo. And now the game is in Optic's hands.
They might run away with this here. 3 dead again. You have 2 spawners coming in from FaZe.
Lucid
What
has
a
17.
run. Lucid 17 and 7 in a game that they lead by 9.
The Optic fans can feel it, and so can Frosty, as is a killing spree for Trippy.
Dang, 3 kills.
3 kills, I'm going 2 up in the series.
What a late game from them. Pre-nades coming in on Cafe as well, but it's once again good discipline coming in from Lucid as well. They're up 47-36. The home stretch for them. On top of that, there's only 65 seconds or so on the clock. Time is on their side.
Oh, he gets that kill.
Goes the way of Lucid. And now it's just a case of Shorty.
He gets that kill.
Will be disrespected in that battle. 1 shot, Royal 2, surely the last kill. As Formor
Nice.
Optic now with a 50 to 39 win.
Bro, this one dude is just funny to read in chat. This guy is just so funny to read in chat. Overpowered Gaming, Optic, Flop Clan. Don't call him Flop Clan until this game's over.
When you have 2 players doing that in your late game, you're going to run away with it. They ended up outslaying their opponents 22-11 over the course of the final 20 kills.
And you're thinking, what was the contributing factor to Trippy's late game?
What is this?
It's the camo, right? The camo, and not only that, we always talk about it's great to win the fight when the camo is up.
Lucid 19 and 8. Oh my
10 or
gosh.
15 seconds before If you can get numbers on your side, even if it's a 4v3, it means
Bro, that kill was crazy.
you gain space on the map. You can get ahead of that power up, get 2 guns on 1 player, whatever it might be, to secure not only the camo, but split spawns and numbers off respawn for the next few minutes or so. Optic execution was superb in that game, and it was all based once again around that new power up.
It really was. Also, Formal and Dead Zone together, totaling 22 assists on the team. Essentially, 2 players is really getting half of the team's assists. Really
Yeah,
great
they
work from
have
them, of
swept
course.
in the World
But how about
Championship.
Lucid going 19 and 8, positive 11 in a game that they win by 11. Huge performance from him.
Also talk about Lucid with the new settings. Is it going to be as effective? Is it going to be as without so much sandbox? I think you are one of those people to ask. One of those people.
I mean, it's needed. Like, we like the banter.
Watched enough of Lucid for my liking, because it was never going to be the case of
Everybody's going after that one person, but you know there's other FaZe fans in the chat.
This was beautiful.
This play from Trippy towards the end of the game, by the way, with the camo. This is what opened things up.
Oh, the way they were really, what I meant there was the all 4 dead.
Man's the character of the chat.
Beautiful. And then, keep in mind, it was 38-34 there off of that camo.
Way to be going like while we're trying to watch a match. Oh my god!
We're
watching that. What are you guys doing, dude? Itchy trigger finger with a 50.
When you're the camo player, you can create those openings, and your team can decide the go or no go. Once they had the right damage back A, they collapsed. They made it count. They now lead 2-0 in the series.
One thing I love about how the camo plays on maps as well, especially in Slayer, is like there's a fear, right? If you don't get it and you don't immediately, even if you're all 4 alive and you know it's a 4v4 on the map, your attention is taken away from what everyone else is doing because you're all going, where's camo?
It's like a horror film. It's amazing. Everyone backs against the wall. No one knows exactly where the incoming threat is. And guess what? That's why you get these amazing moments like we saw Trippy, whether he was front C, whether he was wrapping around back A. When you get the camo, you have the game in your hands. Taking a look here at Snakebite stats so far in Strongholds.
Well, he's going to have to perform to that level if FaZe want to get back into the series. More than double positive through pool play, but now we're into bracket play. We'll have to see if he can put those kind of numbers up against an Optic team who are looking extremely focused.
They really are. And in both of these games, unsurprisingly, there were big moments where we saw Optic pull away. And I think FaZe is going to be very aware of that, of how this series has gone so far. And knowing the FaZe players, there's a lot that they're going to watch in terms of VOD review from games 1 and 2. But most importantly for them, as well as FaZe fans, I think they need to realize a lot of series still to play, a chance to reverse sweep. They are your defending world champions, and they will not forget that. We'll have to see what they could do in game number 3.
Just remember what happened at the Halo World Championships as well. Never count FaZe out. If anyone can win 3 games in a row.
Let's think about the last time Optic Gaming was leading 2-0 over FaZe.
Yeah, unless you're an Optic fan, don't think of that. Think of the present. Anyway, let's get into the next game. And let's see if this series is going to end here in 3 games or if we are going to see a 4th map. Recharge Strongholds is where the battle is going to take place. And Lucid, after he's 17 kills in game number 2 in that Slayer, well, he's earned himself a POV.
Competing chance in the building, unsurprisingly already in game number 3. It's really hard to actually tell what I'm hearing behind me as everyone is into this match, whether you're rooting for FaZe or Optic. You've got big hopes here. Optic, of course, trying to close out the series in 3 games. FaZe trying to stay alive and extend the series.
I mean, what a start this is from Optic, by the way. They get a double cap, they get camo and shock. So it's the perfect opening strategy from them. And now they have information on where respawns are coming in as well. Trade over A, not quite in time to stop that conversion, which now means that Trippy's going to have to take a few extra seconds to go back to A and cap it.
2 still dead here. That shouldn't buy all the time Trippy needs. He will eventually finish A and also get damage coming out.
What?
Looks like Renegade is
We got melee'd? How?
We saw that in the kill feed. He would pick up the melee and also grab the shock.
Trying to be aggressive as well. Look at this, trying to put pressure immediately onto C. Optic do manage to get C back, but now Renegade is a turret. Here on the top catwalk, hitting headshots, hitting body shots, and stopping the scoring from Optic.
2 dead for Optic, so they do have to wait here. Lucid trying to make something happen from the tower.
Clean
Not
snipe.
easy to do when Renegade is hitting shots like that off of the bottom A angle. That will maintain presence on the map, and now, of course, FaZe Clan goes into a lead, nearly doubling their opponent's score off of the opening.
Just love the way he lines it up and then just flicks up to the head. Body shot is just not good enough for Renegade. 2v2
Trades
right
all
now,
across, so 3
becomes
did
a
on
1v1
Optic.
as Lucid now has a fight with Renegade. Weaponry advantage is certainly in the hands of Renegade, and he will win that fight. But now he's got to hold off the rest of Optic Gaming, who are flooding towards him. going through those pipe spawns, trying to get immediately back into the action. And why wouldn't they, right? They've got to force their way in here, and they do exactly that.
Big win. Yeah, big win there for Dead, as you say, from Trippy. Needed to win that 1v1 isolated in the back of Elevator, and he does just that. FaZe Clan will go to an early 50-16 lead. However, it's a trip cap response from Optic Gaming.
I love that from Optic. The aggression they showed. I don't think there've been times where we've seen that level of aggression.
Trippy is playing so good today.
Plays like that. I mean, you can do what you want off the back of it.
Come on, Deadzone, you gotta win that one.
An absolute reversal on your screen there. 2 dead, maybe a 3 dead in a second. Looks like the reset comes in there. Pick that one up, got the call out, and Snakebite was over here on the C stairs, and we'll clean that one up as well. That means Optic Gaming will continue scoring and cross the 60-point mark.
At the moment, FaZe are in a blender. They are being split across the map on their spawns. It's a constant 2v4, and that just means wherever FaZe step into a stronghold, there's numbers and there's more guns for Optic Gaming. Renegade trying to sneak out here, but look at this. Lucy gets the call out once more. It's an important 1v1 to win, so they can keep control of C here. Renegade will be taken down. It's Deadzone who gets the kill, and now Lucid looks to take on Royal 2, but Royal 2 will get the
Gets the trade.
It's a 2v2 on the map for now.
Kills traded out, as you say, 2v2. Now B starting to flip, though, in favor of Optic Gaming. See if they can finish B to maintain this lead, leading right now by about 30 points. Formal's position on the map is going to allow them to do that. Very nice mid-bridge positioning coming in from him. The assists come in as well. And as Optic Gaming crosses the 90-point mark, let's get into a listen in.
Man, they keep getting like 4 dead.
Yeah, you're good, you're good. Combo's up. Combo's coming in 10. R2 weak. What's R2 dead? Bottom middle, and bottom tower. Bottom mid weak, John. Bottom tower, guys, bottom tower. You're dead. 3. Is our camo? Go see. Go, he's on it. C stairs. I'm going to gold. A now. To top gold. I'm going back to A. Top glass, gone.
Man, Trippy is playing out of his mind today, bro. You're doing so well.
I got nades. Getting into gold. Here. Good spawn, C, but hold the cross. Don't watch out, bed. I'll got bait, man. Yo, they're gonna spawn. Let's push that out. They're gonna spawn gold.
All day. One just spawned, guys. They're gonna go gold door. They're 100% gonna go gold door.
Don't even poke yet.
They're gonna go gold door.
Watch my glass. Joey, just leave me, Joey. Either. Half wall. Okay.
One just top 8.
One shot, Joey.
Got the trade.
Wow, the comms back into the game as Optic crossed 200 points. FaZe have not had 4 alive on the map for what feels like almost a minute and a half now.
It really does here. They're being outplayed 40-32. That was also a killing spree that you saw.
Oh, they got the trade. Oh no, you didn't get the trade. I mean, they got the trade, but he didn't get his trade.
55. Less than 50 points to go for Optic before they potentially 3-0 in this series.
I mean, they get control of A, they get control of B, they're scoring once more. Renegade and Royal 2 finally get a couple of kills, but look at Lucid, he wants to chase this down. He wants Renegade out of that stronghold, and he clears him out comfortably. Should be able to get the reset. FaZe in a position potentially to turn B over. But look, B stop.
Bro, what was that?
There, Royal 2. Another kill for Lucid is a double for him. He's looking for a triple. Renegade trying to escape, and he'll let him go as he'll turn towards B and think about points and a game win.
Wow, look at this run here from Lucid. He's 14-8 in this game right now, just beautifully done. Somehow he threads that plasma pistol underneath the staircase as he goes over the staircase, and then Town Royal 2, they will maintain the advantage with 1 player down here from FaZe. They continue scoring at the 2:15 mark.
Another kill, another killing spree here on the side of Optic. It's starting to get into a situation where it's desperation for FaZe. Lucid finds one.
Not with the teabag. Oh no.
Crowd, they love to see it. He almost pulls off another clip. Look at the board though. 240 points on the board for Optic Gaming.
Formal's joining in now as well with a perfect kill himself.
Oh no.
245 and rising.
That's
A is the
game.
only play here, surely for FaZe. Royal 2's trying to desperate C. It is not.
No. He hit him with the teabag.
And the
no.
roster that was built for this task shows that they have what it takes.
Oh no.
As you say, the pick of a dead zone was to do one thing and one thing only. Be capable of taking down the world champions and reclaim the world championship by the end of the season. As a first meeting, as a first task, have they ever risen to the occasion? The new Optic Gaming takes down FaZe Clan in their home arena, 3-0.
And I think for Optic fans and HCS fans in general, the best thing to come out of that series is not just the result, is that you don't pin an individual performance on why that was so successful. Every single member of Optic Gaming at some point in that series had a moment. It was the level of consistency, the height and the ceiling of the teamwork that FaZe just couldn't handle.
A lot to be proud of there from Optic, and to end it this way, not just a 3-0, but a blowout, 250-56 game number 3 is a big, big confidence boost for their side. They also outslay in the end 53-43, just total control of the game.
And not only that as well, they send FaZe to the elimination side of the bracket as well. So FaZe
That's crazy to me. Lucid hit him. He shouldn't have got the second kill.
But I mean, this group of replays is one of the best, because every single time we're switching to a POV of Optic making a play, it's formal, it's lucid, it's trippy, and of course it's dead zone. Everybody played exceptional Halo.
Really, really big isolated 1v1s here. Here's a little bit of a play you saw from Lucid as he threads that plasma pistol so beautifully under the stairs as he goes up top. Not easy to always hit those angles. As you said, it was just complete slaying dominance from Optic over FaZe. And on top of that, they were also winning their 1v1 ISOs.
And also, Lucid just reminded us all, do your squats. Do your squats, everybody.
What a series that was. Now let's not get ahead of ourselves in terms of
He
the
hit
whole
him with
weekend, of course. We've seen this script play out before. We've seen Optic Gaming take down FaZe, and there's a lot more bracket yet to play. However, in this outing, Optic Gaming undoubtedly the stronger team.
I mean, it's not just a 3-0, is it, either? If you look at the scores, it's a 2-0 Oddball win. It's a 50-39, more than 10 Slayer win, and then the blowout on Stronghold's Recharge really does tell the story that Optic Gaming here in Arlington are here to win a trophy. That's going to do all from us, though, here in the Caster's booth. It's time for us to send it over to Blaze, who's with the new man, Dead Zone.
Thank you so much, Onset and Rob. Esports Arena, show some love to the hometown team, Optic Gaming, as they move on to the winners finals. Man, Zane, talk to me about this 3-0.
No, I lose my internet again. Dang it.
Because it looked effortlessly up here on the main
Okay,
stage.
now.
How did you guys get this done against the defending world champions?
I mean, sometimes it looks effortless, but it never is, because obviously they're a great team, but we really just had our game plan down. I felt like when, shit was hitting the fan, we really just brought it back and stayed composed, and that was the most important thing for us. Online, we've struggled with that a little bit, but, I mean, here, shoot, we clutched up every single time.
Man, now, talk to me about Tommy, because you guys were in some difficult situations, and he pulled off some crazy plays.
No, there were some double kills that were pretty criminal. He gets them a lot, right? Like, even when I was on the other team on SSG, like, he would get some crazy double kills. But, watching his game plan online, I'm getting, like, cold sweats, like flashbacks to when I lived in Seattle. It looks really bad, so I think him being here definitely just going to unlock him.
I think it will unlock him as well, if he's not already unlocked, okay? And as you said, last year you were with SSG. As we know, you're wearing green. How does it feel to play with those boys?
I mean, it feels like the best thing in the world.
Yeah. And I think that says it. Now, also, outside of, playing with Optic Gaming, you got some new Optic Gaming fans who are supporting you and who've been cheering you all weekend. What do you want to say to them?
I fucking love you guys, man.
He loves you! That's going to do it for me and Penguin on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. You could not have asked for a better performance from Optic on that main stage in front of their home crowd. What a way to answer back against FaZe. And my goodness me, Dead Zone. Great words there in his interview. I feel like Optic is feeling just like home for him. Amazing performance, clutch overall with that series. It was lights out from the very beginning. FaZe just did not have any answers to any equations that Optic were throwing their way.
Yeah, we wondered what Dead Zone was going to bring to this Optic Gaming team. And what I saw in that series was a much faster paced Optic. That is how I love Halo Infinite to be played. Traditionally, Optic is a very slow, methodical team that gives you time to kind of set up and lets you breathe a little bit too much at times. This Optic Gaming was swarming. They played so fast that it threw anything FaZe had planned right out the window. I asked myself, what does Optic's peak look like? It looks like that. That was phenomenal Halo from them, and if they can consistently play at that level, this Optic team is going to be so hard to beat.
Tony, this second map here, this Slayer, it was very close at times until right at the end. Did you expect Optic to take that when you looked at the series?
I'll be honest with you, I didn't expect this series whatsoever. Maybe that game number 1, because Optic have had the advantage on FaZe when it comes to oddball, but going into this game 2 Slayer, FaZe had the advantage, at least statistically. Going to that game 3 Strongholds, the same thing. Statistically, FaZe had the advantage. You've had 3 players in the top K. You had the advantage when it comes to the series. You had everything going your way, but like Wes kind of alluded to, Optic played their best Halo in this series, and they've been looking clean all tournament long.
They certainly have indeed. Wes, I want to talk to you a little bit about
That man
why
is
maybe
legit
some
1
of the
HP, no
viewers can be
shields.
confused when you see 2 Titans go head-to-head like this. They have very similar roads to this point, right? They are just absolutely destroying any team that comes their way. When they then meet, it does tend to be sometimes an absolute bloodbath in one way or the other. Why is that? Why do we not see sometimes some really close series? Why does it tend to be a dominant?
Bro, Lucid hit that T-bag.
Yeah, I think you can't underestimate momentum and the confidence that it brings, and also on the other side, what it faults for the other team that's trying to fight against the momentum. When Optic Gaming get the ball rolling, they've done this in their scrims online.
Yeah, Formal does the most dangerous Optic normally. This series, he didn't
so
do that
bad.
much.
They 13-0, or even worse, some of the best teams in the world when they are in their flow. They found their flow here today, and that is a special thing to be able to say you found in the middle of a tournament.
Renegade had all that damage as a 0.86. It's crazy to me.
We talked to Frosty on Friday, and he was like, this first series, it was a lot harder than we thought. We're trying to find our feet. They could not find their feet in this series. So FaZe Clan have to go back to the drawing boards and need to find a way to gain some momentum in that elimination bracket. We saw them do it at Worlds, so there's no concern about the fact that they are capable of it. But to beat that Optic Gaming team with the way that they're playing, momentum has got to be on your side because you have to find a way to slow them down.
I think it's a really great point. Like, momentum is a real thing. Think about that game number 1. That was FaZe's first loss in the tournament. That was the first time FaZe were challenged, were questioned by any team so far here in this tournament. Then from there, they kind of ran away with it. Lucid and Formal were absolutely on a roll when it comes to the Slays department. The momentum simply wasn't on FaZe's side. And when Optic are rolling downhill, they're dangerous.
They certainly are very, very dangerous, but they find themselves in the most beautiful prime spot right now in the winners brackets. They've had such a difficult hurdle to get over, but they did it, and it looked flashy to say the least. Winners finals for them, they are prime ready to go. And who will they meet? Shopify Rebellion or Space Station Gaming? I'm really excited about this matchup. I do feel like Shopify is definitely coming in here as the kind of, the underdog looking to maybe steal a couple of games here, maybe even a series win. That one would be a tight series if they were able to answer some of the SSG plays back. But yes, I gotta say, I am kind of expecting Space Station to be going up against Optic.
I want the storyline that the 2 teams that we know to be in the big 3 that made team changes to compete for world champions to find themselves in that winners bracket finals. I want SSG to advance in that series with the pickup of Legend. Obviously, Optic, this is a best case scenario. You pick up Dead Zone, you're wondering, is it going to take time for us to manifest into the giant that we were, the juggernaut that we've been the past 2 years? Well, success sometimes comes instantly. Optic are obviously seeing that success after that last series. Let's see if SSG can replicate that same team change to early success at their first tournament.
A flawless performance from Optic Gaming. They will progress on looking unbelievable. Will SSG meet them in their winners, or will it be Shopify Rebellion? We'll find out right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Check out this sexy design. It's a nod to the original OG logo and a great way to rep the green wall. Choose between the Reflex for PS5, the Instinct for Xbox, and the brand new Envision for PC gaming. Guess what? Scuff saw your comments and they're now selling the faceplates separately for the Envision and the Instinct for $29.99.
Big up Kux here. Sorry, I'm kind of busy. Kind of not. Leave a message.
Yeah, the mega red boys head cinnamon. Flow tastes sweet like cinnamon. Open up doors, I'm a gentleman. View top floor, I'm still staying ahead of them. Running on fumes and adrenaline. Do what I do best. Can rush in like a roulette. You can't name a better duet. Don't ask questions. Trying to figure out what sound. Don't worry about what next. Just know we got now.
This person made a Snickers pouch? That's wild. That's it, didn't it? Either gotta get up.
Little Caesars Crazy Nuts are the best thing that Little Caesars have ever created, and you can't have just one. Now, the thing is, right, I don't believe this. Normally when I have Little Caesars, it's okay, but it's not over the top. So I got a little pizza right here. They're saying it's the cheese pull that gets you, so I'll give it a try and see how it is.
The HCS 2024 Kickoff Arlington Major is presented by AMD.
I'm trying to figure out what makes this pizza bite so good. It's stuffed with
and
pepperonis.
corduroys.
But I don't think that's why.
folks,
So
and
I
welcome back
ate
to
2
the
of them.
HCS Arlington Major,
I don't know how I
hosted
did
by
that so
Optic
quickly,
Gaming.
but
We are kicking off
Have one more,
2024 with a
that's it. I
bang.
can't
We
have
just
any
saw
more of
Optic
these. I
Gaming
ordered another box.
taking
I
the
don't know
throne of
what
the
they
main
put in
stage
these
against
things, but
FaZe. They were looking so good. A 3-0 sweep, would you believe it? Even though I promised an amazing matchup. I don't know, I still feel like I was in the realms of an amazing matchup, to be honest. I mean, I know it's 3-0, I know it was pretty quick. I know a lot of people were looking at that match to be a close call, but Optic, it just tells us so much about this team and where they're going, the trajectory of them in this major. Right now, they are looking pretty unstoppable. So my question would be, who is going to be there to stop them? Now, our next matchup could be one of these teams, SSG versus Shopify Rebellion. Really excited about this one to see where they're going to end up, who's going to fall short in the elimination bracket, as you can see on our schedule. We've had a jam-packed day. It has been phenomenal here in Arlington. So exciting, so many upsets, sweeps coming across the board all morning long. And now we're getting into some of the really exciting ones. Who is going to start to cause an upset? Who is going to make some noise? We're going to take a look at our bracket as well. And Clutch, while we do so, Optic sitting so pretty in the winners finals, and Space Station versus Shopify is going to
Optic
decide
secure
who
top
will
4.
beat them. This is going to be an interesting one. Shopify, are they ready for the smoke?
I know they want the smoke, but they're going to find out the hard way, I think. This Space Station team, with the pickup of Legend, is going to be as good as any team at this venue. So Shopify better be ready to create the upsets of their young careers if they want to advance in this winner's bracket. They've looked very good so far throughout this tournament, but they have not played a team to Space Station's caliber yet.
Let's talk about the two teams we're going to be seeing in just moments. Space Station Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion, starting off with the boys in gold. It's SSG. Wes, this team has been so good so far, very clinical, I would say. And looking across this roster, there's one man that really stands out, and that's Stellar. He has been the golden boy. He has been the guy that everyone's been looking to, and you can't help it, right? The second he's on your screen, he's making game-changing plays, and his KD, well, it's taking the mick, honestly.
Yeah, every single time we've had Stellar's point of view so far throughout this tournament, he has not been missing. And Dave, we talked about it before our cast. It was so difficult to cast this player because of the expectation you kind of have for him and him alone. When he has the snipe and he's in a blunder of a situation, somehow, some way, he always seems to hit the headshot. And as a commentator that's been watching Stellar for years, it's almost expected at this point. So it's hard to get hyped when he hits these unbelievable shots because he does it so often. But he is a special player, and there is a reason he has the best KD ratio of the tournament so far, because that's the level he consistently plays at. He is so difficult to beat, and his presence on the map is felt every single game.
Not surprising on the 2023 MVP. However, you got to start to learn about this pecking order that we have on the SSG roster. Consider Legend coming off as the superstar from the Quadrant roster, now trying to find his exact position. There's times where he's the top slayer in certain modes for his teams, but then there's other times, like an Oddball and Strongholds, where Legend is getting the 4th highest KD on his team. So there's got to be a little bit of a jostling for position there just within that roster.
Yeah, it's very true. I'm kind of seeing a dynamic forming as well. We've seen kind of Bound and Legend have their moments, but also Stellar and Legend, I feel like, are playing off of one another. This team is looking so good together, and I'm excited to see how much they're going to gel in one weekend on LAN. Moving over to the other side, though, Shopify Rebellion, they have made the dream run, the Cinderella story that every team hopes to come into LAN with, and they have been so good so far. This is their real, true test. And for me, it comes down to the Slayers. They have been so impactful on their Slayers, and that one guy Cycle has also been a menace on them.
Yeah, they've all been absolute killers. When you're talking about just Slayer games alone, I believe their KDs for Mental is 1.5, Suppressed 1.61, and Cycle 1.93. When you're going down this team's tech tree and their stat tree, they just keep overloading in this skill tree, and they are just nonstop hitting these shots, and they're so dangerous to play against.
They are bullying everyone that they have played up until this point. But to my last comment on this team, they haven't played a team like SSG yet. This is the reason this team was formed, though. They put 4 of the best talented players on one team outside of the top 4 in the offseason to try and break into that top 4. Only one of these players has a single top 3 placing in their career. They are so young, still in their career. This moment is what could be the start, the kickoff of what these guys know to be Halo champions in the future.
My big question right now for this team is how much are they going to respect Space Station Gaming? They have had such an incredible Cinderella story run so far, and a lot of that comes from momentum and confidence, and it's builded onto today. But will they show the respect that Space Station deserve, or will they fall short there? They can be confident, of course, and go into this feeling really good about themselves and what they've achieved so far, but they need to show respect. They need to make sure they're playing up to their opponents.
They need to show respect, but I don't feel like this side is lacking confidence. These are the moments that these teams are looking for, and now that they're on land, yes, we've talked about how close online and land results can be, but you're on land. Those shots just hit that little bit quicker. You die that little bit faster. And I cannot wait to see these two teams just duke it out here on this best of 5.
Well, these two teams do have that safety net underneath them, but they would love the opportunity to play against Optic Gaming. It's going to be Space Station Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion. Let's meet your two teams.
It is the second of our winners' semi-finals. Two teams formed for very different reasons. One, to break the top 4, another to win championships. It's Rebellion up against SSG. This one's going to be nice.
Yeah, a very exciting semi-final, and of course, winner goes on to the winners' final, and a guaranteed top 3 is on the horizon. This is the series layout, very similar to what we just saw in the other semi-final. Oddball Live Fire, Slayer Street, Stronghold Recharge, King of the Hill Solitude, and if we need it, Slayer Aquarius. Now, Space Station come in the heavy favorites for this matchup. However, Rebellion, they're going on a little bit of a tear at the moment. They're on a bit of a run. 12-1 is their map record. They've only lost 1 map, and that was in their first series against Sentinels on Empyrean CTF.
Game 1, it's going to be Oddball Live Fire. Dan, you speak about Rebellion going on a tear. Do you have some sort of statistic to back up that they have a chance in this game?
They did actually take SSG down in a scrim on this map and mode, so that gives them something, but we saw SSG go undefeated on this game type and map in the qualifiers, so it's really difficult to try and toss between, but I'm leaning towards SSG.
Shields up, weapons hot, we're underway. Bound immediately hit the top tower, providing cover fire for his teammates spread over top, mid, and indeed green. Kills go down, suppresses Isolate all alone on camouflage. Soul Snipe will get there. Snipe rifle lands the body shot. Legend, the French flare, combines to pick up 2.
Rebellion really like to prioritize hitting that camo side off the start, but Space Station were well aware and they were waiting for it, and now not only do they have the camouflage, but it's alongside a sniper rifle. This is what everyone dreams of.
Enemy has the ball.
Bounty can do some real damage here. Wants to be aggressive, will be aggressive, and you've got to get that player off the nest. You can't allow a player to sit there for too long, because then a flank can come through if you forget about him.
Michael avoids the first body shot, second one not as lucky as reach out.
Shopify versus Space Station. Space Station will be able to clutch this out, but we will see if Shopify can put up a fight. So we ain't no. Oh, I forgot that.
He actually tries to live on pillar, cellar, down. All of these kills back and forth, Dan. Nobody's going to set up just yet.
And no real control at the moment. That's a big 1v1 though. Bound making sure he shuts down Cycle, and Legend will follow up. So this is the first chance for Space Station to try and get that ball into an area where they can set up. If Nico wins this fight, then they really would have
had a chance to get a proper structure going, but sadly with that trade going back and forth, it's again going to be a average week setup and just a few seconds gathered.
Ball incoming. 8 seconds to be exact. Cycle back tower. Goes to the melee. Swing and a miss. Suppress will scoop up the ball and try and bring it towards scoreboard. Managed to cling on to his life for now. Soul Snipe is there. Beautiful bait and switch. Stellar's going to fall as well in the rat tunnel. Now they have the option to rotate a tower if they need to. It's going to be an A-hold for now.
I think Rebellion at the moment must be feeling pretty good about themselves, already secured top 6. The likes of Sentinels eliminated partly because of them and their performance in pool play. Top 4 has been blown wide open. If they can get an early map here against SSG,
Got everything walking like that.
they can be feeling on top of the world.
I don't quite understand that one.
Space Station just need to try and calm it all down a little bit, maybe assert some dominance in this first game, but right now, very back and forth. Slays actually in favor of Rebellion by 4, and it's going to be increased now. Soul Snipe has the camo.
Soul Snipe, of course, wins this series. He'll match his best ever placement at Worlds in Season 1. Same and similar situation for Legend on the other side. If he gets top 3, he'll equal his best ever placement. The stakes are high. The pressures are even higher. Down to no shields on scoreboard. Double kill for Soul Snipe. He's starting to boogie. Tries to lay down the plasma grenade. 3 dead for SSG momentarily. Stellar will fall with Cycle. Trades left and right. It's Rebellion who hold a slender lead.
See both teams.
They're bowling move from that spot.
Getting that repulse when it's up and available as well. Just keep you alive in those final moments.
Let me just see the bracket real quick.
Win that engagement, and it could be an engagement that actually gains you some ball time. But still, even with the kills they've got in favor of Rebellion, they didn't get that much ball time to work with because SSG did very well disrupting the setup as Legend not quite able to finish off Cycle. It's a cagey start to this game. Both teams are a little bit nervous, it would seem.
Rebellion outslaying SSG by a mere 4 kills. Very little time separating them on the ball. Mental down to no shields. Eliminated from the equation for now, along with Mental. Legend and Bound combined once more. Cycle will answer back with a big double kill just to even the odds here. Ball will be reset. These two teams continue to jostle for position. And it's Rebellion who had the better of the early engagements and continue to hold the ball.
Bound has been at the forefront of a lot of damage for SSG so far, as he doesn't quite connect with that one. Doesn't matter, because Stella's going to be there to clean things up. But in terms of ball time, it's Legend who usually has stepped up to the plate for Space Station to be that objective-focused player, which is not typically what Legend was known for when he was back on Quadrant, but he really has gelled into the role and added a bit of firepower to the role as well. Then you look at, the loss of Dead Zone on Space Station, and now what he's adding to Optic Gaming as well. Legend has some big shoes to fill here. He's certainly answered questions so far today, but he'll want to match that of Dead Zone by also getting to a winner's final.
Space Station set up for the push. Looks like they're rotating out towards green. Dummies. Couple of kills traded off left and right. Soul Snipe's going to be another killing spree locked in for Bound. If he can get this one, it'll be huge. Suppress continues the challenge. And Bound shuts him down. Ball will be played. Legend taking no chances with it as he throws it out towards dummies. Kills continue to fall. Way of Rebellion here. Mental gets another one. The ball's in a bit of an awkward position. And it's going to be SSG who are closest to it.
And you can see why Legend is kind of happy to default into a more of an objective role when you've got Bound and Stella doing what they are so typically do in any game on any given Sunday or Saturday in this instance. Some good grenades just to protect Stella's life, and he's going to survive as well. Alongside Eco, just make sure they shut down that player. Great support, as always, from SSG. Communication on point.
We always talk about the efficiency of the top 3 teams. It was one hold. Really got SSG the lion's share of that ball time they have. 64 seconds to be exact. Now all of a sudden Rebellion have to start weighing up their options. As the shot clock here sitting at 32. They have very little time to play with, and now time will start to be SSG's best friend. Ball's been playing, that's going to milk even
Well, this
more
top
time
three.
off the
Oh.
board.
3 are dead though for SSG, so this is a good chance for Shopify to get the ball over towards tower. And really start to think of a proper setup. Spawn's going to be interesting over towards green. Okay, as soon as you get an indication of where that spawner is, you need to start positioning yourself to get those kills or rotate that ball away. And sadly, SSG are the ones who are getting the kills, so Mental just has to milk as long as possible and then hope someone off spawn can get into a position for this next ball. Only 14 seconds left.
Only 2 kills separating the 2 teams here as we head towards the end game.
Bro, none of them shots even look like they were actually hitting.
Kill advantage as we run out of time. Ball is down. And Bound just waits. Eco provides cover. Round 1 for SSG.
A little bit shaky to start with, but Bound with 18 kills. Make sure he sets things straight. I said that communication seems to be on point for SSG. At the start of this round, let's jump into a listen and see if that's true.
Ball dropped.
One shot dice. One shot dice. 2 shot dice. Tower.
Ooh.
Tower. Dice. I kill tower.
Camo in 3.
I don't see dice. Good one. He's on top. Coming. No, we're not getting camo by the way. We're not getting camo. We can ball here. Get ball. I have QT, guys. You got big girl, Brandon. If I say to kick you back, maybe you should. One shot. They're not. One shot on camo. Yeah, camo. Sitting dice. Careful slow. Tell me.
Camo on me.
Yeah, play.
One shot.
Play. I can't. One shot dummies.
Yeah, leave.
Brandon, go on bottom. 2 shot dummies. One shot big cut. Top mid, 1 shot.
Could be spawn A. I spent A. Sprint.
1 shot top mid, go mid cut, mental. Balls alone.
One shot top mid. Absolutely.
Enemy has the ball.
Top tower as well.
You guys mid cut. I go on.
Topping top tower.
Go
Ball dropped. Enemy has
Watch
the
me post
ball.
the vent maybe? Coming mid cut.
Ball dropped.
Bottom mid, I gotta go. How about 2 of them? Bottom mid, Soul's not dead. How about 2 shot? Topping top tower, guys. They're weak.
One shot.
Very calm is the communication from Space Station. Very clear comms as well. Not talking over each other. Very direct with their approach. And you can see that it's
I think they should have pushed out there.
now, falling by the numbers. And SSG, even though they're behind in terms of ball time,
Soul's
they're
not
really
shouldn't even
starting
be
to
playing this
wrestle
hard
back
at
control
mid.
of the
Oh
kills
my
here.
god, y'all let him get him killed out at mid? That's crazy.
Eco bottom middle. Force backwards. Puts in reverse. Brilliant attempt to rotate the ball out towards scoreboard, but skills have gone against them here.
Ball dropped.
Eco re-challenge over towards Sandbanks. Soul Snipe in big trouble here.
Trades.
Eco will settle for a trade as Cycle is there. Cycle remains on Sandbanks. Stellar's a victim of timing here. It's just gotten away from him. Down gets 1. Stellar will also
Oh,
fall though.
got him.
So evenly
There's a lot of
matched
trading
up
going
plays.
on left and
Only
right
3
everywhere.
separate the 2 teams. 3 go down for Rebellion, and this could be that opportunity that SSG were looking for.
Yeah, we've not seen a ideal setup for SSG, but that's also a good sign that they're still able to win a round despite that fact. They were also struggling in the early stages of round 1, so it's not exactly warning signs for them here in round 2 just yet. It's almost like they like to have a little scrap, see what the lay of the land is, see what the opposition is trying to do, and then say, okay, well, they're not going to be setting up
Too
towards
good on
house,
both
so maybe
sides.
we can start to think about how setup in this instance is going to be more of a tower thought. Again, that repulse really paying off for SSG.
Stellar making himself a very difficult kill. Suppress will go down. Both teams continue to push and pull. 3 dead for SSG. Soul Snipe with ball. They have a tower set up. Everything they need to put a real dint in SSG's round chances here. Space Station are going to try and rotate towards green. Mental has that information. Starts to rotate the ball away. Bound on Sandbags. Big trade for Suppress to get. Make sure this fight remains 3v3. Cycle gets another onto Stellar. This is perfect for Rebellion.
Yeah, this is a really good passage of play for Rebellion to just start to separate themselves from SSG in this round a little bit. moving the ball well, but now SSG might have a chance to get back into things. And sometimes with a team like Space Station, when they have had that first round and you heard the comms, they were kind of chilled out, you need to kick up the backside a little bit, and that might just be what happens here as Rebellion start to put a bit of time on the board. SSG start to say, okay, well, it's getting out of hand, let's pick things up. Let's make sure we don't allow Rebellion to get too far ahead.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Legend.
Ball dropped.
Over towards Dummies he goes. Here's the footsteps suppressed. He tiptoes away to the scoreboard. Gets the assist from Bound. Gets his shields back. Re-engages on the Soul Snipe on the window. Grenade won't do any damage. Second one might though. It'll keep Soul Snipe honest. Ball down on scoreboard. Now an opportunity for SSG to eat away that lead. 3 dead for Rebellion. Legend rotates this ball away. This could be dangerous.
Yeah, straight over to Tower, but they did lose Stella, so it's not going to be a chance to actually get a proper setup. Legend needs to work with the rest of the team here because Camo is coming up. It looks like they're going to have to sacrifice it. Unless Eco goes huge, he's certainly doing a lot of damage over there towards Camo, but I think Suppress was the one in the end who was maybe able to pick it up.
Oh, he does get it.
Eco has just done wonders over towards Camo, and Rebellion, when they thought that maybe things would go their way, Eco just does more Eco things.
We're trading, we're getting the time, we're doing great right now.
Take the lead. Lovely movement from Bound. Gets the ball in the sandbags. Press Scarpers away, bottom middle. Sellers in hot pursuit, and he gets the kill he wanted. All that good work that Rebellion had put forward in this round, completely negated by SSG now. Rebellion have to go and do it again. 1 minute and 5 on the clock.
Enemy has the ball.
It's a good sign, though, I'd say, for Rebellion. They're making this competitive against SSG. If they are a team who is vying to try and compete for top 4, if not even top 3, of course, if they would win this one. There is some early signs that it's certainly doable, as unfortunately
You should have swapped.
really do the damage that was intended. Now SSG, it's a double kill from Eco. He's looking for more, makes it a triple. And that's going to be bad news for Rebellion, because not only is it a triple kill, it's a sniper rifle and it's ball control with 43 seconds left here for SSG.
SSG made the call to keep a hold of the ball, give themselves a significant lead. Even if they die, they have time to get back.
Jeez.
3 kills have gone in their favor.
Eco doing well here. Well, there. Oh, down to 29, Stellar 26, Eco 24.
Put in the grave. Nobody on Big Door, but Eco's going to clear it anyway. Ball's been dropped. 2 dead for Rebellion. They have got to get a buggy on here. They're running out of time.
The struggle is they are just on split spawns at the moment because of the snipes from Eco. Pushing 1 by 1 and getting your head picked is never going to help you try and break a setup. Initial damage doesn't work out though, and Rebellion can take advantage of this. All 4 dead for SSG. This is the last attempt. This is the last setup. The last stand for Rebellion to try and stay alive in this game.
What's their hold like? Eco back tower. Cycle's going to put some damage down. There's 2 members over towards green. No doubt pushing sandbags or Big Door. SSG chance. I heard around the arena. Bound's got 1, Stellar another.
Oh, Bound one's dead. That's 3 dead.
10 seconds remain. We're all tied up. But SSG,
Bro, y'all had the worst setup in my mind.
so much damage into Suppressed as he runs away. Running out of time. Soul Snipe's got hands on ball. Mental's got it.
No way.
SSG do just enough.
I don't think they did. They didn't. I don't think they did. I think Rebellion.
No way he stole that ball. How?
They stole the ball. They head it down bottom middle. And when SSG had control of the map, Rebellion say no, thank you. How on earth have they been able to do that? That's a blunder from SSG.
Mental by name, mental by nature. Stealing that round away from right under the noses of SSG.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Is that the confidence boost they need? Snipe rifle now. With the SSG camouflage on it.
Dropped. Enemy has the ball.
As he trains his eyes now.
Ball dropped.
Towards that camo. You know he wants it to use with the snipe. QT is down as well. Soul Snipe was the one who had it. Legend picks up a
Legend
huge
doesn't
double kill.
care,
3
bro.
dead. Mental has to have a massive influence, needs to go huge here with the snipe. Misses one, and now they know exactly where he's positioned.
Good early time from SSG this time. I think they maybe have learned their lesson that they can't afford to go too far behind in the early stages.
They keep that
I
ball.
think they know that they let that one slip through their fingers. Space Station aren't really a team that usually get annoyed at themselves for things like that. They know they've got another round to make up for it. But it is certainly going to be in the back of their minds that this game could have been done. It could have been over. It's a lifeline for Rebellion. Can they actually use it?
Can hit out there the shots.
Work their way back into this game. All four now down for Rebellion, and Space Station they can grab the ball. Legend has the sniper and the ball though, so he's going to have to pass one of them off.
Legend with 107 seconds of ball time. It was never really what he was known for on Quadrant. Replacing dead zone. I'm sure the question was, you like holding the ball, don't you? He's like, no, that's not really
Oh, he almost lost that.
don't you?
No, I really don't. Yeah, you really love the ball. And eventually he gives in because you're joining one of the best teams in the world. If it means you have to slightly shift your play style, you do so. But he does not look like it has phased him whatsoever. Still looking like one of the best in the game. 27 kills for Legend at the moment, alongside the objective work that he has been doing. But 2 went down for SSG. The Rebellion still keeping this one competitive. Tell you what, this map's not just going to comfortably walk into Space Station's hands. In fact, it almost walked out of their hands after that previous round.
Enemy has the ball.
Legend does just steal this one away. Again, eyes trained on that objective, noticing there was a lull in kind of gunfire, a chance to run away, escape, get a few seconds on the board.
Damn, Stella with pistol kills.
Say, all right, Stella, bound, do your thing.
Stella did his thing. Picked up a double kill. Legend, you can see, like a magpie, he was drawn towards the camouflage. Plague was to rotate. Eco scooped it up. Very little health left though, as he just about escapes with his life. Snipe rifle pops up. Soul Snipe wants it. He gets a sticky grenade for his trouble. It's going to be a trade. That's a nice trade for Soul Snipe, taking down the camouflage player.
The initial 2 rounds between the 2 teams gone right down to the wire. Every single second used in 10
Bro,
rounds.
this is a battle.
There's still 3 minutes 14 left on this one, and Space Station are halfway.
I still think
Rebellion do have control of the ball
Space
and
Station
control of the
setups are a lot
sniper rifle.
better.
And if Mental can do what we know he can with a snipe, he can maybe start to really bring a comeback to fruition here. Legend could be the next to challenge, but Mental quite rightly backs off. Sniper positioning is everything on live fire. Some people like to play a little bit more aggressive. You can get that body shot and call it out to your teammates so they can finish it off for you. You just don't want to give that sniper rifle away. Have to make sure you position yourself well.
Rebellion have taken the lead. How long is the question? Can they keep SSG at bay? A lot of time left in the round. Both teams taking this one far more serious than the last. Mental connects with a body shot onto Eco. Stellar's in-house. He's trying to bring the ball out to his front porch. He's been hassled, he's been harried. And he goes down along with his
Get the
teammate
ball
Bell.
back.
Rebellion have it once more.
The pressure keeps coming, but both the teams are doing well with it.
Things get a little bit dicey.
Rebellion are doing very well at making this messy, keeping this ball over towards house, keeping the ball where you can't really play it. Eventually they're forced to go over towards green. Inevitably, when you have those kind of scuffles in-house, it does traditionally go over towards green gradually. But now the ball right back at reset, and the scrap can continue once more unless Space Station want to try and take it tower, but it looks like they are going to be forced to try and play around scoreboard. Great kills coming out of Rebellion. There's only 6 kills in it between the 2 teams. It's not like Rebellion are being severely outplayed here. They don't look out of place whatsoever here in the winners semis.
Well, anything good happen?
Optic one.
Look a little bit flustered. Dropping on the ball, trying to get time when there's too many members of Rebellion still on the map.
Pick one again. Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Get cycle. Another camouflage for SSG. This time, it's going to be Bound who's going to play with it. Gets a big melee. Goes for the brawl with Soul Snipe. Picks up a double kill. Grenade is there, though. Eco's caught unaware. Time is running out. And it's still Rebellion.
Yeah, still 2 minutes on the clock, but Rebellion they're keeping good pressure.
Getting into it. They are not scared of SSG, and I think that is key. They looked a little bit worried in the early stages of the first round, but that second round has given them life. They believe they can take this map. They believe they can take this series cycle. Doesn't matter who he fights in the moment. He wants that engagement. But SSG do wrestle the ball back.
You finally get it back here. Finally get some control back.
This could end up being exactly like round 1 and 2, where it's going to come right down to the wire here, Shurs.
It's been a madness. This game has not disappointed. One for the neutrals, you might say, but if you're a fan of either team, your heart is in your mouth. 2 kills for Suppressed. How big could they be? Cycles back green. Stellar recognizes a bit of an irrelevant kill right now and opts to move elsewhere. Gets close towards Suppressed, but Suppressed puts some breathing space between the two. Soul Snipe gets the kill. Mental has the snipe. And they only need 15 more seconds.
The repulsor again, big, just to get that player away. Sniper could be huge here, hits a body, and that stops Legend from being able to push. And SSG have to rethink their strategy, rethink where they want to go here, which route they're going to take. But they do steal the ball away from Rebellion, and maybe we'll be able to play it towards green. And it's a big kill from Eco to keep SSG just about in this one. But again, Rebellion say, oh, there's a ball on the floor, we'll grab that, we'll get a couple more seconds. They're only 12 away now from winning this first map, but SSG have wrestled back control.
They have to play this one perfectly. The issue is they've given up the first pick. Eco's got the second, looking for the third. Soul Snipe gets one, Cycle's gonna fall as well. All 4 dead for the Rebellion, and SSG moving the ball towards tower. How can
Is it game 1?
hold?
SSG chants start to ring through the arena once more as Eco just about stays alive. It's one last hold, it's one last push for Rebellion here.
Do
dead.
Rebellion have what it takes?
It's 2 dead.
They're running out of time. Eco tries to play it. He does play it. There's still time. 1 minute remains. One last chance.
3 were dead for SSG as well, so Rebellion really do have a chance. They nicked the ball away. Off spawn, SSG, where do you go? One's already fallen. Camo's up, but where is that ball?
Suppress gets the ball played once more. This is a madness. 1 second for SSG. 6 for Rebellion. Bodies continue to hit the floor.
No, he got it. He won his 1v1.
Excuse me, with hands on.
Won his ones.
Win game 1.
Wasn't easy though, was it? Boy, did they make that difficult for themselves. And I wouldn't be surprised if the
Made that super difficult.
How did we not win that in round 2? The entirety of round 3, they're all thinking to themselves, "Wait, I thought we had won. We had the ball, we had control." But Mental, he dipped in, didn't even have camo, but he somehow wasn't seen. Sadly, it's for nothing in the end, as SSG will still come out on top and will still win map number 1. 159 kills to 154 in favor of Space Station in the end. But Rebellion are going to make this a series. This is not going to be a blowout. This is not going to be one of those series where we start to talk about, oh, there's such a huge gap between the top 3 teams and the rest. I think Rebellion are beginning to look like a true top 4 team if they weren't already at this tournament.
Separated
Top
by 5 kills.
foursies.
Over the course of 3 rounds, separated by 9 seconds. Very little between the two. But Onset always talks about it. Halo's about the margins. And it was SSG who put themselves in that winning situation. Rebellion almost stole away those 2 rounds. Do they still have some wind in the sails coming up for game 2? Because that one was
So this is over. This is 3-2 Proton. Foe defeats Proton. And came back.
To topple a giant. You put so much into it that it does take the wind out of you a little bit. You start to think,
So Complexity and Quadrant still got to play.
Tough to try and move on from it because you were so close and that adrenaline still flowing through your veins, but that's when you need someone, either a coach or your IGL, just to say, right, let's reset. We came close, but it's a best of 5 for a reason. And we can start to think about game 2. And in terms of the fact, you know, it's Slayer in game 2, as it always is, that means there is a big chance here for Rebellion because they were outslaying SSG for quite some time in that game.
I want to give hats off to Bound. 45 kills, second most ball time on his team. Instrumental in every good thing SSG put forward. Confirmation 2-1 the final score, separated by, once again, 9 seconds in game 1. Slayer Streets on the horizon, Dan, and I know you've got something for me.
Both teams 5-2 throughout the qualifiers. It was one of their better Slayer performances. When it comes to LAN though, you know things can start to change. You know those shots start to hit a little bit differently. The flanks that you might make can be even more punishing. So I'm going to be keeping a keen eye on some of those guys that like to just go for the little try and get behind enemy lines, but Bound is going to be my focus throughout this game. What we saw in that game one, individually incredible, some of the things that he was able to pull off. And if he keeps playing like that, if he keeps gaining momentum and getting better and better as the series go on, he's going to make life very difficult for Shopify Rebellion.
They touched upon it on the desk. Rebellion's esports careers, particularly in Halo, very much in their infancy. This is a team that are going to learn and grow together. And the more reps they get against the top dogs, the better they're going to get. That game one was so close. We spoke about wind, out of sails, out of tires, doesn't matter where the wind in the air is. They have to get it done in game two to give themselves a real chance.
Yeah, you blow wind out of other areas, but certainly Rebellion needs something here in map number 2 to get them back into this series. It's always going to be a tough pill to swallow, losing that close, being so close to winning game 1. You have to forget about it, you have to move on as we're underway in map number 2. It's Street Slayer. And of course, Camo going to be the focus point in 20 seconds when it comes up. And if we do see one of the teams start to trend towards controlling it throughout the game, they should be able to get kill after kill and take an advantage.
4-1 the score after the opening engagement. Camouflage has now popped up. Crowd screen expertly placed for Soul Snipe to perhaps get away here. Kills being picked up all around. 6-2 now. Bound and Stellar get a couple of kills to even the odds.
I will say, when it comes to starting strategies, it was something we noted on Rebellion on Friday when we saw them in pool play. They seem to have their starting strats locked down against so many other teams.
A lot of damage, gotta convert them kills though.
But then, as you get towards the business end, they just drift off a little bit, and that's the experience that you were talking about, the lack of kind of time and reps that some of the teams they're going up against each other maybe have. So that early lead that was up by 6 is now just cut down to 1, with SSG managing to take down several members of Rebellion. You don't want to get stuck in Tram here. You don't want to be the team who is on spawn and suddenly trying to force your way out of Tram time and time again, and Rebellion make sure they are not that side. They push successfully, it's a big double for Cycle, and Space Station will fall.
More importantly, Cycle's got his hands on the Bulldog as well, so some of the power shifts towards Rebellion with that 3-kill lead. These guys are all Slayers. They revel in it. Soul Snipe is currently 1 and 3. That's not the impressive thing here. 7 assists already. Been so influential, putting damage down for his team. Looking to do even more here on the Bound. Couple of shots in. He continues to move and groove. SSG have just not been able to handle the pressure so far.
I mean, Streets has always been Soul Snipe's playground ever since he was on the old native roster. They used to fly around corners together, often pioneered the way to play this map when Halo Infinite first came out. Just gets into so many engagements and deals so much damage. As long as you have teammates to finish off those kills, you're going to be in a good position, and that's what's happening in the moment. Rebellion are up by 8 all of a sudden.
The Rebellion keeps getting the better of the trades.
The SSG have lost so far this tournament. One of them is a Slayer. It is more trending towards SSG winning their objectives and maybe struggling more so in those Slayer modes. Rebellion have to take advantage of it here.
All's good at the moment, up by 6. Legends over towards Cafe.
You don't have a long trip home though. Everybody lives in LA. It'll be easy. Call an Uber.
Legends got the call to rotate.
Gentlemen, congratulations to these young men. You know, I'll tell you this. Game 4, we kind of threw that one away. In my eyes, that's a 3-1 clean victory.
He's going to go down. The damage had already been done. Rebellion doing a perfect job of keeping their lead, keeping the nose in front. Still ahead by 5.
Yeah, they're keeping SSG just at arm's length at the moment. But the trouble is, with players like Stellar, like Bound, who could just pull a double kill out of nowhere, you could just thrust them right back into the game, and Rebellion have to be careful of that. You need to have eyes on your teammates. You need to be making sure you're looking at where that damage is being dealt, so you can clean it up. And that's just what Cycle's doing, listening, ear to the ground, waiting for the call out, and it happens again for the double. And he says, hey, where's more? I'll keep going, but Camo is going to be the focus point.
sometimes people fall into the trap playing Slayer that you have to be all action, on the move all the time. Cycle just letting the game come to him. Stellar squints his eyes and spots out the camo, but it's not enough. Cycle had help. Bound was there though, with the stock rifle. This gun can create a lot of chaos and carnage. Suppress down the no shield. Stellar's been sent in to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, they're just getting better at the trades.
Rebellion managing this one perfectly.
Well, the trades are starting to come out even now,
Space
but
Station was exactly the opposite with their listening, but maybe Rebellion's going to be a little bit more upbeat and chaotic. Let's have a listen.
Probably gonna cut purple. Yeah, I'm looking bottom mid. Sure, they have a shotgun too. They have a shotgun too.
They're nading like back. I hear one. I think. They definitely don't know here.
Could be wrong though, but he might be ATM. Low key could be. That's got ice cream. Could be a guy ATM or something. Staring at your plants though. Your Campbell's at 50 about? Yeah, 50. Stay strong. What music? What do you guys want to do? We have a 5 kill lead, so think about that.
We get smoked for Kemba too.
I've smoked for Kemba. Alright. Okay, Stellar's top 9. They're top IB. Okay.
They're nading. They don't know me, bro. They would have naded me up by now.
Yeah. Make sure we just don't take down. Ivy Stellar half. Close up. They're playing for Kemba, I think.
30 seconds, okay, huh?
Yep. We should make a team play though when Kemba comes up. We should do something. Oh, can we find the stalker guy? Stellar is still Ivy. Could be one hiding benches.
No, honestly, bro.
Yeah, there could be.
I want to shoot this guy. Ivy, I'm gonna go laundry, and then she said one guy.
Yo, okay, the shotgun guy is Ivy. I can smoke Demo. You guys want to smoke Demo?
Yeah.
Arcade. Ivy, show coming out. I'm watching here to my push.
Be real weak. Nico.
I need it.
I want you up in the ATM.
Might go for Camo.
Tires coming.
What's up, bitches?
Miss one. Yo, ATM, guys. Launch one shot. I got it.
damn, they got the better of that. 4 dead. Was that 4 dead for none? That had to be 4 dead for at least 1.
Point to join the listening there as everything slowed down and Rebellion wanted that plan, wanted to try and work around the camo, and they execute it perfectly. All 4 dead, they grab the camo, they have the Bulldog, they've got all the pieces they need to continue with dominating this game.
They conceded quite a lot of map to SSG. It did not matter. They held what they needed to. They got the damage done and they capitalized on it. Legend will get soul sniped. The lead has only grown. SSG
Trade.
make moves here, make plays.
7 kill diff.
Rebellion will invite the pressure on. They're happy to play the trades game now. And again, you spoke about how the Rebellion have got to be wary here because you give Stellar an
Soul
opportunity.
Snipe survived that? Okay, he traded.
Yeah, Space Station go ahead as
Still
Rebellion.
a 6 skill
They're not
lead.
going to play it as slow. They're not going to be sitting back. Instead, they're usually the team that likes to just crush you, get you in a pincer, and try and take you down and get those kills as quick as possible. And it's starting to happen. 5 now behind. It was 10 at one point.
Val gets a kill.
Rebellion just need to not get too ahead of themselves. Make sure they're staying next to one another. Not too many individual plays to try and be a hero right now, as again, Rebellion try and slow this. It did work last time they tried to slow it around the camo, but now we've got sides flipped. And a big thing is going to be down to the Shroud. And you can see Legend has it. Shroud goes down, SSG pick up the camo, and they can start to think about a comeback.
Camo's up. Things are going to get a little bit dicey now. Rebellion starting to use their nades. Mental rotates inside of Tram with the stock rifle, looking to output quite a lot of damage, provide cover for his team. Crowd screen goes down. There was a little bit of bait. Legend's going to get the trade. Where has that camouflage gone? Bound loses a 1v1 to Soul Snipe, but it's Eco with the camo.
6 goes down, and Eco with the game potentially in his
Oh,
hands.
no trade
Still
there.
quite a lot to do.
Still 5 kills.
Camo's not usually going to be good for 5, but he gets spotted out by Mental. And you know full well Mental is screaming Camo is over
Trade
towards
there.
Bulldog right now. But he doesn't quite go down. Now suddenly
four.
it's a 4-kill game, and Eco can make it a 3-kill game, but doesn't quite hit that final shot.
Well, I hear if you don't trade,
Rebellion
you
are
don't
so
get
close to winning this one, but
That's
are
right.
we going to see a very similar situation where Space
Pretty
Station
much.
come from the dead here?
3 kills.
Into this game towards the end.
Eco just reads the game perfectly. Does the damage, recognizes he couldn't get the kill.
Oh,
The clever thing to do was wait.
2 kills. 2 kills.
Like if you don't get paid, then you don't get laid. So you better
SSG
trade.
5. Rebellion only 2 now. Tie up this series. Suppress slides
1
out,
kill.
Gets 1. 1 more then. To punch themselves right back into this series. And they do. Soul Snipe
1-1.
ties us up 1-1. Perfectly played by Rebellion.
And that game too was my biggest question mark when I saw this.
If you're not trading kills, when you have the lead, you're not going to win.
We haven't seen much of it on land, but it was really that time we jumped into the listening when it all slowed down, when they had so much time to think about how they wanted to approach getting that camo. And then the difference when it was flipped for SSG to try
These
and do the
guys
same
out here
thing,
getting
and
paid
the
hundreds of
shot went down,
thousands of
and it
dollars.
was attempted bait from Legend, and he wanted to utilize the Bulldog, but sadly it didn't quite work out for him. And yes,
This is a
okay,
prize
Eco
pool for
ended up
Major
getting
One.
the camo, but they had lost control of the map. It was so different when we saw it on the other side from Rebellion when they got all 4 dead. And really, I think that won them the game.
And I want to talk to you about moments in Slayers like that, because these teams can scrim and they can practice online. Even in online tournaments, you will never play a Slayer like that. There's no way to practice for this moment.
You can never replicate tournament moments because in a scrim, it's not the same stuff on the line. You don't have the same money on the line. You don't have the same pressure on the line. Sure, in online qualifiers, you can somewhat replicate it. It gets a little bit closer then, but some would argue that still people aren't quite as locked in. There isn't quite as much on the line. And it just creates for such exciting moments time and time again, and that's why we love watching Halo Esports. So 1-1 between SSG and Rebellion here in the winners semis. Strongholds Recharge is coming up next.
Spoke about locked in. Oddball live fire 2-1. As we see on our screens, 50-45 Slayer on streets. You spoke about game 4, Dan, King of the Hill Solitude. If it was required, well, it will be.
It's a $250,000 prize pool.
Recharge is up next, though. What have you got for me?
So interestingly, as we spoke about, from scrims to online qualifiers to then playing in a tournament setting, Shopify did beat Space Station in scrims on Strongholds Recharge, but then when they got into qualifiers, they didn't win this map in mode once. They lost it 3 times. On the other side, it was a very strong game type for Space Station.
Complexity, Sentinels out. I'm in Cloud9, sorry.
Into the qualifiers, and suddenly it turns into Space Station's better
I'm in
game
Complexity
type
now.
here on Strongholds Recharge. So I'm leaning
No,
towards
they're not.
SSG victory, but Rebellion, they just look so competitive. This is brilliant. This is what we want to see in Halo Esports. We want teams to be catching the top 3 so that these semi-finals are just beautiful to watch.
Well, while there's a brief intermission, we have some scores coming our way. Foe winning a game.
First team is going to get 100,000.
Elimination round 5 advances to the elimination quarterfinals.
How are we looking at this? This is already over.
Shopify, so Foe now waiting on the result of the series at hand.
Wow, so Foe, they were 2-0 down, I'm fairly certain. So I think that's a reverse sweep, and that means Wootum, top 6 M&K player.
I was 1-1.
Raise the keyboard higher, maybe.
Just keep it going.
Not a reverse sweep.
Even bigger than what Clutch was saying. You can see it was 1-1. It wasn't a reverse sweep, so I take it back. I think when I saw it earlier on the B stream, it looked. Oh wait, now it's 2-0. I'm confused. Who knows what happened at this point?
Oh, so they
It's
changed
just
it. So
keeping
it
me on my
was.
toes. It's keeping me on my toes. But all we know
So
is
they
that
did a
Foe
reverse
did
sweep
come
him.
back to win the entire thing. And I think that this is great for Europe because when we looked at what happened in the European scene with all the changes, with Quadrant taking one player, then Quadrant taking another player, and Foe had been through it all. You would have seen the Jimbo interview with the narrative, and he said it's been a bloody rough time, to be honest. And now they find themselves in the top 6, and it looks like they really came together despite facing so much adversity in this series.
There was a real time where every time Jim would win a qualifier online, one of his teammates was getting poached from him. I gave him advice. I said, Jim, you stop winning qualifiers, they'll stop taking your players.
So as you can see, it was 2-1 to Proton, but then we move on over to Solitude Strongholds, and we know how punishing that map could be, and that's when Foe wrestled things back. And then look at this, they were down by 7 kills against Proton in this Slayer. And you'd imagine from this point that Proton would have gone on, but no. Foe fought back. They tied things up 40-38. And it means that yet again, Wooten makes more history. But also, we see Jimbo back in the top 6. I remember way back in Halo 5, it was Jim and the rest of his team who set European records by getting into the top 6.
All right.
Welcome back.
Just turn him down for a second.
Scenes aren't the only thing that's amazing about this show. The storyline is straight up too. You got a revenge story about a problem trying to avenge the Phantom. It's rightly so. It's right in front of us. The storyline is going to be angry. It's going to be hyped. It might make you cry, maybe pee a little. And the main characters, natural Sasuke Uchiha plus Eren Yeager, you get the training stuff. Today's anime that's up.
Teddy, what are you getting so worked up for?
I play YouTube. Yes, I made it before, right? Yeah, I rolled it. Yeah. Looks like I rolled the 12, so I'll go first. Yeah, I'll start off. I'll draw for turn. I'm going to go ahead and start off with Poppy. I will draw script and then use scripts for Jerry. This game is going to be good. I'm going to go ahead and draw 3 cards. I am then going to start Dragon Decking Virus and X. I am thinking I actually can make them do that. You don't know what this does? It costs no points. You just start there and you just go back. Bam. No, you just go force it essentially. I can say that. This is like you're going to say it was your choice. I'll set 2 cards face down. That's just it. I swear. One draw face. You're going to activate 2 copies of traps. You don't trap and shoot walk out. You got 4 cards in hand. I get the big trap.
Gotta tell an old school player that his whole entire deck is banned.
You must be Gemma.
Alright,
Try and wrestle that back. That's going to be your ideal
back
setup,
to the
of
game.
course. Sadly, that plasma pistol misses in Legend.
Ooh.
Makes it pay.
Great news for Legend. No ball in the hold. As a result, already registered 6 kills, 1 assist.
Yeah, it's more free hands objective based. Can you keep all 4 of your players active? SSG should probably have this.
Insane, really, what he was able to do. The only real player who I kind of know that does a similar thing, it's Denzo.
Soulslife captured C. Seller fight for B is
Three
unsuccessful in
dead?
that joust. Suppressed with the camouflage. Triple cap now for Rebellion. If only for a short while. Can Suppress have a similar influence with the shock rifle camouflage as Stellar did once before? Legend's going to capture B. They've already got C.
mean, pretty similar, I'd say. Not quite the headshots, but he got the body shots that his teammates could finish off the kills. In Space Station, they lose 3. But it wasn't a trip cap for as long for Rebellion, so they're still quite a way behind at the moment. But Suppress finds himself in a good position to combat the long haul spawns that SSG find themselves in. Mainly just about holding A here for now. Don't allow SSG just to waltz on and take it off.
Mental and Legend trade. Stellar will capture B, but for how long will he stay alive? The answer's not long. Not long at all. Bound on Batledge, continues to jiggle B. Steps out just 1 pixel too far. Has his face ripped. Oh, right off. As Eco joins him, as does Legend. His main name might be Suppressed, but he has reason to get loud.
This is what you need if you are Rebellion. You need someone to start popping off, someone to start answering.
Bro, where the rest of his team at, though? I'm sorry. When you see one person popping off like that and the rest of the team can't match up, it's like, bro, what's happening? Bro, it shouldn't be. They should not be able to walk anywhere. That's a shame. That's crazy.
Just hide behind those batteries, steal that stronghold away from you, and now Rebellion have got to fight out of it.
Man's laying down damage left and right, giving y'all easy kills, and then somehow they still get objective control. That's crazy, man.
Camouflage has just popped up. Interesting to see who's got their hands on it, or has it indeed been burned. 3 down.
3 down for S2.
Rebellion, they have a numbers advantage now. Soulswipe's going to convert B. Legend happy to hold bottom elevator here. Legend's going to jump up Whirlpool, combine with Eco to get a kill. Mental's managed to hold A, but not really having an influence on the game. No damage being put down. As a result, Eco's been able to slip through the lines.
No way you let him win that gunfight. No
Really starting to eat away at that lead now and threatening to get a triple cap of their own.
Yeah, they grab C because SSG sent so many bodies over towards B, over towards gold. They really wanted to break that gold setup. But in all the meanwhile, they've given up C, and if they don't get B off the back of it, it could be dangerous, and it looks like that may just happen. They just about get B, though. But Rebellion are still scoring, and Rebellion take 2 players down. So what was a 100-0 game, or very close to...
Where did he come from, and why?
Rebellion again demonstrating that they are not pushovers.
Oh, that amazing nade. Where did he spawn?
Beautiful double kill for Bound. And they about to flip the script here. Get a trip cap. Soulswipe over to
Bro, none of they must have got a blessed spawn or something.
Suppress. Walks straight into it, and nade explodes at his feet. Bound, much like Mental was doing before him, trying to hold that elevator. Was doing so pretty successfully. A and C still remain in control for SSG. Being threatened now though. Eco gets 1, Legend falls. 3 dead, Bound. Nowhere to be seen. Shot rifle in hands of the Soul Man.
Yeah, that was a tough route for Legend.
2
You
down
can see
for
he was
both.
worried about spawners, and in the end he did get shot in the back by them. The flank didn't really work out. Now Camo's coming up, and
No, the stick.
Space Station not only get the stick, but Legend's able to creep away with the camouflage. 3 dead for Rebellion. But Rebellion are still scoring. But for how long? Not very long, it would seem.
Triple cap. Only for a short while. Legend's camo has dissipated. They're capturing B and they're capturing C. Reset comes through for the Frenchman. This game's so close, on a knife's edge now. As we head towards the end game, this one could go either way.
Space Station just doing a little bit better at surviving on one shot, just as you saw there from Legend. Him getting around that corner and then being able
Soul Snipe needs to pick up his kills too.
Does wonders for Space Station, otherwise Rebellion would have that extra player. And sometimes it is more difficult to get your head down on land and survive, but he was able to do so, and now he's still fighting and still doing damage and still getting kills. And you can see the impact of it. He tries to do it again, but this time he is shut down. That could be the difference maker for Rebellion to finally try and break through it.
Legend is such great movement.
Stuck at A, that's interesting.
The best in the league. It's like he's on roller skates at times. How quickly he's able to traverse
Where was the comms? What?
Rebellion starting to eat away at that lead. They hold B and C. There'll be a bit of a juke down now in tower. The help will
Trade.
come. Rebellion good for
3
2, 3
dead.
dead now. Soul Snipe's gonna get A. Looking for that triple cap. Knows the player situated below him. Gonna be a 1v1 with Eco. The trade comes through. Rebellion still hold B and C. And they want A as well. Stellar trying to get close. Picks up the camouflage.
SSG have done better at getting the camos, that's for sure. And that's why they have a minor lead at the moment. But Rebellion
What
just keeping it
bounce?
so close, and that's
Still
a
got
bit
the
worrying
Q.
for Space Station. If we see Suppressed get a shock rifle and go on a tear like he had prior, then SSG could be in a very bad spot, but it's going to be the opposite.
Triple cap coming
Instead, we
in.
might get a replay of what happened at the start of the game here.
These next few moments are going to be pivotal. Stellar's camouflage has gone.
Enemy team.
Shock rifle has it though. Gets one. Legend another. Metal on C. Stairs falls as well. 3 dead.
SSG about to close out map 2.
15 more points. Rebellion have, but only one more push.
And I think this one's close to being done now, especially with Stellar in the position he is with the shot. He's got eyes on so many different spots, so many different angles. No matter where you push here, you're gonna get tagged by something. It's a desperate attempt to try and finish this off from Soul Snipe, but it looks like he's gonna get challenged. And Space Station Gaming will take map number 3 and take the lead 2-1 in the semifinals.
SSG 1 game away from the winners finals. 1 game away from a clash with Optic Gaming. And now Rebellion on the ropes. It could be elimination bracket for them if they can't get their act together here in game 4.
Very close though, Rebellion. I mean, a few minor moments they could have changed things. If you think about, had Legend fallen when he was just dipping his head down in Whirlpool, off the back of it, he helped get 2 kills and got a kill of his own. 19 kills in total for him. But of course, it was the hard work, it was the support from the rest of the squad.
I think Foe would rather definitely go up against.
That's the terrifying thing, I think, about Space Station when you look at this roster as a 4. Anyone can do the damage. Anyone, no matter what weapon they have in their hands, can pop off at any moment. And perhaps that's why SSG are a real threat at this tournament as potential championship winners.
What's so impressive is the difference between these two teams when it comes to the Slays and winning the objectives. Game 1 separated by 5. This game here, only 6. But again, it's SSG who are winning those objectives.
It's about when they get those kills. It's very different. Space Station timing it a little bit better with whether it's defending those strongholds or when they're actually cracking. There was a few times where Rebellion would get the better of the Slays, but it would kind of trading 3 for 2, 2 for 1, and Space Station was still scoring on the top of it. Space Station know when to get aggressive, but they also know when to be a little bit more passive, when to retreat, when to set up little ambushes. But Rebellion are still playing very well, and this series is most certainly not over yet. It's a narrow lead for Space Station, and they are 1 foot in the door of that winners final. But next up, it's King of the Hill Solitude.
Confirmation of what we've seen, that oddball 2-1, 50-45, then 250 to 189. Again, game 1 and 2 separated by 5 kills. The last game separated by 6. Nothing between these two, but it's just decisions at that vital moment. Playing in
It's
the
that
pocket,
ice
in those
factor.
spaces, biding your time, experience. The likes of Eco has it in spades.
I think good news here for Rebellion is their starting strategies have been very successful. And when we go into King of the Hill Solitude, which can be a game that can go off the back of that first hill, give you that momentum towards moving on for the rest of the game, perhaps they can start to shut down SSG. And it is Rebellion's better game type in this series. They didn't lose it all qualifier long. They went 4-0 throughout the 4 qualifiers they competed in. So they have something to cling on to here, and I think that's probably what they're saying to one another. Hey, look, this is one of our better ones. Let's make sure we get to a game 5. It's another Slayer. We've already beaten them in a Slayer, so let's just make sure we get there.
Question that was posed at the start of this series: can Rebellion be competitive? They've been more than that. But come the crunch time, they've missed out by small margins, the tiniest moments in the game. Things haven't gone their way. Can they flip the script here? Everyone's expecting this one to go the way of SSG. Have Rebellion got something left in the chamber? We're about to find out here. Because SSG won away
If you don't
from the
trade,
winners finals.
don't get paid,
On board with
don't get laid, and then you never
I'm giving credit to starting strategies for Rebellion. Let's see
What
whether they
are
can
you
do exactly
talking
the same on Solitude here. It's a sniper rifle focus push for them. Bound already gone down to no shields, but
Talking
it's
about getting
Legend
his
with the
$3.
camouflage.
I don't know what you don't
And it's
understand,
bad news
bro.
bears because that means he can come from behind here and try
This
and
man
find
in
that
here talking
sniper
about
rifle.
trading the whole time.
Cool
And
shot
then as
rifle.
soon as I come in here and say something, he don't know what I'm
It all
talking
does the same thing.
I meant the part where you said you don't get laid and everything after that.
Gets a huge kill. Instead, shot rifle now changes hands.
Hmm?
You trying to tell me money don't get
Relinquished
you
quite
hunts?
a lot of power to the Frenchman.
It's not necessary.
Do that. Now locks in too. Threatening to get a triple kill as well.
That bomb out there.
Press will
over
push
there
you,
by
turn
that
mental.
that didn't have any.
But it's Depressed who tips his toe into the hill. Loses his face for it.
He's probably getting some from the Wendy's girl that worked there.
Nah, I doubt it. I doubt it.
And he's gonna get more.
Damn, I don't see how you put that on your people. That's
What? What are you talking about? So wait, two people that went. Hold on, I need to turn down the volume. Hold on. You said two people at Wendy's can't hook up. Is this what I'm hearing? Two employee co-workers at Wendy's, female and male, can't hook up. Or whatever floats their boat. Because sometimes, you know, you hear that spice in the voice. This man said, I'm disrespecting our people. What? What are you talking Oh man, I'm dying. How I say that? Where did I say that?
I got a couple people that I used to go to school with, a couple females that moved down that way. You trying to tell me she down there busting it down in the back of
First of all, I ain't saying none of their business was happening at Wendy's. I was just saying that.
For some homeless dude? Come on, dog. Come on.
Oh no.
Running down for some homeless dude while they taking out trash at the Ratchet Wendy's? Come on, bro. I can't believe
Why he homeless?
Why he homeless? You the one that said it.
I ain't
Said,
said
he
that.
probably getting something from the motherfucking the Wendy's, bro. I said a homeless person.
Oh, I didn't hear that part. I didn't hear.
I said go tell a homeless person.
Oh, I thought you said go tell the.
He said, oh, he probably getting something from the person that went. What you mean?
I thought you said. I thought you said go tell them ghetto ratchet people at Wendy's that ain't got no drink. Oh no! I didn't know you was talking about homeless people. Bro, that was like the first thing I said. I ordered the combo. He said, only drink we got is sweet tea and lemonade. I was like, well, damn.
I'd have left. I'd have went to another Wendy's. Chick-fil-A this morning, huh?
I didn't. I did not. No. You know they right next door to each other, right? they literally they're right next door to each other, the Wendy's and the Chick-fil-A.
I mean, they share the same trash area in the back.
No, they each got their own trash area. They each got like their own lot. They're not in like a full shopping center, but they have their own lot. Oh man, that's hilarious. Y'all better not let. Oh my God, how did y'all let him do that? That's double cap. SSG about to try to end this. They want a little map control. Oh. Okay, no, it's not. They ain't got no control. The rest of the team's still dying. Man, had camo. What you mean, rugby? The old cliche. Why is that why would that be a cliche? There's only 23 seconds left. That's crazy. Bro, y'all gotta stay in time. There's 12 seconds left now. Bro, this is game. No. That's game. That's game. We got one more match for the day.
that Legend with Quadrant did get that top 3 placement, and it was Legend who took down Optic Gaming. So perhaps he's thinking, hey, maybe I can just do it again when we get to these winners finals. Now it's with a different team, and as we look back at some of the highlights, I'm very impressed with what Rebellion were able to do against SSG. So competitive, right down to the wire at times. It could have very easily been 2-0 to Rebellion after the first 2 maps. Oddball was so close, agonizingly close. But sadly,
push teams, even in our top 3, to this limit.
And with that last series, we do have some more teams pushing on forward through the winners bracket. Of course, Space Station Gaming will be that team.
One more game?
Tomorrow, here is your winners bracket side of things. That is
that
looking like a
Ratchet
fantastic prime time
No.
final to me. Optic versus Space Station, something that we've seen often last year. But with 2 new additions on the sides of these rosters, how different do
What?
you think this will be? I'm curious to know.
What are you talking about?
I've always been a big proponent of when you take one top player from a roster and put them on
The only thing I couldn't get
so in this case,
was a
Denzel
Dr. Pepper or a strawberry lemonade.
He knows so much about that Space Station team and strategy that he can share and get those small advantages for his team. He can say, hey, when we're playing flag, they're always going to park Eco over on this area.
I think they was running out of sweet tea too, because dude had to tilt over the sweet tea can.
Kind of like it was at the bottom, huh?
Nah, because when I pulled up, he was pouring it, and he had to like tilt the little sweet tea container, so it would pour out a little bit faster.
This is where it is do or die for a lot of our teams, and one that has fallen short from our big 3, of course, is FaZe. And fall short they did. It was a very, very long fall, unfortunately. 3-0 sweep against Optic, and that's got to sting. That's got to hurt. But if I do know something about FaZe, is that they do manage to bounce back. We actually saw them in a pretty similar position at Worlds.
I think it's just the one more match for complexity and quadrant.
How do you think FaZe are feeling right now, Clutch?
Pretty bummed about just coming out flat is the biggest thing. How do we not come out flat is what the question they're asking themselves is, because that is not something that you can afford with your backs against the wall. Fortunately for FaZe fans, that World Championship run came from the elimination bracket, and they were flat in the winners bracket, came out hot as ever Sunday. So if anyone's coming out Championship Sunday from that elimination bracket, my pick would be FaZe.
And once you FaZe, they are a different team on a Sunday.
Yeah, they're always so scary. And I mean, when you look throughout the tournament run, it generally does feel like they can generally lose to like a Space Station or an Optic. And they ran into an Optic, and Optic sent them down.
They certainly did. They sent them down hard. I'll tell you that much. They sent them down hard. But I tell you what, I'm getting very excited for this next matchup coming your way. This will
Well, we gotta chisel the Adonis video real quick. Hold on.
once again.
Let's see what Chisel Adonis got over here.
Rip me out my box and suck my dick and balls too.
Bro, what? She got the ups though.
But evidently these ladies have incredible athleticism. Is this some form of Olympic sport in Middle America? Shorty could be a high jump champion. There's people at the NFL Combine that can't even get that high off the ground. Incredible. Hold on. Who is this woman pregnant with? Everybody? I've never seen a stomach that big in my life. She either having triplets, giving birth to the planet Pluto, or one Samoan. Is that a tiger back there? Why is that dude recording like he can't get eaten? Fat man got out there with the quickness. Nice going, fat. Evidently, referees on every level of the game are trash. Because why this man taking a phone call in the midst of the game? I would hope man's on the phone with medical professionals for an emergency. But even then, why would you remain on the court and take a phone call? Dead ball, you got to inbound it. He holding the whole game up. I couldn't be a father in attendance. My shoe would have been flying 60 miles per hour in his direction. What kind of wash and set is this? Is she at the Exorcism Spa, the Climax Boutique? Shorty getting her spine rearranged for no additional charge. I want to be impressed by her sensational skin, but I'm concerned for her safety. Got her
I
body
need that kind of neck massage right now.
on a 6-day vacation with your significant other.
What was the reason?
Ain't no way that's an actual human being. Brother got a lot on his mind. Mother had to give birth to him by way of Z-section. You see the size of his cranium? I think he got a watermelon in there. Looking like Crypto from Destroy All Humans. Barber's got to do cardio in order to cut his hair. He ties a do-rag with a twin-size bed sheet. His glasses might be wider than the state of Louisiana. Skull on Thomas Edison, built like a light bulb. Rumor has it they had to take his driver's license photo from across the street.
Yo, what?
You can always count on seeing some
Failure.
every day. is something that leaves you scratching your head. This brother must have migrated from the Bronx. Listening to Bobby Shmurda for too long, thinking he Tom Cruise. Now look at your dumb ass, looking like a potential homicide victim, laying there looking stupid. But the hilarious thing about this entire situation is, despite the fact that he just embarrassed himself, he'll just pick up his stuff and navigate like none of this shit happened. Hold on, what's going on here? Is
Bruh,
that
I'm
Growler
not.
licking that man? It ain't nobody. This gang bang fitness is not what I expected to see on my explore page. In the last 10 years, when did it become so commonplace to be overly sus at all times on social media? Does Digital Foot Hold On provide him with any props? He comes to class with originals.
No, he,
learn your history, boy.
no, he don't got a whipping
Minding your
class.
business, getting some dinner, and a random Tauros runs you down? I got a couple of questions. How far was this bull traveling from, and how did nobody recognize he just out in the open? They don't got no doors. Man's pulled up to Ichiraku's Ramen and put the human on the menu.
Look at this. Somebody come look at this.
Look at the size of him. He's a monster.
How on earth does one get that big? She taking up both seats. Homie had to zoom out in order to get her entire body in picture. Shorty might need 6 seatbelt extenders just to strap in. This high cholesterol human being is giant.
That's a big bitch.
It appears we got Florida activities out in Louisiana. This man antagonizing a wild fur alligator. Use bite.
Ow! Ow! He bit me. That was brutal.
Looks like we might as well stay on the topic of Pokemon, because evidently there's a Magikarp class somewhere in the country. Last I checked, you're not gonna evolve to Gyarados moving like this. What are they even doing? Somebody throw these motherfuckers back in the water, bouncing like some seals that's not even in the Navy. I bet it sound like gunshots in Chicago in there. Hold on, did this man just apprehend Master Splinter with his bare hands? Does he not concern himself with rabies? What kind of establishment is this to where they got rats running up the walls? Y'all never beaten these allegations, bro. Time to eat somewhere else. Ain't no way I'm putting my mouth on some food. What incarnation is that human being? She got a triple BBL, carrying more plastic than the state of California. I'll never understand why these people do this to themselves. Do you have no friends? How do you step outside your house looking like this? What doctor goes through a procedure like this? They just want to take your money with no soul. Just look at the glutes, Build-A-Bear workshop. America has less inflation than she does. Hold on, what sport is this? Is this some sort of juggling competition? Wait a minute, why they slapping it out of each other's hands? What kind of circus game is this? They playing knockout or king of the court when it comes to juggling. That man doing cardio and shit. Every day I discover a new sport I never heard of. Might have to do a deep dive on this one in the future. Don Fan, get her! Somebody gonna have to tell these people to stay away from these dangerous animals. Why is this man just gently collecting shit from the arse of an animal? To make matters worse, homie sniffing it. You, in order to... Uncle is this. Godfather from the WWF must have lost some weight, because it looked like it's time for everybody.
Bruh, whose man's is this?
The whole train. Look at the bounce when he got out the whip. He not new to this, he true to this. It's not a prediction, it's a spoiler. It's not a threat, it's a guarantee. I'm not just sure, I'm HIV positive. He got harlots that clips his toenails at 6:37 p.m. sharp every single day. I could smell the wave grease through the video. This brother smoking a cigarette in the pool. Wait, hold on. Now, put the camera back there. This man wearing jeans and Jordans with socks in the pool. This is a dangerous human being. Homie must be a menace to society. No doubt in my mind, in his teenage years, he was eating hot Cheetos, drinking bummies, and fighting on the train at 6:30 a.m. This should be grounds for arrest in all 50 states.
Yeah, last match of the day.
12. I would have vacated the premises expeditiously. This the type of motherfucker who start laughing when crisis ensues. Simply abominable, nightmarish, heinous, egregious activity. He moving like a character that gets unlocked after you complete the very first mission. Run for the hills.
There's powerful niggardry at work here.
Come here.
Oh, fucking do it again.
Finish him. Snake, are you okay? Snake? Snake!
Okay. Yeah, it's funny. I don't see that. Oh, I can't see my chat. What the freak? I'll get whatever. I didn't know they disconnected from a whatchamacallit. Oh. Well, YouTube's still connected. Thought this demo was called Brokey at first, but it's called Bokey. I was gonna say, damn, who are they talking about? Oh, something went wrong. I have no more chat. I have a chat. It's a card-based city builder.
But they've got to get through Shopify. Like you said, it's going to be a difficult task. Shopify is angry with their last loss.
So far, we've seen Foe with their objective efficiency. It's been crazy against Cloud9. They actually lost the slave battle, yet still were able to win it in that game 5. And when did things start? That King of the Hill versus C9. Well, that's where we're going to start our series here. Game number 1, King of the Hill on Livefire.
I talked to Wonder Boy a bit before the show here, and one of the things he mentioned is he doesn't want his boys to lose that fire, to lose that energy. So coming into this first game, they've got to break that game 1 curse that they've had the entirety of today, and they've got to do it right now.
Start on board with Wutum, the first one getting killed, but also the first one to go down. Projected Mighties, making sure they clear out this tower side of the map right off the rip. But meanwhile, Shopify Rebellion, they're going to get first progression on this hill. Camouflage yet to come up.
Mighty with that sniper going towards the top tower is going to be really important to getting this camo. You see, Foe's going to get that very first camo without any sort of contention, and you trade that little bit of hill time for that camo. I think that's a valuable trade.
OPC's guaranteed top 6 at the moment. So with the sniper, maybe he's going to be the player to push his team to that top 4. Push to the championship Sunday. Takes down Soul Sniper. Has help with him. They're going to collapse quickly on the green side. 3 members surrounding the final 2 of Shopify Rebellion. That's a clean 3 down. Shopify Rebellion off the spawn. There should be some good time for Foe.
A great job by Foe to pressure together, right? Get your shields back, go in healthy, and then get control. And that's exactly what they've done. Look at that. It's almost tied up in the hill time.
Wutum holding on to that left side with the sniper. Eventually they're able to take him down. Luckily they did that. Otherwise he was about to heat up. Shot from across the map by Soul Snipe. 3 down once again. This time for Foe. Shopify Rebellion now should take the lead as far as this hill.
This is a player I'm looking to watch as well. It's Soul Snipe, right? Was on a team for such a long period of time, dating back all the way to Halo 5, decided to make a change. We'll see if that change pays off here.
It's alive as members. Push up quickly toward the next side. Another 2 pushing down Sandbags. Again, it's a 2-pronged attack. And somehow Soul Snipe able to take down Mighties, but still 3 down will Shopify. Foe now take the lead, or at least take the hill.
Forward doing a really good job of capitalizing on damage. And this is not what we saw in the Friday event and even the beginning of Saturday, but they're starting to pick it up, right? The chemistry's starting to come together for this squad, and you're seeing that manifest right now.
So close. Foe could steal it, but here comes Shopify Rebellion with the quickness. Wutum able to get a clutch kill on the Soul Snipe. It still glows red. It looks like Foe gonna steal this first kill as we move over to the tower side.
Foe came to play.
Drawing for this Foe roster, the push together right there to break the setup of Shopify Rebellion was nearly flawless, but Shopify do have initial control of that tower side, and that's going to give them a little bit of hill time to start this second hill.
One of the favorite Foe at the moment, but the Soul Snipe they got to be with this camera. Excellent shot onto Wutum, but didn't know there was 2 more spawners that are pushing right back.
Q2, 3 dead on Foe though.
Once again, about 25, about 30% done with this hill with Shopify looking to tie things up.
I've got to talk about Chick here, one of the newer members of Foe, starting off really solid, 7 and 3. He's been a little bit quiet in this tournament. This is the time to step it up, and he's doing just that. We'd love to see it, but Mental, he's got other things in mind. He's got the sniper in his hands.
Saw what Foe do with the sniper earlier. Now Mental looking to match that same energy off the screen. Back-to-back kills coming from Shopify Rebellion. They're holding on to this hill, and at this point, I think Foe might be forced to punt it. They've just gone 3 down. Shopify not only take this hill, not only tie things up, but look at the pressure. They're already forcing the next hill.
Yeah, Foe are going to be 3 down, and that's because of the staggered spawns that happened, right? It was the pressure of Shopify Rebellion that caused those spawns to go further away from the hill, and that gives Shopify immediate control once again of hill number 3.
Tied up one of these here. Mental was able to get away with the sniper once again, but the spawners are
Ooh, got that quick little flick here.
Right, yeah, I mean, Mental absolutely disgusting with that controller, with that snipe as well. It's going to be Shopify still in a bit of control here. A trade goes out to 3v3.
About halfway done to Shopify Rebellion, but the work not done. Stone 2 have a setup at the moment. Shopify looks great. Jake doing a great job watching through the key door over towards bottom mid. They know the push is coming, so they have
Foe couldn't get nothing going. Couldn't keep pressure.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's again the staggered pushes. A lot of 1v1s happening. It's about positioning, right? You've got to isolate your fights. You've got to be ready to use teamwork to get those first initial picks. And there we see it right away. It's going to be Foe and Mighty with that first initial pick. Now they have to act.
Oh, we're trying to clear out this tower side. We're able to deal with one, but suppressed with the double kill. The recap looking good for Shopify. Mighty's able to take down Mental. Now we're seeing a whole bunch of red, a whole bunch of foes surround the seaside, which is exactly what both teams want, but Mighty's going to go for a bit of a dip.
Yeah, he wants to go for a swim, but he played that extremely well. He played his life throughout the entire tower, got his shields back, was an impact to the players pushing as well. But again, it just doesn't seem like Foe had any sort of control here. Shopify Rebellion are squeezing that, and they're, again, isolating players one by one. 3 go down once again for Foe.
We're 3 minutes
Shopify making this look easy.
not only having 2-1 lead at the moment here in this game, but also over half the progression done with this hill suppress, making sure he checks every corner. This could be the final setup, at least for this hill, to go up 3-1. Foe, where are you?
Fortunately, it's going to be 3 down for the side of Shopify, so that last player is going to get the hill. A 3-1 lead here for Shopify Rebellion. That's not what you like to see if you're Foe.
We saw Foe play amazing King of the Hill action against Cloud9 earlier here in this tournament. As of right now, find himself down 2 captures against Shopify Rebellion, and once they have their foot on the pedal, they won't let up. There's no brakes on this one.
Foe have to slow the game down just a bit. They've got to play together like we saw them in the 2 game 5s that they were victorious. You see the pace starts to slow down. It's going to be Chick trying to get that initial pick. It's 2 down for Shopify, but again, they get the trade on Nawuta, so they're not really able to do too much in terms of control, but they do have top tower.
So far, Foe looking good with the setup. Just about locked in right now. Shopify Rebellion end up losing half of their team. Snap just like that, like Thanos. Foe gets rid of them as they look to put in their second kill so far for Foe and make this competitive.
Shopify have to get Jimbo off of the top tower if they want to make anything happen on this hill. Chick right here in a position to get the rest of this hill time. There's about 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. Plenty of time. Jimbo with a sniper top tower.
Jimbo wants to keep Shopify Rebellion off of this hill, but they're getting their first bit of progression. Meanwhile, suppressed off the screen was able to take down Utel, but suppressed dives roaring in. Another 3 down for Foe. They are so close yet so far away.
Foe are doing a great job of staggering and milking this hill, though. It's going to be Jimbo who falls, so it'll be, of course, suppressed. With the sniper, you'll see he immediately gets this tower control. This is what's important to make sure this hill goes in Shopify's hands.
Foe just need about a split second, maybe 2, in order to capitalize on
It's
it.
too good.
Shopify Rebellion, they're now getting real close to stealing this one away, which would be the last hill. So far, Foe get 1 break. 3 down to Shopify Rebellion. We're within 1. Foe may have another massive enemy team.
The great thing is that Foe have plenty of time right now. We're talking about 2 minutes and 35 seconds to tie this game up. They've just got to slow down the pace just a bit. That's what we saw in that last hill. If they can do that, they can capitalize and tie this game.
Once again, a 3-2 lead for Shopify Rebellion, with Foe once again find himself at this again. Shopify Rebellion right in this hill with the
Man,
corners being staggered at the moment. So it's like able to
I still feel like Shopify still got the stronger pressure. They're making sure all their kills are actually converting to like good hill time.
Great job, like you said, of controlling that 50% portion, but also that cross damage is so strong.
Oh, was that a trade? That was a trade. Good trade.
4 down for Shopify, though. Mighty's has a chance to get some hill time.
4 down for Shopify, 3 down for Foe. Mighty's was the only player alive on the map, so that should mean some hill time. Sniper.
Well, they need to figure out where their spawns are. Are they playing for Cameron? No, definitely looks like they're playing for a different type of map control though. No, yeah, his nades were gonna come in. I don't even know how you survive that.
Shopify played the long game there. You saw they spawned on the big door. They rotated through bottom center and on top sandbags. And honestly, Foe weren't able to capitalize on that at all.
Oh, was that a nade that killed him near big door? Yep, that's it.
Chase him right out. Still, Mighty stays alive. Now reinforcements are coming in.
stayed alive. No way. Oh, he's missing shots. He's missing shots. He's got to slide in. He can't. We got to give it up. It's a tie game with 2 minutes. It's going to come down to Final Hill. Comes down to Final Hill. Oh, they got Campbell though. Trade. Oh, they should know where Campbell's at though. Good team kill. Damn. Oh, they got tower control now. 3 dead. They know where 4 is. One dead. One for one. Zol's trades 3 dead, but 4. So you know they're all coming from that side of the map. Well, you should believe that. Oh, 2 dead. Ooh. 1 for 1, 2 for 1. Damn, comeback. Foe take map 1. That's crazy. This team ain't even got jerseys on.
Absolutely incredible job by Foe. They look to be defeated, but it's 2 hills in a row. And again, the ice, we see it time and time again with this roster. The ice is what's most important when it matters the most, capitalizing on that. And that's exactly what Foe did.
Somebody called 911. That was Foe just
They straight stole that map, bro. They shouldn't have been. That shouldn't have happened. They went 3-1 and then came back 3 straight hills, and then the third was the last hill.
He ended off that game 18-21. Obviously, not as good as we've seen from him, but the factor is he started slow. He picked it up. That's what we got to see out of the squad. Everyone picking up their fights, doing what they need to do.
I love that you point that out. I'm going to throw in one point. I'm going to say that it's almost very similar to what happened in the SSG match. They got outslayed by the SSG, but somehow had more assists. Same thing here. Everybody in that double-digit assist. When it comes to Foe, they are individually talented. Let me tell you, Mighty's and Russo. Let me tell you something.
Absolutely.
But they lean on that teamwork. They don't rely just on that individual play style. And that, to me, is good Halo.
They're doing a great job at capitalizing on damage. You see damage dealers like Trick. You see Wootem as well. They are the damage dealers on the squad. And if the team can capitalize on that damage and make sure that those one-shot players go down, that obviously gives you the numbers advantage, and that allows you to take space on the map and get control of the objective.
I want to hop into the minds of Shopify Rebellion right now. I mean, you had that game 3-1 in King of the Hill, and it was almost like you were too efficient. You went up too fast. There was still over 3 minutes on the clock, and you still had to put only 1 point. You know, they were almost too efficient. Then towards the end, they run out of steam. Where's their mental at? If you're Shopify Rebellion, how do you bounce back?
Bro, that'd be in my head.
They just lost that devastating defeat against SSG. Foe, they talked about it on the desk, right? They're kind of up in the clouds right now. We got a team that came together, that was going through a lot of stuff in the offseason. A couple players poached from their roster. They put together this roster that has done phenomenally, honestly. And I think those are the 2 factors there. Those 2 mentalities are going to make be game-changing in this game.
Well, if you're a Shopify Rebellion fan, there is one thing I will say you should be feeling on. You should be happy about. Because although Foe are a phenomenal Slayer roster, we've still smile and keep your heads up is that you know how good it's there.
You know what I love is the fact that, you know, both of these teams have gotten top 6. Of course, for Foe, it's something that's kind of incredible, right? You know, seeing Jimbo walk into the green room after his match, he looked ecstatic, right?
So this guy
to play confident, they continue to have that hunger to win, and that's what I love to see, right? You've made history already, but you're continuing on. You made history with the keyboard and mouse player placing the highest the keyboard and mouse player has ever placed, but you continue on Foe.
I wasn't asked you if there's a player you want to watch out for. I know it's Wootz, so I'm not gonna ask you that. So instead, I'm gonna give him the other side of things, and I'm gonna say I'm leaning on Suppress. The main damage dealer, the man has an amazing shot, and when I feel like a team like Foe utilize that team where we talk about those assists, how you're able to out assist not only Shopify Rebellion but SSG and Pool Play and many more. I think we need somebody who's just really talented to put down pure damage and say your teammates can't get involved. They're ducking for cover, they're gonna get fined. When I look at that, I look at Suppress. I want to see Suppress have a huge game in this Game 2 Slayer on Recharge to find out who's gonna make it a championship Sunday.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's Game 2. Like you said, Slayer Recharge. This is important for both squads. Of course, a chance for Shopify to tie it up, or a chance for Foe to bring it without a reach.
Camouflage gonna sit over toward the mid-back. Both teams wanted to get sight lines on it.
No way.
Putting some good damage.
Oh, let's say he better die.
Teamwork coming out once again for Foe. Backs him down. And an
Oh,
early
trade still.
Great job by Foe as well to get 3 down for the side of Shopify. We'll see what this camo is able to do, but now we're on board with Wutum. I love how he's really patient, right? This guy started playing in September, Tony. That is not a long time, and he has played and understood the game at a high level since, and he's like a sponge. Like, he takes in all the information he needs to. That peak shot comes through once again for Evan K, and Wutum's going to take control, top class.
Only 4-3 lead coming in for Wutum and Foe as Wutum tries to push his way through the gold side path, and another 2 on attack received from Foe. They're so popular with it, sending 2 players towards goal, 2 players towards A, but doesn't matter.
Didn't have the coordinated kills there.
Yeah, great
And Shopify handled those kills well.
in a very important spot here on the top of that ledge with the shock rifle in hand. He's not only got control of a very strong power weapon, but he'll have control of when it spawns as well if he can deplete the ammo.
And you combine that with the grapple, one of the most unforgiving weapons is the shot, but the grapple to get out of a bad situation, a beautiful combo coming in on Menso, but what matters right now is execution. 2 down for Foe. A little bit of ammo in this shot for Menso, who's just holding down this sight line. They're able to slow the game down just as well as you're able to speed.
Talked about the staggered pushes of this Foe roster. You can see they're pushing in 2s pretty often, and honestly, that's what you love to see. Mental's kind of out of the play right now, so they can get this kill onto Soulsight. It could be huge, but you can see Soulsight gets a kill of his own, and so has this.
Damn, they win their ones. Everybody won their ones.
But apparently he can handle trouble. Mental with a huge play is a 14-8 lead for Shopify Rebellion.
Everybody handled their ones.
Now they've got the spawns, and of course Shopify has the knowledge of those spawns. A very interesting spot here. Take the shock rifle at the bottom center of the map. He does
Damn, 3 returned.
He was lining it up, but looks like he ends up going down, and because of that, Foe's able to grab a hold of Camouflage. Now wrapping that camo over toward the tower side. They're looking for Jimbo, but he's pretty hard to spot. Invisible. Now when a shot pencil drops down, and Jimbo on the chase.
Yeah, I mean, this is value so far out of this camo. The question is, how much more value can he get? He's playing this phenomenally. Again, Jimbo, one of the things that shines for me is his decision-making. We're going to see that clearly as the series goes on.
Jimbo with the damage. There's 2 members in front of him. Looks like Suppress with the double kill. Able to not only take down Camo, but put Foe half.
That put 3 down.
With Shopify
That's crazy.
once again, I would love to go into a listening with Shopify Rebellion.
Class, maybe seeing game long.
Yeah. One on top glass, check left. My right side. Watch out. Back to you, grab him. Nice. Come on, man. Red up, maybe chick. Traded. Port it. Jimbo just spawned. Let's go. Yo, hit long. Can we collapse?
Alright, we might split him.
Back to you. Yeah, back to
Yeah. Watch us.
Yeah, that might be red up.
Damn, they're getting up there.
Keep up. Watch A.
Nope. 9 kills.
I need a storage, absolutely. He went bottom finger corner. make that.
Dead. Watch your pipes, Mikey. No one's looking at your pipes.
I need to watch out. My bad.
Push us.
Your ballad.
We want that. Let's see.
Right corner. In your right. I'm coming. This guy my red. Yeah. I'm trying to get out. This guy red.
Absolute. Nice.
Needles. Red guy my chop. Needles the balance.
Hey,
Flanking nails.
stay strong for Camo, Donnie. Stay strong
Needles
for
up
Camo.
balance one shot. Yeah, no.
Nice. In red pipes.
Here guy long pond.
Okay, sneaky. Camo's up. We don't have to dash for it.
Sneaky.
No, homie stacks.
One is C-stairs.
Stairs. Bottom mid, guys. Bottom mid.
This is Soul Snipe said I came to work today.
Clear, concise communication, talking to each other, but having a clear game plan.
Still a 9-kill lead.
33 to 24 lead. Shopify Rebellion wanted to tie us
10-kill
up
lead.
at 2. What did you like from that? Listen.
I love how calm and concise the communication is. It's just they're relaxed, right? They're in a high-pressure situation. Your back's up against the wall in the elimination bracket, but still, you're calm. You're doing it play-by-play. And Shopify, with that calm communication, they've got almost a 10-kill lead.
Just about 10 kills as we switch gears towards Mighty Hoops and might be a player around the corner. Playing impatient, trying to get a teammate with them. Chick's gonna rotate from the tower side. He is spotted, is Soul Snipe.
No way you lose that one with first shots.
Now gonna grab one across the map, feeling confident. The melee missed and that player's gone.
Yeah, you can see the frustration on Mighty's face right there. Obviously, Soul Snipe utilizing that little bit of cover on his head so that the headshot could not be gained. That's going to be a kill that you wish didn't happen if you're foe, but still 7-kill lead here. Further side of Shopify, you can see them playing in twos once again. Look at the cross damage.
Bro, yeah.
Shopify Rebellion are putting foe into some awkward situations, daring them to cross.
They're making them have to win their fights for sure. Any kill that foe tries to get, they gotta work extra hard for it.
Shopify Rebellion have been playing lights out Halo here on Restart. 41 to 32, making 42 as we're back to a double-digit score line. Shopify Rebellion 2 squad wipes away.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. Once Shopify crosses that 40-kill mark, foe are going to have a big job on their hands, and when you lose
Bro, you can't lose those. You're not supposed to lose those, fam.
At least someone's able to grab hold of the shot. It's not over just yet. Obviously, you're in a tough spot, but maybe if you can limit your depth, maybe if you can play on the back with this power weapon, and maybe capitalize on it, turn it into a camo. Maybe, just maybe, it's possible. Mighty's was able to take down Menzel, but Woodsum finds himself in a terrible spot.
Yeah,
goes down.
Unfortunately, Tony, that's where the inexperience comes into play for Woodsum, right? Like I said, he's been playing since September. Lots to learn, a lot of situations to be involved in, so you learn from them. Looks like 48 to 38. Shopify are going to close this out real soon.
I said it was doable before, but now with just the final 2 kills and Suppress coming in.
There it goes.
Cycle to finish it off, and
Yeah, they put the pressure on him on that one.
50 to 39, respectable, but to be honest, all game long, it felt like Shopify Rebellion's game to win.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like Shopify were playing a lot more confident in that game. You know, there's a lot more individual fights being won on the side of Shopify, and foe were caught out staggered once again, right? A lot of individual pushes like we saw from Mighty's. Those things need to stop. They got to stick within that, you know, pushing as twos type scenario. You know, that's where they find success.
I said I wanted to see a breakout game for Suppressed.
Yeah, you saw it.
16 and 8, 4 assists, a little 9.3 KDA in a very important game number 2. You know what? I'm gonna say it's not good enough. I want to see 17 kills. I want to see 5 assists. Suppressed, you're disappointed.
You're greedy, Tony. Come on, man. Absolute phenomenal job by Suppressed. You know what I love about him? He's been on so many rosters, and on every roster he's on, he just provides value, right? He's the glue to that roster. He's what you need to finish a roster up, and he's obviously made this roster extremely strong. And of course, Soul Snipe feeling pretty good as well, tying that series up after his decision to leave his previous team. But now we go to CTF and Fury. And Tony, what do you think about this one?
I think Shopify Rebellion needs to keep that same energy. They need to simply carry on that momentum that you were able to gain. Talk about the former baseball player Suppressed and how he was able to put down that damage, how he was able to lay down the law, and period. Game number 3, if you can continue to be aggressive like that, continue to force the enemy team back on their squad, you'll have so many opportunities to run a flag, also so many opportunities to grab hold of all of that sandbox.
Probably going to talk about MK about 20 more times in this cast, Tony, but one of the things I want to talk about is obviously the double sniper on this map, right? You have Woodsum, who I would assume is going to pick up the Cypher on his side. Those Cypher fights are going to be what changes the tide, right? You get that initial pick, you push past the 50, you lock the shotgun, it's all gravy from there.
Foe have an amazing opportunity right now. It was in this very house when Quadrant made history. The highest placing from any team outside of North America was Quadrant. Wouldn't it be crazy? If Foe could match that, maybe get a little top 3, maybe a little top 2, maybe win the tournament. Maybe I'm a little ahead of myself right now because they got to beat Shopify Rebellion. That's right now. We're going into a swing game number 3. We are tied up right now at 2. And who do you think has the advantage?
Bro, what?
Honestly, I'm going to say Shopify, right? I talked about the kind of like your overheat.
Alright, you know
win
that.
multiple series in a row, and you've got, you know, all the hype on your side. I think they put a lot of energy into that last game. I think, you know, that second game, we started to see them falter just a bit. And when you get low energy, when your energy starts to dip, you go into what I call robot mode, right? Where you're just kind of doing things second nature. You're not really thinking about when you're pushing, etc. I'm going to need them to kind of step up, maybe take a little break here, recollect, and step into this game if you're foe.
Or should I actually word from back that actually 50% as far as your win-loss ratio in CTF. So not exactly where you want your teams to be, but I would say kind of on equal footing. Right. Going into a period of time. So much. And, you know, we took a look at a team across the pond. And, you know, why don't we take
I was like, what are you?
going up against Complexity. 2-0 lead for Complexity, looking to close things out here, but Quadrant have a slightly.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this set.
A chance to talk to the Complexity coach, and honestly, he just talked about how
I forgot about that match going on.
we've seen their scripts online. We hear their communication. They've worked on so many
Complexity finally showing some life.
paying off. This series looking really good for Complexity.
I feel like Quadrant should beat that out though.
Not only worked hard, but also come in and wanting to thrive off of that energy and that passion and really lean on hyping up each other. We saw Descendant with that overkill, shooting a bit of bodies onto Tappy Buzz. Earlier, Ryan doing the same thing after a triple onto Optic. Win or lose, no matter what the series is going, they want to hype each other up and feed off of that.
I absolutely love that too. It really just kickstarts your mental when your teammates are hyped up. That energy flows throughout the team, and honestly, it's really good for any sort of chemistry on the side of Complexity.
We'll definitely keep you guys in the loop when it comes to this matchup. I don't want to forget about our future matchup, our big stage finals. Again, there is one team that's going to advance forward into that semifinal. There is one team that's going to go up and upset one of them. I want to focus back on this spot right here. Focus on this man on screen, Jimbo. I've heard some people say that Jimbo don't got it. I've heard some people say that Jimbo maybe needed to. I don't know. Man, the way Jimbo's been playing this tournament, he's shut so many people out. He's been playing lights out. I've really been enjoying watching from as large reasons that now.
Yeah, he's the leader of this team too. When you have that much
Why they still talk about this man? He ain't even here. I ain't even here to defend himself, bro. Faye's not even playing right now. Y'all can't see part of the chat I'm talking about. You better use that, bro. Bro, did he run back mid?
One of the best Gears of War players ever in the history of the esports, switching over to Halo and
Jimbo trades with Rockets.
so good. Actually, even trusting him with this sniper when you know how much Soul Sniper
Seems like a lot of 1v1 trading, 1 for 1.
the same. Mental's the one they trust with Sniper in hand. Off screen, Sniper was able to take that one. I believe it was Mighty's over toward the sword side of the map with that counter snipe and an early pull coming from Shopify.
Yeah, Mental's got the snipe on this long haul side, so it's up to Mental to hit some shots here to create that lane for his squad to pull this flag through. And with that kill from Cycle, and of course course, Suppress putting in that damage as well. This
They're getting the kills. That's probably gonna be a cap.
watching his angles, but as of right now he's looking for the spawns. It's Chimbo though. Across the map, an overextension.
But he loses. He loses his one.
Yeah, Mighty's made the decision to pull that sniper through the runway. And
He lost his one.
that was going to be really difficult to stop that flag from going in. So Shopify, like you said, will take the lead 1-0.
1-0 for Shopify Rebellion and 2 snipes to work with. Mental goes down.
2 for 2.
Back-to-back kills for Shopify Rebellion, but the same on the opposite side. It looks like Shopify shifting gears, shifting attention towards that sword and training side to start their push.
What I absolutely love about the side of Shopify is how quickly they are to push up on the other side of the map, right? They get 1 kill, push towards the tower.
1 for 1.
This time, he's going to stop that control. He'll regain control of his tower, and now they'll try to get some kills to push off of that.
I feel like that could have been a huge flank by Psycho. Chick identifies it and deals with it. Now that's no longer a problem that O has to work with.
Ooh.
Jimbo has a sniper to work with. Beautiful no-scope on
2
the
for 2 for 0. 2 for 1.
What a beautiful use of teamwork there on that rocket side. 3 down for Shopify. This is a chance for Bo to take control here. And
Nope. Still get more kills. Get more kills.
Rockets coming up. Wutum will grab those.
Staggered spawners coming out for Shopify Rebellion. The moment they come off a spawn, Foe is already in their face. And now a 3-man ball toward the overshoot. Wutum wants no part of that. Too quickly going down. But Mental gets away with the overshoot.
That's a massive double kill as the Wutum chants ring through the venue. He's going to take control as well of his side of the base.
What a flag.
See if they're able
Oh, I was about to say, bro. I was about to say, where that flag at? What? This man runs into walls like, oh, well, I'm here now. Let me just fight. Instantly gets a kill, yeah. Why is he back there? Trades 2 for 1.
Regardless, it's going to be Shopify Rebellion who still have a bit of control here. Evened out now. Rest has the chance with the sniper now inside of his sword.
Can't kill nobody though.
I think it's life though.
Just about even as far as slays went now, with a slight weaker advantage in favor of Foe. In this match,
Had the damage down.
opens up with a double. Sniper back in the hands of a Shopify Rebellion member.
They're stuck. They need to stay alive. I'm sorry, they shouldn't fight anything. They need to stay alive. Oh, he fell off the map.
But what we're going to try, Mighty's is going to go down first, so you see, it's going to be suppressed, inching forward, get out Wutum as well. That'll be 3 dead for the side of Foe, and Rockets coming
Yeah, I sort of feel like Foe should have sat back for a second and watch for information.
to anticipate where his opponent is moving, the movement to get the kill, and the sniper takes down Mighty. Suppressed, still on the training side, yes, Psycho.
Wait for your team to come back up.
And now with Soulsnipe with the kill, things really start to open up. Shopify Rebellion are attacking from multiple sides and right as both power-ups are coming up.
Shopify Rebellion are playing so much better as a team right now. You can see them pushing.
They are.
3 lanes being
They have good control of the map.
with sniper control. Controlling Foe's sniper, of course.
Oh, they're not taking any fights really solo.
There's nowhere from Foe to go but the black screen here. All 4 members going down. Shopify Rebellion running what could be their second flag. The spawners are coming in, but nobody touches Suppressed through the long haul side.
They don't get a kill over long. Nope, yep, that's Sky Flag. 3 down again. Lucky. Yeah, should have control of the map again. Why is he by himself so far deep?
Foe currently down by 1 cap at the moment. I tend to lean
This is probably where just like reps comes in and playing like really big teams. Like Foe has a lot. I feel like Foe has a high ceiling though. I think this top 6 is still top 6, right? No, it's top 8. Top 8 is gonna be decent for them in terms of reps. Well, just stay alive. All you do is play your life here. Bro, they can't buy a kill right now. They can't buy a kill.
Suppress is having a massive game, 14-5, and it's been the sniper rifle in his hands. Look how confident he is as well.
Still gets the trade.
That's a killing frenzy for Suppress.
Shutting things down right there with Suppress on that spree. That was beautifully played, but Shopify Rebellion weren't able to get that flank down.
I'm not coming with his help. Yep, and got his cross. There you go, got his help. Got his help. That's how you do. Oh, he still died.
Are you winning, son?
I mean, watching some good games, so I guess so.
You know what you could be doing? Playing some good games. Fire.
Man, thought he dropped bars just then. Man, thought he dropped bars just then.
I did.
Right. They're not helping each other out.
That flag cap could have been real quick, but it was Wooten who needed a little bit of damage to come out for him. He's going to end up going down. Jimbo trying to stay alive here inside the sword. It's very important.
Come on, win those ones. Win those ones. Win your ones. If y'all are not going to help each other, y'all have to get trades and win ones. 2 for 2. Just get information. No, bro, come on.
Yeah, it's really good job by Shopify Rebellion to understand the importance of that sword control. They double push onto Jimbo. Not much he can do after.
Did he get out? That man was running for his life. Trades 2 for 1. 2 for 2. They're not gonna get him. And they push out.
So good at that defensive hold. You saw it time and time again. Foe pushed up. They even tried
Oh my gosh. Your boy Suppressed is going crazy.
Be alive. Already in the pace of Foe. They're not going to play full defense for the 30 seconds. Actually, Suppressed is still pushing up, still putting the pressure back on Foe. It was their offense that put them in the lead, and their offense that's going to win them this game. Final push here. Guta and Mighties.
That's game.
Already towards the long
Map.
ball side.
Map 3 in the books.
Did they win, son? Did they win?
No, not yet. There's still one more map. There's still 2 more maps.
Some great chemistry out of Shopify Rebellion showcase in that game 3. And like you said, they'll take the lead in the series 2-1. Question for me is, has the energy been depleted for Foe? Has this been too difficult of a journey? Are they going to be able to somehow recollect here? Shopify are playing phenomenal right now. I'm not sure if Foe's going to be able to recover from those 2 losses.
Shopify have been so good at really working best of 5 layout. They almost seem like they never lose a game too slim. Simple as that. They were 5-0 over the last few. Then they always take that momentum and win game 3 right afterwards. So once you have your opponents in a 2-1 series deficit, that's when you're feeling confident. You know you only need 1 more, and whether it be that second objective or that game 5, Shopify Rebellion, they seemingly mastered the best of 5 series.
Yeah, it's a really good point, right? When you win that game 2, if you're that good at Slayer, you're going to be able to bring that confidence through to game 3, and then, yeah, you just take it on from there. We'll see if Foe is going to be able to answer back. I think, for me, I think it was a lot of just those individual pushes once again, and we saw a difference out of Shopify, right? It's all about capitalizing on that damage, making sure that you're in a position where if you take too much damage, you can escape. Unfortunately, well, fortunately for Shopify Rebellion, it worked out for them.
Is there anything that either you've seen so far that makes you confident for Foe, or something maybe you want to see from them after seeing the series so far, after 3 games, and going into this game 4, which is obviously another objective? Is there something that really is standing out to you right now?
I think Foe are still winning those individual pivs, but those individual pivs will only give you so much, right? You're not really able to capitalize on those fully to get that objective time. You've got to kind of have those bait switches come through, be able to work together so that you have that numbers advantage. And from Foe, I'm seeing a lot of trades. Like, it is good to get trades in, let's say, a Slayer when you're up, but in an objective game, trades on their side of the map, not so good.
So far, a decent win percentage for Shopify Rebellion when it comes to the oddball. Foe, once again, 50-50 with it, which is not the worst. You can obviously be in out of 4 games, they could be 0-4. It could be 1-3, so not the worst to be 2-2 in oddball. And when I think of an oddball team, I think of a team that's able to slow it down. When I also think of riding that momentum games, I think of this duo right here in Shopify, Suppressed and Cycle. Between Suppressed damage and Cycle's ability to pick and choose his spots so well, those flanks are so dangerous. That is quite a dangerous duo.
Yeah, Suppressed really impressed me, especially in that last game, utilizing the snipe and constantly being on the attack, constantly being aggressive and doing that damage. I think, like I said before, he was the glue, right? Doing that damage, still staying alive, and then allowing his team to just get a little bit of space, get control of that 50% portion, and continue on. But we've got a long one ahead of us here, Tony. I'm curious if Foe's going to be able to bring this one back.
Trying to make it into that championship Sunday. You are so close. Just 2 more wins. When you think about it like that, it doesn't sound too bad. Right. Just 2 more wins you need if you're Foe in order to make it forward. Meanwhile, Shopify Rebellion, they are sitting right in your track. They're trying to stop you right here, right now. You're looking for a fight to take it to the streets, and that's where we're going.
We've seen Foe come back from some crazy series.
Oddball streets.
No stranger to that.
Oddball in the streets.
This is the most important series of this tournament right here. Backs up against the wall. Foe, 4 down.
Excellent start coming out of Shopify Rebellion to start off this game. But it's oddball. We know we are in for the long haul. Early lead for Shopify as they bring that ball back towards
Tom said I'm here. Oh. No map control.
On the damage that's done, and now Cycle. He's got a Bulldog and Camo to work with.
22-1 lead favor Shopify Rebellion. Cycle with that camo. Right to the subway side. Trying to create a path for Shopify Rebellion to make their way in, but they have to make sure they get those slays. And off screen, it looks like Slays is running to favor Phone just a bit. Cycle still with this camo. He can still be the difference maker.
Ha, you're right. I got 4 kills. Still like 10.
A lot of value out of that camo. Not what you'd really like to see, but a great rotation here out of Foe. They get the spawns on the cafe side as well. A shock rifle in the hands of a player on that side. Can they get this rotation over to see Suppress is already there though on the backside.
Quick cheat down for Shopify, and now Jimbo's gonna hold off Suppress and Soul Snipe, but can't
Okay, get the melee.
in favor of Shopify Rebellion. Multiple bodies hitting the floor. That ball sits towards mid-map still. They switch gears towards Menzel. Comes to Mighty. And he takes down Menzel. A side looking a bit cleared out. Foe might want to hop on this ball soon.
Yeah, this ball time is going to be so important. You see the reset comes through. Camo is up though, so that kill on the Cycle could be huge. But Menzel, look at the long range shots out of him. Mighty's going to get taken down.
Got cleaned up by Soul Snipe.
I was hoping they were able to grab a hold of that ball before it resets and get camouflage, but I'm not sure they got any of that, to be honest with you. Still, off the spawn. Grab hold of the ball, bring it right
Where was your shots?
You weren't able to grab the ball for the reset, but that ball is still set up on the subway.
Did he have to reload?
With the shotgun, he wants to disrupt the setup. Hits the melee into the shotgun. Beautifully played by him. And Shopify
Man, that man in the toes and he died.
Unfortunately, when they have a setup, it gets broken so easily. Shopify are just really good at finding the weak sides of that setup. It's really difficult for the side of Foe to continue that control. They did get a couple.
Like 21 kills to
Honestly, if I'm them,
11,
they're playing a scrappy
12, 13, 14, 14.
Continue to see that as this game goes on.
It's a 42-12 lead in favor of Shopify. Mental anticipating the push, does the early damage. Looks like Soul Sniper Suppress cleaned that right up.
Yeah, Shopify on the flow now.
Some was the final player, and now he's going to join them. 51 points in counting now for Shopify as they have no
You can't take a 2v1, gets picked up last third.
into pressure from the spawning players. Oh, they are feeling it.
Yeah, I mean, that pressure is what's made Shopify so good, right? Lose him, they spot him, though. Repulsor's going to come through. It's going to ring, and he'll get taken out. Again, it's a staggered push, one by one. Not enough damage done. Wootsum not able to capitalize. 3 down once again for Foe.
Looking for Mighty, the first one to come up. Jimbo and Wootsum to follow. But as they're coming up off the spawn, as they're trying to take presence on the map, time to take to go the favor of Shopify. And now active camouflage is coming up. You have so much that you have to deal with if you're Foe. And time is not on your side. Shopify Rebellion may be in what could be their final setup. But before I say that, Wootsum, he grabs the camo.
This is a great camo out of Wootsum. That first kill is going to allow them to infiltrate this setup. Suppress is going to run away. But look at the quick rotation over to the red room side. Beautiful job by the side of Shopify. Wootsum has a flank, though. 1 kill goes down. Make that 2.
Shopify Rebellion do a great job of rotating that ball towards the spawning players, but Wootsum and Foe make sure they deal and get that ball right out of their hands. 9 seconds needed here for Shopify Rebellion. Foe do have to set up quick. Mighties not able to stay alive. We switch gears over towards Chick, using this soul, using this shroud. Trying to get some cover. He wants to get over towards his teammates. Meanwhile, Shopify Rebellion are also pushing towards Subway quick. This is going to be a fight.
91-36 and counting. I know we say it often, but Foe have to play a perfect game of Halo, and with 3 down, that'll be very difficult. Jake evens up the numbers just a bit. If he can live here, this could be a bit of an impact, but only 5 seconds left.
Not enough time. Final seconds are in. Shopify Rebellion simply keep that ball.
Round 1.
And just like that, Shopify Rebellion will be taking a 1-0 lead, 1 more round. And that's it.
Tom the only one getting kills.
Gotta talk about Suppress, right? 7-7 and 5 with 78 seconds of ball time. You love to see a player who's able to get that many assists, that much ball time as well. Such an impact on this roster. Down. Shopify. Wootsum's got to win this fight. Not going to be able to do so. Gets the trade, though. And trades are what you're looking for, especially when you've got control of Tran.
Starting against Jimbo at the moment. He does have some reinforcements with them. What he don't have is that camo. As Jimbo puts that stalker to work, camo sitting still towards that mid map. Ball is rolling into Subway, which is where
Oh, he missed one shot.
but Suppress takes down Jimbo with the quickness. Half members of each team are both on the black screen. Suppress makes his way towards that
Tom
ball.
got camo.
He prioritizes that camo.
Yeah, Camo, we've seen this before, right? The last play, Woodson was able to make such a vital play to give them a bit of control. Very slow game of oddball thus far. Woodson was trying to find something. Cycle doing a great job hiding, but he can't hide from Woodson. The trade comes out really quick, though.
Something needs to happen here for Foe. They got to start winning these battles. Maybe not the individual ones, but at least the team ones. They got to make sure they keep this.
They're not even. The thing is, how are they going to win their team battles and they're not even winning their ones?
As Suppress drops that ball to put some damage in with the Bulldog. Woodson takes him down, but it's just a fight, a trade out in live. No clean round of slays, at least not yet.
I'm definitely seeing a lot of slays, and that's out of the side of Woodson. 17 and 12 out of him. That is a great score line. 26 seconds of all time as well. Finally, Foe have a little bit of a setup here. It's a bit weak. We'll see if they're able to get any sort of time. Looks like the ball will be played intelligently by Chick.
That was a momentary 3 down for Shopify, though. Still, one player leaks right through the setup. You can see how much damage one player can create. Chick knows that the Subway side isn't cleared out just yet for the setup, especially when camouflage is coming up. So Chick gets himself a huge kill. Jimbo and Chick should be able to work over towards that camo. As Shopify finds himself
No
down.
way.
Cycle making plays.
This is what Foe were looking for. Like you said, Shopify were 3 dead, but Foe's not going to be able to get that camo. It's going to be Cycle that swoops it up, but he also swoops up the Bulldog. This is not good for the side of Foe, but Shopify are going to be real happy with this one.
Shopify were 3 down. Cycle with the double kill leads to a camo and a Bulldog, and really tough events coming in for Foe. So a 20-9 lead. Foe still have the advantage. They may not have a camouflage, they may not have the Bulldog, but they do have that teamwork that they're leaning on. That teamwork leads to a 3 down for Shopify. Mighties and Foe attack that ball quickly, attack that ball immediately, but once again, who's making a play? It's Cycle.
Yeah, I mean, look at the slay difference, right? It's 57 for the side of Foe, 73 for the side of Shopify Rebellion. We talk about how much slays impact the game, but that they're not that important. But when you have slays and you also have objective efficiency, you've got...
Wu-Tang the only one slaying out though. But this because like they're getting a lot of team kills. Like Wu-Tang can win this ones for sure.
First kill onto Cycle as far as to break the setup, and Mighty finds a direct angle towards the low side. He's going to work with Wu-Tang. They're forcing the ball to be rotated by Shopify, but Shopify are getting kills left and right, too quickly going down. Wu-Tang and Mighty still trying to work together to keep each other alive. It is a
You still had angle.
right now, and while this is happening, Shopify aren't putting ball time on the board. Mighty's in fact steals it away. They're playing keep away.
Yeah, I really like this scrappy type of play, but the problem is you've got to toss that ball and start to do some damage. Mighty finally does. But again, it's constantly that ball being picked up, and when that ball's picked up, not a lot of shots are going out.
25-22 lead, Jimbo sneaks away with Camo once again. Enzo on the low ground. Oh, he spots Jimbo. And Jimbo with the Camo can't quite stay alive. Shopify Rebellion once again.
You should know at this point, if you like that close, they gonna see you. Like I'm taking pop shots as soon as I see you at that point.
Garbage side, 2-man push once again. Shopify Rebellion forcing Chick down. The repo still in his hand, so he can still maybe work a little something. Too quickly go down. Mental, he's hiding over towards B-side. Gotta watch out.
Starting to see a spark of brilliance here for the side of Foe. Mental gets caught out as well. Chick's starting to be a bit confident. Can that spark...
They're playing a little bit better. I still don't think it's enough though. Shopify still seems like they had the better pressure. Like they're making them run. Yeah, see? That's some cool nades.
Smarter's coming up. Shopify Rebellion have been making this a muddy game, a dirty game, and forward not liking it. It looks
That's 2 down for Shopify.
This is going to be huge for Foe. Wutum goes in for the attack, is able to take down Cycle. Beautifully played. Multiple going down for Shopify. This is what Foe we're looking for. Right with Shopify.
Are they saying foe or are they booing?
They take control right back.
Wutum's having an incredible game. 26 and 18. Once again, his name being chanted in the arena. 51 seconds for the side of Foe. They need this round right here. This is very important for them.
And less than 50 seconds on the clock to work.
Damn, it's like he knew.
Foe have the lead. They will have the advantage. Soul Snipe can suppress options, understand the situation. So
Did they not rotate that out? Oh my god, he got destroyed.
The fact that Cycle pushed forward right there. He was aggressive off of their spawn. He wasn't playing back, wasn't playing passive. And that's what allowed him to do all this damage and again put Foe on the respawn screen.
Shopify Rebellion have taken the lead, 56 to 51 in counting with 37 seconds on the clock. But as long as that ball is in somebody's hands, time will stop. Shopify, they have the game in their hands right now. And mind you, they're already up 1-0 as far as rounds. This could end right here. So they need to attack. They need to attack now.
Renzel's going to utilize his camo to get a bit of information. It falls off at the wrong time for him, though. 73 to 51, 30 seconds left. Foe on their back foot, have to make something happen. 3 down for Shopify. This might be the chance.
Shotgun in the hands of Jimbo. He brings it right back over toward their setup. As Shopify went 3 down, the spawners aren't coming in. Shopify going to be able to attack in quickly. Foe not having any time whatsoever to work with.
This one did.
Chick able to take down Soul Snipe. Jimbo repulses right up to avoid that damage. He's juking,
That's
but he can
game.
only juke for so long. 5 seconds. Foe need the ball. They go 3 down. It looks like it's not going to happen. Shopify Rebellion taking 2 in a row. Shopify Rebellion, get your church shoes ready. We're going to be seeing you on Sunday.
Absolutely phenomenal job.
Damn, yeah, I want to see Keyboard Mouse go, bruh. If he would have won, that would have been top 6. But oh well. Still a dumb name, though. Oh my god. Bro, go somewhere. Quadrant picked up that map? Oh, but do that even matter? With that triple cap coming from Complexity. Two dead. Stopped him from scoring. Did I get that intro cap? Oh, they flipped. Four dead on Complexity side. Oh. You tried. Oh, we about to do a trip cap? It's about to come down. Are we going to game 5? We traded. Damn, couldn't slide in time. Like City took it.
And rightfully so, they have been lights out on day 1 and day 2 ending off really
turn
well
down
for
my
them as
volume
well.
on my side.
I've got to ask you a little bit about the Slayers, West, because they have been so good. 6-0, clean record so far this weekend. And when you're looking at the Slayers, what in particular is it you like about their play style, how they're handling their opposition?
I think they're doing a good job of getting the power weapons and the power ups in the right people's hands and making plays with them. But I really like.
I'm pretty sure we're not going to see this match.
Those Slayers, they are aggressive and they like to
We'll see this tomorrow, maybe? I feel like this should be played today.
So much cohesiveness with these pushes, but
I don't feel like this
Shopify
game's going to be
clearly
played today.
gone
though.
over how they want to dissect certain situations, and they attack it as a team. That is a recipe for success, especially when you compare it with their skill.
Walshy, we talked a little bit in the pre-show about how it is that teams put together such a stacked roster in terms of skill and talent, just stack each other up, but don't find success, and why they don't find success. What is it about this team that really have found it this weekend?
I mean, just speculating, behind the scene, they must have a great amount of respect for each other. They must also have a great practice regimen. We've seen very successful players and teams come together, but when it comes to scrimming day in and day out, are they gaining every single day? Are they getting that little bit better? And you heard from Soul Snipe, they worked their butts off in this offseason, and clearly the work has paid off. They've gotten better every single day, and this is the force that you're seeing here on the stage in Arlington.
I do want to give props also to Foe, because they did put up a fight up there. And Wes, when you're looking at Foe and the kind of decision making that they have come across in some of these series, I do feel like they've progressed in that manner. I think the gameplay has been a lot better since we saw them for day 1. And then meeting Shopify Rebellion, it was a little bit too much for them. But what do you like in terms of the takeaways for this team for the rest of the season?
Yeah, coming into this tournament, I was not big on Foe. I didn't really have a lot of high hopes for them. I thought that they were a ragtag group thrown together by Jimbo and kind of what was left after Quadrant decided who they wanted to team with.
Pickles.
Like, Foe showed up to play this weekend, and I think they got progressively better every single time we watched them. Even in the Shopify series, pushing Shopify to the limit, that comeback in game 1 was something special. I really like what we saw, obviously, out of the young gun Wutum, a mouse and keyboard player that is now viable to compete at the top of the ACS. Shopify had their hands full with what Wutum was giving them. That is so exciting for the rest of the year. I hope this team stays together. I hope they continue to grow. And if they do, they can even better a top 6 performance here at the first event.
I've got to say with Wutum especially, not only did he put up some numbers, but the openings that he gave his team, the life-saving game plays that he made for his team. There were so many times he got cleanups that were so crucial to keeping his teammates alive. And it was numbers like that that kept his team in the series. Very impressive from somebody so young. Walshy, when you look back on, you know, your career and probably seeing some young guns coming up themselves.
You remember that time?
With your experience, you know, looking at younger players.
You remember when I was a scrub?
and performing the way that we've just seen Wutum do literally before our very eyes. What kind of advice do you give young players trying to handle some pressure and show us what they've got?
Slow your roll, buddy. You're looking a little too good, a little too fast.
Yeah, you need to play worse.
Jokes aside, hearing from Active calling out saying that Wutum's only been playing Infinite since September, not that many months into the game, and already having this level of awareness, knowing how to move across the map, and hanging with the best of the best when it comes to slaying, it's just going to be a scary combination as he plays more and more months and we get later in the season. So I wouldn't just expect someone like Foe to continue to get better as a roster. You also want to look at Wutum and see him improve drastically. So it's just going to be a scary combination.
I think that's credit to Jimbo. You got to give it to him. A player that has been there, done that, has been competing for what feels like 20 years at this point. To have someone like Jimbo for Wutum to kind of oversee and mentor throughout the growth, I mean, that's got to excel that growth so quickly, because Jimbo's able to, at any moment, break down his gameplay and say, hey, in this situation, this is why we want to slow this down. This is what we need you to do in these situations in order. It might not seem like an aggressive or an effective play, but it is what we need to be efficient. I think having Jimbo paired with Wutum only makes Wutum as great as he's going to be.
I've got to say, I completely agree with you. And it's been great to see Jimbo as well this weekend. He's really propped himself up here with his team. He's looking fantastic as well in his own right. But something that is looking fantastic is, of course, the results in our elimination bracket. And scores have been coming on in, folks. Now, hopefully you've been tuning in all day, but if you haven't, this is how things have gone down. Foe went all the way to round 2 in the elimination bracket, and they've had an incredible run in the quarterfinals. Shopify Rebellion, though, got the better of them 3-1. They now have gone out completely of the tournament. We say goodbye to them, but a historic run for keyboard and mouse players all around. Our semi-finals now set up with Shopify Rebellion, and we're waiting for the FaZe versus Complexity match, which is now going to be happening here, which is huge going into tomorrow. One of these teams is going home, one will be going forward onto Sunday, but Complexity versus Quadrant happened behind the scenes, and that game was also a brawl. Quadrant trying their absolute best to find something against Complexity. We do in fact have some highlights from that game. We didn't actually get to catch this. Is the first time we're going to be seeing this on the desk here. But Wes, when it comes to Complexity, we do know that Rynoob and co, they are able to pull it out the bag when it matters most, and this team are very well practiced. So for situations like this, you do expect them to be on top.
Yeah, I expected Complexity to win this series, and I honestly expect Complexity to give FaZe a very hard time, especially if FaZe comes out as flat as they did against Optic. But as we take a look at these highlights, I mean, what I think we'll see from Complexity is a mixture of scrappiness, but against a team like Quadrant, I expect the superstars over on Complexity to really have their way. That's the Descendants and the Precisions of the world. I say that, and you take a look at the stats, it looks like Huss and Rynoob were the lead slayers, at least at this moment in the Slayer. So it's good to see kind of the support players pulling their weight, especially knowing that they have FaZe around.
Jose, you there?
Yeah, I mean, we're in the 2024 season here in HCS Infinite. We aren't going to see many of those teams making massive runs where they just have the pure support player who doesn't step up and put up big numbers from game to game. Yes, they might fall into that primary role of supporting or OBJ, but when push comes to shove, they need to be able to fire their gun and put up the big numbers.
And as you can see with Quadrant really struggling here, did manage to get one map across the board from Complexity, but it wasn't enough. When you're looking at Quadrant versus Foden, I'm trying to be a little bit harsher, I suppose, to Clutch, but honestly ending up pretty much in a similar position to one another, one coming in with a much higher seed than the other. How did you like both their gameplays in comparison in terms of these squads?
Honestly, they were both very surprising to me, as well as how well they both played. Quadrant coming away with the top 8 might seem a little disappointing to those guys because of the success they had last year, but you're in a rebuild phase. You're figuring out your system with these new players, and you're figuring out how you're going to go to war alongside this new Quadrant roster. They had close series with teams that they probably expect to beat. If you want to get top 6 or better, you're going to have to beat teams like Complexity in order to get there. So it looks like that game 4 was super close, 250-244. Quadrant narrowly being able to be alongside the likes of Foe for that top 6 place.
And it's just a testament to how deep the competitive pool is right now. Yeah. You start to list the teams that made it outside the top 6, teams that we thought were guaranteed in there, like a Sentinels, teams like Native potentially coming out of open bracket, and it's just crazy how many top squads are out there right now vying for these positions. So even though some teams are going to be upset with a 5th/6th or a 7th/8th, You look at all the other teams that place below that between 9 through 12 and 13 through 16 and all the superstars there on those rosters.
It's really, really interesting actually to see how competitive Halo Infinite has got over the years. It's only got spicier and spicier as we've gone on, especially with meta changes coming into, and this major has been testament to that. We have one more surprise match coming your way, folks. That's right, a bonus round. We do have an elimination match happening on the main stage. We're going to see your world champions from last season going up against Complexity, who managed to do it against Quadrant. Who is staying alive? Who is going home? We'll find out right after the break.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
Hey, guess what? New year means a new optic scuff design for a new controller. Check out this sexy design. It's a nod to the original OG logo and a great way to rep the green wall. Choose between the Reflex for PS5, the Instinct for Xbox, and the brand new Envision for PC gaming. Guess what? Scuff saw your comments and they're now selling the faceplates separately for the Envision and the Instinct for $29.99.
Big up Cox here. Sorry, I'm kind of busy. Kind of not. Leave a message.
Yeah, the Mega Rev boys hear sentiment. Flow tastes sweet like cinnamon. Open up doors, I'm a gentleman. View top floor, I'm still staying ahead of them. Running on fumes and adrenaline. Do what I do best. Can't rush in like a roulette. You can't name a better duet. Don't ask questions. Trying to figure out what sound. Don't worry about what next. Just know we got now.
We actually got one more match. Jeez. I definitely need to lean back for this one. Lean back. Oh my god, dude, you got one of them? definitely.
The HCS 2024 Kickoff Arlington Major is presented by AMD, Scuff, and Corduroys.
And by corduroys.
Welcome to your final matchup of the night here at the HCS Arlington Major. And this one is going to be spicy between these two teams. I know that they know each other very, very well. FaZe versus Complexity. They've scrimmed an awful lot. They've played against each other online in the off-season. And this matchup means everything to both of these teams, I can tell you that much. Backs against the wall, FaZe look scary always. Complexity, though, they love to cause an upset, and they wouldn't love anything more than to send FaZe home right about now. That would be the absolute dream for these guys. I got Clutch and Tony on the desk. Lads, what an evening we have had of Halo Infinite. Things have been getting crazy. Clutch, it's been nuts. It's been honestly a movie, to be honest, this weekend.
Yeah, exactly what you want it to be, what you thought it would be for the first event of 2024, the meta shift, all these team changes. You knew it was going to be complete chaos, and we get a treat at the end of our Saturday night, that's for sure.
We certainly will get excuse me, I can't even speak at this point. We will get a treat, I know. He loves it when I mess up. It's like makes his day.
It's because I mess up so much that when you mess up,
Not
it's so
true.
rare that you show that you're human and not like perfect.
That is true. I'm not a robot. That is for sure. That is for sure. We're not perfect. Nobody's perfect, but we're going to have to see some perfect Halo Infinite if these teams want to stay alive. You like that segue? I know you did. Let's talk about FaZe Clan first up, because these boys, they've been here, done that, got the t-shirt. I'm pretty sure most of them are hanging up on their gamer walls because they had that World Champs jersey. They did the same road last time round. And
I don't really feel like FaZe is going to lose
winning
this.
a World Championships with their backs against the wall. Tony, how are you feeling about the FaZe boys?
I shouldn't treat it like a blowout, but I feel like it's going to be a
matches so
blowout.
far this entire tournament, and it was only to one team, so you still should feel confident. If anything, maybe feel even more hungry. Knocked down to the elimination bracket this early, maybe we see a more hungrier, more deadlier phase.
What I do know, Clutch, is that last time with Optic in their series, they really didn't utilize power-ups very well. They did manage to get some camos in that first Oddball game, but they did nothing with them. Every time Optic had a camo, they did something with it. It was phenomenal. They made something happen. FaZe, they have to take advantage of all the power-ups that they're getting.
Yeah, they're going to have to do a better job of not only collectively getting that, but putting that player in a promising position. So often did you see the camo player under duress or getting spotted out, trying to create opening damage. That cannot be the recipe for success. Complexity are good enough to punish you if you make simple mistakes like that. Just because you have a power-up does not make you invincible.
Now, Tony, on the other side of things here in blue, we do have Complexity. I've got to say, by the way, the Halo original colors being on both sides of the stage is absolutely fantastic. But when it comes to Cole, they can be very dangerous at the best of times. Tony, what makes them so dangerous to their opponents?
I think it's just their makeup. I think they're just a great team that's well led by Windu in that co-IGL role by Huss. I talked about the dynamic player that Descendant is, and of course you got this man on screen, Precision, who is a consistent slayer. I think you just have the makeup of a team that's ready to upset some of the big three. Even a team like FaZe, they've upset them once before.
Wes, do you think Complexity have the teamwork to pull FaZe apart the way Optic did?
Absolutely, I do. These two teams scrimmed just about a week before the tournament, maybe even less than a week. Complexity actually ended up winning that scrim. I know it's online, and we know FaZe is not in their final form online, but the way FaZe played against Optic, if I'm Complexity, I think they are vulnerable. I am looking to pounce like a tiger on a poor sheep.
On a poor sheep, I totally understand that. And a tiger on a poor sheep would be awful. I'm gonna have to make fun of you now this time.
Yeah, that wasn't great.
Oh. It happens to the best of us, mate. It happens to the best of us. Tony, do you consider this series to potentially be actually a very, very close one? Do you think that in terms of maybe if you've gandered over the series layout or the maps and modes, do you think this one favors either or are we going to have an absolute battle here?
I'll be honest, I don't even have to look at the map series layout. I know for a fact this will be going to the distance, and the last time they met in tournament play, it went to a Game 5. I think both of these teams really want to make it to Championship Sunday. I had a lot of people have FaZe favorited, rightfully so, but don't sleep on Complexity.
I will say also in terms of drama,
Go on.
I think that this is a spicy matchup in terms of the drama. I think Ryan has consistently had something to say about FaZe, and honestly not just in terms of this specific team, but a lot of the members of this team for a long, long time. It would mean an awful lot, I think, for him to take them down here.
No love lost between these two, that's for sure. This always gets personal. These two, Royal 2 and Snakebite, have been competing against Ryan Noob since about 2011, and they've been going at it every single time. Obviously, I think if you're on the FaZe side of that, you've gotten the better of Ryan Noob more than Ryan Noob has gotten the better of you. But there's always something for Ryan to say. There's always some angle that he's going to try and take to play a little bit of chess behind the scenes. He's always trying to create this upset. I think this might be his best chance yet.
I'm curious as well, Clutch. There were a couple of comments made by Ryan Noob. He consistently thinks that FaZe don't know how to play Halo Infinite. I know that it sounds like an outlandish thing
That's
to say.
a crazy statement to make. Who does this man think he is?
Of course it is, but he's saying it with some type of idea in mind. I want to just ask you about that because I know that he has a specific way he thinks that Halo should be played, and I'm just curious to know what you think that
That's
could be.
a crazy statement.
How he views the game, how he plays the game, how he has always kind of tried to get his teams cohesively to try to play. When he says that about FaZe, what he's actually saying is FaZe overslay in a lot of situations. They don't take enough risks in a lot of situations, and because of it, there's opportunity missed. Ryan and his teams are typically less skilled than the rosters that FaZe put together, and with Ryan's teams in the past, they have had to be scrappy, they have had to be more efficient with less than what FaZe usually have as opportunities in the game because they don't have the gun skill to create their own opportunities and to have the map control as long as they have.
Disrespectful
I do understand
statement.
what Ryan's trying to say. I do also believe that it is the most outlandish thing to say to try and say that some of the most prolific careers in the history of Halo don't know how to play. It might not be Ryan's cup of tea. There may be other ways to play the game to have success, but I think FaZe's recipe speaks for itself.
We do love the drama of it as well.
Oh, you got to.
You've got to love the drama of it, and Ryan Noob does bring that, especially to the stage. We love to see that. On the other side of things, while we're waiting for our teams to get set up and get ready to go, I want to quickly go back to FaZe a little bit, and I'm still kind of in shock about how that Optic match unfolded for them, the lack of fight, the lack of teamwork from them, and honestly, the lack of kind of, I think, flashiness from a couple of our main slayers on the FaZe roster. So, Tony, who do you need to see step up in this game to really convince you that tomorrow could be a new day for FaZe?
For me, it's got to be Renegade, because I feel like when I look at the World Tour, I know he's going to slay out, but he's more going to stay alive watching his teammates back. Snakebite earlier in the tournament had a really good job of staying alive as well, which is why he was at the top of the KD leaderboard. But for me, this team goes where Renegade goes. When he's leading the charge, when he's putting down damage, the rest of the team is playing through him and with them, I think that's when FaZe are playing that World Championship level of Halo. So if you give me a player that I want to look out for, it's going to be Renegade.
Yeah, if I'm answering that question, it's Royal 2. You have to impact the outcome of these games more if you're Royal 2. You are, in my opinion, the best talented player we have ever had in the history of Halo. For your team to get knocked out of a tournament and for you to go quietly in the night cannot happen. You are the superstar in the HCS IMO. You got to play like it. You got to be loud, proud. You got to be making plays. And we didn't see many plays from Royal 2. Yes, he was probably shooting well and doing his individual part, but that's not Royal 2's gameplay. Royal 2, his impact should be felt at all times. I'm expecting a massive series from him.
Well, the stage is set. We're going to get this elimination bracket match
God, this
on
guy's
the way.
countering me
This
hard.
is a big one for both of our teams here. They have been battling out all day. They don't want to go home here. They want to go into Championship Sunday. Let's meet FaZe and let's meet Complexity.
About to knock my PlayStation controller in the trash. Do 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 do.
Just when you thought that beautiful main stage maybe get a break overnight, no, we've got some more Halo to bring your way, and what a matchup we have as well, and the implications of this one are huge as well. It's an elimination bracket game. One of those teams is the world champions in FaZe, and one is Complexity, who are on quite the run right now.
It is wild to be here. As you just heard on the desk, this is not the match we expected to get. It's a bonus match on Saturday evening. We got the match, watched the last match in the main stage, and a lot of people were grabbing us and saying, is the FaZe match going to be next? And guess what? It is going to be on your screens here. A late night bonus round. FaZe Clan going up against Complexity for their tournament lives and a chance to make it to Sunday.
Now, the last time the FaZe Clan sat on that main stage, it was not something they'll want to remember too fondly. Probably been a difficult few hours and some difficult conversations between the players about how they rebound and get themselves into Championship Sunday. In front of them is Complexity, fresh off the back of a huge win against Quadrant. And remember, in pool play as well, Quadrant posed some questions to FaZe. They've really ran them close in some of those games, so FaZe are going to have to be on it, and Complexity will know this is a great time to strike.
That's right. FaZe has been, backstage here. They've been in their practice room since we saw them on the main stage, and it's really been, as you might expect, a quiet FaZe roster in the back halls of the venue, knowing exactly what they need to do to focus up and make it to Sunday.
King of the Hill on live fire going to be how we start this series off. Precision starting the game off with a triple kill as well. The perfect start for him, cleaning up so much damage, and this is a guy to keep your eye on. Trust me, he has looked so good, not only in this tournament, but the back end of last year as well. Certainly a superstar in the making.
Certainly, and you got to think on the side of Complexity. We talked a lot about this roster coming in before yesterday, and I tell you what, with names like Precision, Descendant, and Huss, of course, Ryan New being the veteran on that side, these very nice work from Snakebite to not get taken down by the QT. He was wise to it. Some very good chops from him. That also paves the way for Renegade to swoop over to green. But just to finish that thought, on the side of Complexity for Descendant and Huss and Precision, what a way to start the season if they were to take down FaZe and eliminate them from the tournament.
Complexity coming into this tournament as well with the 4th seed. Looking to force their way into a Championship Sunday. Ryan Noob inside of that hill. FaZe 2 dead as well, and it's 3 alive at the moment. It's looking like it will be Complexity who will strike first here, unless there's going to be a late move from FaZe on that hill. No time for them to do so, and Complexity do indeed strike first.
Very early hill, and it's done very quickly. Oh boy, but Frosty answers back.
Frosty said, I win that.
The team needed to get back into this one, but a very early point forfeited for the side of FaZe, and now they'll have to look toward this second hill to tie the game up.
So the Des did a fantastic job in setting this game up as well. Really gave us what it means to both teams and how disappointing a performance it would be for FaZe if they fell out of this tournament. However, this is FaZe Clan we're talking about, and with 3 dead here for Complexity, they're going to get some good early hill time here on the Tower Hill.
Absolutely. Whether you're a FaZe fan or not, you know what this roster is capable of, and just because that first hill might have gone, and just because FaZe Clan finds themselves in an elimination quarterfinal here late on a Saturday evening, means that the tournament for them is far from over.
Royal 2, I'm pretty sure, just got a triple kill himself as well. Frosty's going to get the final kill. It's 4 dead for Complexity, and FaZe stay standing tallest in that hill. No pressure whatsoever to come in from Complexity for the next 8 seconds or so.
Enemy
They're gonna have to come
about
off
to
respawn,
score.
gather their resources, and then try and make a late push.
Oh boy, very, very nice bank nade off the top of tower from Frosty to cut off Ryan Newman cuts. This hill should go the way of FaZe Clan. Camel going to be popping up in just a moment as well. 4 dead back to back. It's a clean, clean hill for FaZe Clan. They've tied the game up and all eyes on Camo now.
Eyes are on Camo. The kills are falling all to the side of FaZe at the moment. They walk forward, they clean up the kills. Rhino Blast alive and on their way towards this next hill where they're pretty much set up and already gathering time. Frosty gathers himself a Camo as well. That is a perfect, not only set of kills there from FaZe, but a transition to that next hill too.
That is 3 4 deads, back to back to back. Perfect Halo coming in from FaZe after they forfeited Killing Spree also for
2
Frosty.
for 1.
Off the back of the Camo grab, and of course he's going to grab some sniper
3 for
ammo
1.
as
What am I
well.
talking about?
Amazing stuff here from FaZe. You kind of got the feeling that they let that first hill go timing-wise so they could set up for the second hill, and they did just that, and now they've had an amazing slaying streak. They're outslaying heavily, and now also leading just slightly here, tied up essentially on the third hill.
Surprise, surprise.
Why they go hill control like that?
By 1 player, but 2 is going to be enough to take him down. The sniper rifle will be turned over as well. Us is going to drop. Excuse me, Precision will drop. And give away that kill. Royal 2, who's had a pretty good start to this game himself. Wes was talking about him on the desk as well, saying that he will not be happy if the run ends on a Saturday. For FaZe, well, he sat at 9 and 5 at the start of this game, almost double positive as Frosty grabs that sniper back once again, sits in that hill.
I get they were trying to run this
Still with
too.
numbers down, they're all trapped around green.
It's true, just to provide context, it's unthinkable largely that FaZe would exit here on a Saturday.
I just think it's crazy to run this too and trying to
Or
get
Complexity will
information.
send them the distance as Frosty sends Descendant for a bit of a split.
You're not only sent him off the map, you killed him before he even like landed.
Yeah.
The problem is Frosty was at the back of green with a repulse from bottom middle, so there's not really much you can do about that. Using the equipment effectively to make sure he secures a simple kill. But he's also pretty good at the difficult kills, and here's a good example of it.
Absolutely just bobs and weaves in and around the pillars. You could tell he knew exactly what he was doing there. Also gets the trade damage. And now just moments away from FaZe getting the second hill as well as 2 for fall.
3 dead momentarily for Complexity. They give up this hill. You can see they're already rotating away to fight for the next one. And FaZe with that hill going to the lead. They're up by 1.
FaZe answers back in a big way. Despite losing that first hill, you have to think with the resilience and the mental fortitude that this team has, and the defending world champions, they're going to look to end this series as quickly and efficiently as they can. You almost feel like that first hill was a wake-up call for them. They said, okay, guys, let's wake up here. They've been slaying out since.
Remember as well, this would have been a long wait for FaZe to play on this main stage again.
Absolutely.
Whereas Complexity have been fighting their way through that limb bracket. Only just come off the back of that result against Squadron, like we mentioned. So they will be a little bit looser, a little bit fresher when it comes to firing those guns. Snakeboy's going to get that next camo though. Descendant, and Precision will pick up a couple of kills. And that means Snakeboy's going to have to take his time on this because Complexity already look like they're going to close in on tying this game up.
Very nice work from Snakebite. Perfectly times the first pick. He was a man down, and he's able to get the stop here, but there's a lot more work to do to make sure that they get this next hill. Look at Complexity, only a few ticks away from closing out and tying the game.
Renegade's on the flank, and he gets 2 kills. So now you're going to see the last 2 players
Forgot to full screen this.
spotted out. Snakebite is
I ain't
going to
nobody
try and
saying
hunt
that.
them down. This is an opportunity here for FaZe to
Just
think
kidding.
about hill time. Rhino will get 1, but as the last player alive in this wave, you would imagine that FaZe can sniff him out, but Rhino is still alive, by the way, in this hill. Yes, he'll get taken down, but the time he just bought for all of Complexity to get back on the map and fight for this hill cannot be overstated. They get the hill, and that's all Ryan staying alive.
Pretty remarkable there. Also unfortunate for Snakebite, of course, he tries to repulse up the top tower. Instead, he gets hit by that nade splash damage. Hard to say if it would have been different given the 2-man
Ooh,
push
is that a
that came in
stick?
on mud anyway
No.
for Complexity. But regardless, instead of being a 3-1 game, we're now tied up at 2-2 here with 2:44 on the game clock.
Precision trying to find the kill onto Frosty here. He knows he's top tower. He knows he's got that sniper rifle. Gets bodied.
Oh, man.
No way he catches him with that.
Starting to pop up as the
Wait, Snakebite got that kill? What?
clean up crew for him. It's an easy triple kill. Frosty with the last kill as well with that sniper rifle. Complexity.
From where he
They
was
stop
at?
spawn the moment. As you can see, the FaZe Clan just stick
That
their
don't make
feet
no
in
sense
that
to me.
hill and rack up that time.
Let's see what they can do in this push. This really is the last chance ever coming in from Complexity. Frosty's eyes glued on cuts. The push, though, looks like it's going to be coming sandbags instead.
Couple of kills get picked up. Descendant going to be challenging. Frosty's going to accept it. Hits the body, hits the headshot. 4 dead for Complexity. And
That's
FaZe will go back into a lead
crazy.
as they cap the top middle hill.
Wow, how clean was that? It looked like a really good push from Complexity. They had 2 dead from the side of FaZe, but Frosty was just wise to it. Cincy Plat does not let the mud push come in, instead holds his ground, and that lets him still hold Nest Bridge.
You see the FaZe are trying to split their resources a little bit here. One player is sitting in that hill, but they know the camo is coming up as well. They know Complexity. They want to try and get this. They think it's their way to get back into the game. The death grenade from Frosty is good, but Rhino did get away with that camo.
See what we can do with this. He's
Dude, kill him.
disadvantage at the moment. A play here with the camo would be huge.
I mean, this is great. This is fantastic to get the camo, but all of this time, Renegade's just been stood inside of that hill. And FaZe are now just pretty much one team fight away from winning this game. However, finally, it looks like Complexity put some pressure on, but FaZe are still in that hill.
They haven't killed Renegade yet. Finally, they take down Renegade, but it results in a 2v2 trade. Snakebite now going to push it on the hill. See what he can do here. Because as you say, we're just moments away.
Snakebite gets the kill. Last alive is going to be Ryan Noob, and that probably will do it unless he can make a hero play. Renegade picks up one onto Ryan. Last player is inside of that hill. Renegade will deal with that, and FaZe will deal with the challenge from Complexity. They win. King of the hill here, 4-2.
How about Snakebite 19-8? If there's ever a man that you want to trust when your tournament life is on the line, I think it's Snakebite. Big numbers from him, and you can depend on this man to step up when the team needs it most. 19-8 are big numbers in a game that really only ended very quickly on those last 2 hills. And like you said, Renegade in that 4th hill forever before they were able to get any damage onto him whatsoever.
It's such an interesting hill, the Green Hill as well, just from what we just saw, because the camo's always popping up when that hill is active. So you have to split your resources across the map. It's like you can't afford to give away the camo, but by doing so and challenging for it, you have to give away hill time. And the longer that fight takes, you kind of lose your chance at 1 or 2, 3 pushes. It becomes 1 push, an all-in push, even if you get that camo. And if a couple of trades come through and you buy the time, well, the hill's gone.
It says a lot about FaZe's strategy, because let's think back to that actual moment. You had Frosty top tower, you had Complexity on a split push towards that top middle hill. One player goes mud, a few players go sandbags, as you see FaZe taking that first game 4-2. However, take note that FaZe not only gets the 4 dead white, and then they finish the hill, they do not stack camo, they stack green, they get the hill. And yes, we saw on screen, Ryan Noob gets the camo, but guess what? By the time he gets the Nest Bridge, I think the hill was 65-70% done. And then really only took, as you said, 1 or 2 pushes from FaZe. And when you have a player like Snakebite that's coming in on Nest, he's got help from pillars, they're always gonna get the job done. They close it out 4-2.
And now we go over to Recharge for Slayer, and we've talked a lot about how good FaZe are on this map, right? It just seems to be the kind of map they can play at their pace, they can slow the game down when they need to, allow players like Royal 2 to find angles, especially when he has that shock rifle. Looking at some of the Slayer stats between the 2 teams as well, you can see they're pretty good on both sides. Not surprising, because they are both deep in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. The one thing to really note here is we have FaZe kind of at a nearly a 6 average margin. I would say at Slayers, personally, really when you look 5 or more, is a very clean Slayer win at this level. Complexity being 4-2, but only having a 2-kill margin in the games indicates that they are essentially, you know, almost tying these Slayers something like a 6-kill lead, even though that might not feel like a lot on paper. That's a big difference in terms of margin. FaZe definitely with the Slayer upper hand here.
Yeah, I mean, you're thinking about that, like you mentioned, that 6-kill difference, you're pretty comfortable going into the final fight, right? You can afford to trade. Whereas if it's 2, squeaky is all I'll say in those final moments.
That really is the typical kind of standard, is if a team wins a Slayer by 5 or more, I think most pro players and pro coaches would say that was a game where we felt in control in the final stretch. However, of course, as we know, 50-48 is a very different game, and I don't think any pro player, regardless of how confident they might be, actually maybe a few players would say it, but most sane ones would not say that a 50-48 was a comfortable win.
We've got some that maybe aren't on the same side.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say names because they will fight me. Complexity, though, they have an opportunity to get back in this series in the Slayer. We've seen it a lot of times, right? The lower seeded team in these series gets the opportunity to tie it up before we move back to the objective game types, and Complexity will know that. If they can put the pressure back on the FaZe, FaZe are going to feel it, because FaZe aren't used to being in this position on a Saturday.
No, they really are not. And even like I said, the sheer fact that we saw FaZe backstage for so long indicated to me that this match was going to be scheduled. And like you said, they are used to being, as a team right now, probably watching gameplay in a hotel room, getting ready for Sunday, not playing on the main stage. But this is a very different fate for them. However, they looked good in game number 1. We'll see if they can continue it here.
Snakebite is going to have to wait for his milkshake tonight, but he's going to and hope that it's going to be an enjoyable one. 3 dead off the rip here for Complexity. Perfect opening strategy executed by FaZe Clan. Renegade's going to have the camo, and he's got the shock. That is a problem here for Complexity.
Oh boy. You can run, but you can't hide. Renegade going to find you, looking for those elevator spawns. Not seeing any come in just yet, so they'll rotate here. It's an early lead for FaZe, 6-2.
Husk gets taken down. Renegade's waiting for someone to peek into his reticle for the second. That opening just allows
Man, looks like FaZe is already going to take off on this one.
The score at the start of this game. Now, we did see a similar start from FaZe Clan a little bit earlier.
Boy.
And they let that lead slip away a little bit, but Renegade looks like he's a little bit ticked off to be playing this late on Saturday.
I think so. Picks up another one as well, and man, just this is his playground. Whether grapple or shock or camo, we had all the goodies. 10-4 off of the opening rip.
Love how Frosty just comes in as well and says, this is mine now, I get to play with this toy. Descendant will take him down, Husk gets another. So an opening and an opportunity here for Complexity at least. A little bit of space on the map for them to move through. However, Renegade is going to shut that push down almost immediately. Nothing to really report from that shock rifle turning over. And look at the pinch now coming in from FaZe. You can see Huss is weak, has to drop down bottom middle as the players flood through A and Whirlpool.
Oh, very nice shot from Royal 2 deep into glass as well. Brings the game to 14-7. This game was just about 11-6 or so. To pull away now, double their opponent's score. Really great stuff.
FaZe is just a whole different tier in my mind.
Complexity with one player in the respawn screen. They're not allowing them to get 4 back on the map. They're really trying to make sure that their numbers advantage for the 8 seconds or so that they have it is going to be
Got
utilized.
camo up
Camo
again.
can be picked up for free here by Royal 2 as well. And if you're Complexity, I would love to say you can't afford to let that happen, but when you've lost
9
members
kill
of your team
lead.
just before it comes up, there's not really much you can do.
Opportunity here for Royal 2 and FaZe to pull away even more here with the camo play on the push. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it. They already have taken down 2. Traded out, though, in a 2v2. Let's get to a listen in with FaZe Clan.
Trying to play nice, man. Go, I'll hit something, go.
2 pipes. I got another one. I got an 8. 2. 2 on its pipes.
2 on its pipes. They're both under battle. Shock is up too. They're both going both under battle. They're down. I'm trying to get you back. I'm here.
Ooh, stuck. Bro, this thing's hilarious. I haven't seen Formal sticking by in a minute. Ooh. Melee.
Okay, they're running away with Shock. They're running away.
Yo, Shock is red steps. Absolute.
Alright, I can put kills good. Yeah, look batteries, guys. Look batteries. Two here. Watch your VR. One's hitting. They're walking up now. Two red steps. Yeah, I'm cutting in.
He knew, he had the info. I don't know why y'all that. Maybe you still thought you could get the trade at least 1 for 1. They did close the kill gap. It's not 5 kills instead of 9 kills.
I have a shroud too. We don't have to. Yeah, one too long. Top guys, go PJ. Just walk us. There's one guard. I like that. Bottom mid. I'm dead, PJ. Two is a cat. Yo, bottom mangler right now. He's bottom main. Hit him. He's Shaman. Speak on so many. One hit. Dead. Yo, turn around on you, Matt. Yo, see pot on me, John. I love you. Stop. Right here you go. See pot weak. One hit. Campbell's one shot. Give it in. There's one Sugi. Here. One hit. Back blue spawn. There's two BR. Nice. Yo, C-long.
Nice.
Two C-long. The red steps. Red steps. Kill these guys. I'm red steps. He doesn't know what he's doing. Bottom mid. Yeah, Brad. Yo, run C-pot. Go hit C-pot. I'll grab one. Red steps again, John. One red steps. One more glass. I had a 20. Red steps 10.
Well, if you thought the FaZe Clan maybe don't have the energy and maybe a bit down on themselves, I think we just got the answer. They sound so full of energy. They know what this series means.
They really do, and they're up by 12 here. Oftentimes when you come to a FaZe listen, and they will be really, really calm and disciplined, and everything will be slowed down. However, I love what I'm seeing. Like we said, this is late on a Saturday evening, later than FaZe has had to play in years, maybe. 40-29, and they are still this intense in the comms. Love what I'm hearing from them, and it has shown on the scoreboard as well.
Looking across the stat lines as Renegade picks up the shock rifle. Royal 2 standing out 12-5. one of the best Team Slayer players we've ever seen. Renegade still with an opportunity to hit some shots, but look how tight FaZe are playing here at the top of A. They're waiting for that push, a little bit of chain damage, but no headshots. But the help now comes in.
What is that?
Here comes Renegade trying to find the final kill. 3-4 for Complexity once more. And Royal 2, he's trying to hunt down the final one, but Frosty gets there first.
They get there. I thought for a second he was going to even grapple past that grenade damage, but instead they clean up all the kills they needed at tower together as a unit. Now up 44 to 31, just 6 kills remaining.
6 kills to go, plenty of ammo here in the shock as well. It feels like it has to be a formality at this point. FaZe starting to show the form that you would expect. The nade is good enough to clean up the damage of Royal 2. He's playing aggressive. He wants to try and finish this game here, and he wants to try and finish this game now.
Yeah, really right here, you see the confidence in the aggression coming in. 47 on the board. Royal 2 hits that shot just off screen. Camo in hand for Renegade as well. Gets stuck and traded out, but only 2 kills to go for FaZe Clan.
All set up here for Royal 2 to close it out. There's one. He's trying to hunt down the 50th himself. He wants that 16th kill. He's going to get it. Royal 2 closes out for FaZe. 50 to 33.
It's pretty dominant in my mind.
They now take a lead in this series, 2-0.
You get the feeling with a score line like that, it's exactly what you said. Did not expect to be playing this series here and performing, though, making a statement saying we don't really belong here in this part of the bracket. We're going to blitz our way through it as we need to, but 50 to 33 is a commanding score line, to say the very least.
Looking across the stats, nobody going negative on the side of FaZe. An all-round performance to be proud of in that Slayer game for them. Not too much to talk about for Complexity, but when you're talking about control of not just the map, but weapons and power-ups, I mean, Camo was always in the hands of FaZe. It felt like the shock was always in their hands. And when we went into listening as well, you know, Royal 1 is always on top of when that shock is coming up.
Yeah, really, really good timing. Also just really good coordination. I think like the small talk during that listening was really well done, just really intense. I think the pace that they have, the comms really matched the gameplay, and it really showed. Because in games like that, when you're up by 12, it's easy to maybe give the opposing team an extra kill or 2 here or there just because you have the kill cushion. Nice shots here once again from Royal 2 on screen to get that shot deep into glass. Not always easy to do from Whirlpool. A challenging angle to finish a kill like that. But also look at the patience, look at the timing here. Eventually, these kills will be traded out. But as you said, it was just really constant camo shot control coming in from FaZe. And it showed at the end of the game.
Yeah, I think one thing that we can take note of is I'm sure one of the conversations that FaZe had was about maybe the intensity of their communication. Maybe they got a little bit lazy when it comes to communication. We know how communication is such a big thing at the top level of Halo and what a difference it can make. And you can certainly tell the difference, I would say, from even pool play to what we're seeing now. And it's understandable, right? Tournament life is on the line. There's no opportunity to be lazy and not have that intensity when it matters so much.
Absolutely. I think also if FaZe is able to win this one cleanly, and you have to think based on how they're playing so far, they have a very good chance of doing
Unexpected
this.
like a
I
mixtape.
think FaZe fans are, and maybe even the FaZe roster themselves are going to be reassured, okay, let's focus up for Sunday, and really there won't be too much thought about this. I think if this game was instead going to 4 or 5 games, there'd be a little bit more questions raised from FaZe Clan and just Halo fans in general. So FaZe and their entire fan base, they're going to
In times in 2 days,
here on
okay,
CTF
I'm gonna keep this
Yeah,
touch
what a
about
game
them.
time it is for them as well, right? You got some of the best snipers to ever do it here for FaZe. You got, I mean, say a name.
Yeah.
Don't literally say
Just
a name.
spin the wheel. How about World 2?
World 2 is pretty good with it.
Yeah. What if I were to say Frosty?
I mean, it's a difficult question to get wrong.
Yeah, you really
You
can't.
did well.
That was an easy one for me. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, because I need all the help I can get.
What do I know it?
Yeah.
Anyway, it's just their kind of playground, right? These guys know this map so well. They know every single, how they have to play every single situation. They've played so many games of Imperium Pit, whatever you want to call it. And on the complexity side, you're looking at the likes of Descendant, Husk, Precision. Maybe not as much experience in some of the situations. Yes, don't get me wrong, they're still incredible at this map, but there's levels to it, right? And understanding, and I think the FaZe, when they see this as a map number 3, a map mode combination, they're probably licking their lips and thinking, this is our opportunity to get this done here, get this done now.
Absolutely. I think the one side on the hand of complexity that's only going to be in their favor is you can afford to play this game type a little bit slower, right? Simply due to the size of it. They're maybe going to have a moment to breathe on an Empyrean CTF. At least that's what they're going to hope for. They certainly didn't have those opportunities in games 1 and 2. But maybe for a second, this is a mental reset for complexity. Maybe they can afford themselves, even if they lose a battle at mid-map, you win the battle again at your base. You win it in tower, you win it from your needles and your plat, and then you push out together. We'll have to see if that's the case. If we know FaZe Clan, they're going to want to bring the pressure. They're going to want to bring it right now, starting the game off with Renegade.
Look at this opening strategy coming in from FaZe as well. They are stacking the sword side, and Rhino will lose that fight. It's all about the overshield here. Renegade is dancing around that pillar, but I tell you what, Complexity match it. They sent 3 towards Sword.
2 dead for both sides there. Snakebite does get the rocks and he brings them right away towards mid-bridge to try to maybe get an angle on the overshield player. Instead, just going to hold for now.
Didn't quite manage to get up onto that ledge there. Just need a little step, a little bit of assistance maybe next time. Descendant is in Sword. You can see that Snakebite knows there's a player in and around him. He just can't locate him now, and it's Precision who gets the second of his kills. And it's going to be 3 dead here for FaZe. Last player alive is Royal 2, who at least takes down 1.
Boy.
Oh, it's a problem when he's the last alive with a snipe.
Very nice work with Precision, though.
Oh, even better than nice. He says,
This
Royal
man
2,
is still watching this.
whatever you could do, I could do better.
It's the last match.
3 dead on the side of FaZe.
Thought the last one was the last match.
3 hours ago.
Said that an hour ago.
To go from under bridge to then get a double.
But this was a surprise match. They didn't even plan to do this match at first, but they was like, we might as well do it.
You went and even took a shit and got some wins.
It's a long day of Halo. I told you. I said this yesterday.
Everyone else
You
coming
told
off
me
respawn and
multiple
FaZe, you have to say
games, and I
defensively,
ain't seen
even
no
though
other games
came in
other
from
than
Complexity, managed to hold the line.
They answer back
Well, you missed when I put on
Even though it was a
Valor.
very flashy set of plays and quite a difficult set of
Yeah,
sightlines
yeah,
to hit. As you say, FaZe answers back right away, and it started with Royal 2 on the turret. It ended with Royal 2 on the turret, and they have control. And they're starting a run as well. Here comes Renegade.
The VOD is
Under
there.
bridge run.
Yeah, I mean, last player alive is Ryan New, but that's such an interesting play to talk
What?
about. 3 players from FaZe push on the Sword side. Renegade took a long flank through and was just waiting to see who won that fight. As soon as FaZe started picking up the kills, that was the signal to pull that flag. However, now the pace has to slow down for Royal 2 because Complexity have managed to get into a position to maybe stop the flag.
Like who? Who is that?
Andy Katz. Alright, you know who he is.
I don't know who that is.
Wow. Okay. Man act like he ain't never had a bag of hot fries in his whole fucking life.
That's who made hot fries? Bro, I've had hot fries like I've had a
nose and he got a hat on.
I've had hot fries 4 times in my entire life.
Wow. What about cheese fries?
I don't know what those
Cheddar
are.
fries. You had the cheddar fries too?
No, no. Only thing I've
You had
ever.
the onion rings?
Who's onion rings?
Andy Katz onion rings, bro.
Didn't know, bro. Only thing I know is hot fries.
Well, you know they make cheddar fries too. You know that?
I did not know.
And they also make onion rings.
I don't really.
Onion rings.
I don't really eat onion rings.
Love this play from Frosty. This is why.
Man,
You know how many Halo players would have rocketed top turret from green? Instead, he holds that. He continues dealing damage with the bandit. He holds
No. Hold time out. Time out.
Don't eat onion rings.
No, I eat Funyuns, which isn't.
Go for some Funyuns.
Funyuns isn't real onion rings.
Does it, and I say that because it's always reluctant. But look at Frosty go at the moment. Everybody he is shooting cannot de-scope this man.
I mean, what a stretch here that we're still on Frosty's
What?
POV as this flag's getting ran back and just working with the team so well. Royal 2 hits the slide into the base. 2 flags on the board. They are 1 flag away.
Cat sound like some cat shenanigans.
In this game, and
Your cat sound like this on cat shenanigans.
performance we've seen so far.
He is.
Beautiful stuff here so far. And if you are a FaZe fan, you love what you're seeing in this series. And really, since they let that first hill go in game number 1, it's been a very different story. They've been dominating here. Lots of time on the clock, but only 1 flag away, more important.
3 players from Complexity are inside the FaZe base, and it looks like it's going to be a base trade here on the
This
map.
motherfucker.
So a very interesting situation for Royal 2 to have to kind of play around, and it looks like, oh, I was going to say, he might be caught off guard, does get the body shot.
Like this is why I keep my door closed, because if I don't, one of the cats they'll come in, he'll start going behind my computer and everything, stepping on the cords. And, I know.
Stay alive and said he'll just get a touch.
I ain't fucking with you.
Double back also for the S1 battle. There's a few battles to fight here on the screen.
It's a really important moment, though, for Complexity, because if this flag goes against them, this is them out of the tournament. Flag standoff, not a situation you want to be in with a tournament life on the line. Frosty has gone down. Ryan has been traded out, though, so it's a 3v3 for now. Royal 2 gets another by the looks of things.
I think they're behind Snakebite, right? I saw someone on plat. We'll see if they win that battle. I think it's Renegade winning that battle in the back of the base. They're going to get Rockets as well.
Us
Oh, not yet. Us still there.
Us is still there, but the Rockets are going to be able to deal with him very, very comfortably. Now, where is the return? Is anybody there? It's time to go forward for FaZe. Looks like Complexity know it. They're stacking that side of the map.
Here comes the push. One rocket left here for Snakebite.
Gets one.
Got it.
Descendant forced to get that touch as well. Renegade should be able to win that fight. And with that, 3 will go down, but it is a trade. Descendant does huge work for his team to keep Complexity, not only just in this game, but in the tournament.
Ryan Noob also OE's long haul. Take a look at that. He doesn't go for the flag right away. He's going to need the teammate to go and go very soon. They do get the touch.
He's going to challenge. The Bulldog will bark, but no bite quite yet. Stays alive. Ball's going to be traded out. Snakebite has to change over, but it's 4 dead for Complexity. They are going to be coming off the respawn.
No way, that's not getting grabbed. That's it.
Royal 2 is going for that return. He gets the return. No
That's
one
game.
from Complexity is going to be able to stop FaZe.
That's game.
360 from
Yep.
Frosty. Make it even more.
He reverses it. Wait, back to 0. A little bit of extra celebration here from Frosty. And they put the flag in.
He does it in style. Frosty enjoyed
Okay, now that was the last game of the day for sure.
The one series does not define a tournament for you. They'll be with us on Championship Sunday tomorrow after dispatching of Complexity 3-0. And that was the phase we expect to see.
Exactly, I think that was the phase that a lot of fans came here to see.
Camera is so trash on this phone.
Time to get a new one.
I can't. Alright. I can't. Alright.
But why would I know who you are? You gonna hit me with the link tree and a friends request on Discord? That's crazy. That's crazy. Alright, time to drop stream. That's funny, your picture.
Like, yeah, he just came in here like that's the he laying underneath the 4K, right? He came right up here and like fucking crawled up under here, turned around and laid down right center on my desk, like right there, like literally plop, knocked over my Steam Deck and everything, just plop right there. Like, bruh.
Oh, that's funny. Oh my gosh.
Kidding
me. Alright, so tomorrow I think we start with winners finals, right? Is it winners finals? I don't remember how Halo does it. I know COD does winners finals.
You about to stream some more shit tomorrow?
Yeah.
Somebody getting motivated. What happened, bro? What's going on?
What is it? Bo or somebody said we'll do watch parties for all the esports I watch. I was like, all right, bet. So if there's a major tournament,
No more Gundam builds. You know we ain't getting no more of that shit.
I gotta spend the channel points for that. The Twitch channel
I don't
points.
have no channel points, alright?
You do.
I mean, I do, but I don't.
You got I don't even know if that works on this bot. Do I have a command for that? Oh no, can I make a command for that? But I'll do that later. Why didn't the commands transfer over from the Twitch side? Does the Twitch side still have commands? This dashboard, commands. Twitch side still has commands. Can I just not like copy these over? Alright, I'll figure that out later. Anywho, dropping stream. See y'all tomorrow for the finals.